Fantastic day for footy. My name's Cameron Robbins, joining the commentary box. Welcome to Fremantle Community Bank Oval. My name's Cameron Robbins. Fantastic plethora of games we've got here today. Joining the commentary box by an upcoming guru, Swami commentator, Marky Foreman. Mark, how are you, mate?
Well, thanks, Cam. No, going really well and excited to be here. It's been a brilliant few days covering the country footy champs. I've been fortunate enough to have a look at Div 3 and Div 2. Yep. So Div 3 on Friday, Div 2 yesterday. And it's a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited for the first game today.
Absolutely, mate. It's just been behind the scenes, the amount of work, doesn't it, to get this championship up and running for the Colts. Obviously, they start on the Thursday and the Friday, and to have men's as well. So there's a lot of people behind the scenes, all the volunteers, all the coaches, the water boys, the timekeepers, the people washing the jumpers. There's so much work behind the scenes for volunteers to make this carnival happen.
100%. I think any community footy, or to be honest, probably footy at all levels, there are people behind the scenes. But I think with country footy particularly, like, we know it's the lifeblood of so many country towns, and all those people behind the scenes are just critical.
And the grand final, Division 3, as we see the letter there, Esperance versus North Pilbara. Now, Esperance, Mark, have gone undefeated, and then give you a bit of tip, Marty. Coach Esperance down at Port back in, I think, about 1999, and also in the North Pilbara coach of the Karratha Cats in about 95. So I know the region quite well. But fantastic, the Esperance have gone undefeated. They're sitting on the top of the ones. And they played the North Pilbara side, who only lost one. So probably the two best teams have actually finished 1-2. So it should be a fantastic game. Yeah,
absolutely. And I'll tell you what, Esperance came within an absolute smidgen of not being undefeated. They had a kick after the siren in their second game on Friday, and they kicked truly. So a win, a kick after the siren. It was Tyson Francis who nailed that goal. It was the most incredible finish to, set up their run to the grand final, which is awesome.
And then obviously we've got the Division 2 and the Division 1. The Division 1 Southwest. Now they were under the pump, Mark. I know them. I call for them yesterday in the Southwest, mate. They lost the first game, and that's unheard of.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's going, what the hell's going on? Southwest has lost. And Upper Great Southern, they were having the hated the Swarth running them up, the former Sandow announcement. South Hill's going well, but Southwest, no worries. They just lost the first one then yesterday, and they finished on top. They're playing Devon in the grand final.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Upper Great Southern, so I did play a season out there, and the talent is amazing. It certainly was then, and I hear great things now. So I was gutted to hear that they fell a little short, but probably as expected, the Southwest making their way through top of the table to play Avon. I reckon they were probably people's picks for 1 and 2 in Div 1, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Southwest will take it out. I look forward to Avon taking it up to them.
And all our thanks to our sponsors, Eel Film and Footy. We'd like to thank the sponsors, Portel and Archie's. Get a hold of those Archie thongs. They are absolutely sensational. Film and Footy, Dartfish. And obviously the major sponsors for the West Australia Country Footy League, the Nutrien AJA Solutions, Built Up Insurance Commission of Western Australia, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, and the West Australia Footy Commission. Without those sponsors, and obviously the different sponsors for the different regions like Rio Tinto, Mark, we need money behind the scenes to make these carnivals happen as well.
Yeah, we do. Like we said, country footy as well. It's the lifeblood of so many towns. So, so grateful to those who have jumped on board, and it's never too late to jump on board if you're not already. And I think the ability to bring this sort of coverage to people who couldn't perhaps make up to watch the championships is amazing. So wherever people are watching from around the state, even around the country perhaps, or I think every now and then you hear about some international viewers as well.
Fantastic. It's extremely live. So Dartfish and John and the crew behind the scenes are fantastic. And you'll get a country flavour about yourself. Had a few years down the Albany region there, Mark, so know a lot of not the players and the teams from that region down there.
Yeah, for sure. So I lived down there briefly this year and called a few games in the Great Southern. And look, I'll be honest, I was slightly hoping that Great Southern would make it through this Div 3 grand final. I think a few people are surprised they didn't. They had a really poor day at the carnival yesterday, so they went undefeated on Friday but couldn't win a game yesterday, which has cost Great Southern. You can see there on your screens the Division 3 ladder. They ended up finishing 4th, and they certainly were people's tip to take out Div 3. So that's a bit of a boil over already, but take absolutely nothing away from Esperance, who obviously went through undefeated, and they look really strong. And the skills on show for North Pilbara that I got to see on Friday were just brilliant. Yeah, it was fantastic. So I'm really excited for what these two teams can bring for Bounce Down today, which is a little under 15 minutes away. But I also hope that, North Pilbara are a very skilled side. I sort of hope that the
conditions might suit them. Yeah.
Well, I hope that it doesn't ruin their ability to move the footy. They're really quick at doing that, but look, it's not raining, but it will be a little wet underfoot.
There's the results to the couple of games there at Esperance. They beat the Hills 5-4 to 5-1, close them up by 3 points, and Gascoyne far too good for them 6-5 to 2-2. Great Southern 5-1 to 3-6, and North Midlands 7-7 to 1-4. So really the first game versus the Hills Footy Association, maybe, Mark, that was the closest game they've had.
And that was the kick after siren as well. Yep. So what actually happened is Esperance was behind. Hills was behind with a minute to go, and they bundled the ball inside forward 50 and scrambled a goal. So Hills kicked one really late to go in front by 3 points. And obviously, the format here is no stoppages. No stoppages, so time kept ticking. So I think the ball was thrown up with about 30 seconds left, and they got the ball inside forward 50 Esperance and took a mark.
And here's the North Pilbara, their road to the final of them, 8-6 to 1-5, fairly convincing victory there by 43 points. Great Southern, 6-6 to 3-2, Gascoyne 7-6 to 1-2, and on Shore Cup, 11-8 to Zippo. So North Pilbara, like I said, I coached back there for the Grafter Cats, and a very still side, but you love, they have a lot of Indigenous players up there, and they just jump up and about. So whether or not, as you said, Mark, conditions like this might be all that press for them. So
yeah, and look, like I said, I hope not. I think in an ideal world, you don't want the conditions to play a part at all, and that both teams just bring what they bring. But that remains to be seen. We'll see how they adjust to that. And you can see there on your screen that one loss, as you mentioned, coming to Great Southern, and that was Friday, and Great Southern they were looking really good. Those big bodies of the Great Southern Footy League were too strong for North Pilbara. So that's where I think, if we sort of look ahead to today's the first grand final up today, that's where I'm thinking Esperance's advantage will be is those slightly bigger bodies.
Yep.
We have an incredibly skilled North Pilbara side. And not to say Esperance aren't, but they certainly have the bigger bodies, and probably used to playing in the rain a little bit more as well. So I do sort of tend to think that the conditions will favour Esperance, but take nothing away from North Pilbara.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, Mark, good point you raised. Obviously, in Esperance, they have a ton of rain down there, and obviously they're heavy bodies, they're heavy ground, and obviously Fremantle Community Bank Oval down here, Mark's had a fair amount of rain the last few days. You can see it's going to be very slippy underfoot and rainy down here at the moment. I reckon the rain's going to hopefully ease off throughout the course of the afternoon, mate. But, conditions here, unfortunately, not going to suit the North Pilbara side, and it's conditions like this, as you know, you played a bit of footy yourself, mate. You just got to get the ball on quick, don't you, and push it forward.
Look, half the game's just about territory when you're playing in slippery conditions. You can see on your screen there the Esperance boys warming up. Already a few footies have been slipping through fingertips, but absolutely, it's a game of territory. And even though it's not raining above at the moment, like we said, it's going to be damp. So don't be surprised to see a few sockers forward, a few slaps forward, and just trying to take the territory that's on offer.
Now, Mark, we have usually on Channel 7, they have the Barry Taylor, the boundary ride and goes in and out of the grounds. We've had boundary ride, our own very honey Tony, mate. So Tone's going to be down there running amok on the boundary line, grabbing everyone off the field and going into sussing out. But it's good to get, from the viewer's point of view, I suppose, someone down on the ground. So Tony's going to do the boundary ride. He's also going to get Joel Bartland, the big ruckman from the North Pilbara, at the quarter-time break, just to have a bit of a chin wag with him and see how he's doing stuff. So keep out for him. Shout out to Tony. But as you see, we see the Esperance sides warming up, seeing how they're going. Already a few balls slipping through their fingers, mate. Obviously, it's very, very, very slippery out there. But conditions, I would say, as we see, are going to suit them more. They're going to suit the North Pilbara side.
Yep, and I reckon you're probably right there. I do wonder, Cam, whether there might be a few sore heads out there. You know what country weekend
100%,
can be like?
mate. Starting at the casino to 3 in the morning and having about 3 hours sleep, been on the sauce all night, and then you rock up and have a game of footy.
It was quite funny. I did the Division 2 games yesterday from Claremont Oval, and the last game was effectively a dead rubber. We knew who was going through to the grand final.
Yeah.
And I'm not joking. I could hear as the final siren went, and some of the players were walking off, you could hear from the commentary box, they go, "All right, let's jump on the cans."
Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly right. And I haven't participated in a country week, but I have a lot of friends that do it. Like you said, I've lived in the country a little bit, and they talk about what a great experience the whole thing is, not just playing the games, whether it's cricket or footy, which is what I've sort of been around the most. They talk about, it's equally as much about the off-field sort of camaraderie as it is about the on-field performances. So, no doubt they've all had a good time, but probably, to be honest, I don't reckon too many of them would have had a late night, because sport at any level doesn't really matter what you're playing or where you're playing. You want to win, and I think these guys would have been making sure they're doing almost everything they can to put themselves in the best shape.
Absolutely. Once again, a shout out to the WA Country Footy Leagues. Organising a carnival like this, like I said, it's not easy. Booking grounds, booking change rooms, booking hotels for each time. Yeah. It's an absolute nightmare organising that stuff behind the scenes. So well done to Tommy Bottrell and all the crew down there at the WA Country Footy League who have made this carnival such a worthwhile experience for everyone. And even down at the ground, I called the game on Friday, Mark of the Colts, and one of the lads in Peel has taken probably the mark of the day, mate. Unbelievable. He stood on this guy's head. He's taken this absolute clanger. So went out, he got the Dartfish, obviously the play of the day, and gave him the Dartfish beanie, and he got a pair of Archie thongs. I said, mate, tune in at about the 14-minute mark of the first quarter, mate. You're going to see yourself on national TV. This is going to be global. He went and got it, saw me after the game. His mum and dad ran after me. He said, "Oh, Cam." I said, "What?" I said, "My son's already seen the mark."
Oh, how good.
So little things like that, like filming these games of footy, and that's going to be etched in history.
Yeah. And again, it's just another little sort of by part of it is that we get to bring these amazing moments. And in a similar sort of way, I've had people come up to me and say, "Oh, how this is so great. I've got..." So parents in the stands on Friday, they were saying, "Oh, look, thank you so much for your coverage. We've just, told Auntie Jen that she can watch from back home."
So good, isn't it?
Yeah, and for people who it's a long way from many, particularly you look at like some of the teams that have come, the North Pilbara being a good example. It's not easy for them to get to Perth. So if we are able to bring them a bit of coverage, then that's absolutely fantastic. So like you said, thanks to John Douglas and his team for what they do, because it's really important for community footy.
Put the heat right on you there, Mark. Who's going to win, mate? Who's going to win this Divi 3 grand final between the North Pilbara and the Esperance side?
Look, I genuinely do think it will be close, but I will go to Esperance purely because of probably a bit more familiarity with conditions.
Yep, okay. Yeah, and I think you're probably right too. Unfortunately, a lot of talent on the side of the North Pilbara side there, but unfortunately, I reckon the conditions aren't going to suit them as well. So I'm going to go exactly the same as you, Mark. I'm going to tick probably Esperance in a close one, though. I reckon probably Esperance by 13 points. And good to see all the players come here, part of the NAIDOC weekend of footy, and both sides here coming to the middle of the ground there. And fantastic they can do these celebrations before the game to celebrate a fantastic weekend of footy here at Community Fremantle Oval. And like I said, conditions pretty bleak and dark, but hopefully, Mark, they said the rain's going to ease off throughout the course of the afternoon, hopefully for the Divi 2 and the Divi 1 grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. It's an awesome celebration that they're doing for NAIDOC week, and you can see sort of coming into your screen on the right hand side there, the North Pilbara, they've got a really brilliant Guernsey as well, which is an Indigenous based Guernsey too. And look, it doesn't make it overly easy to see the numbers on their back, Cam, no. But it's a fantastic strip, so you can have a look at that during the day.
Absolutely. Just bear with me 1 second, mate. I'm going to get some notes. It'll be 5 seconds.
Absolutely. I can take over for that, and I think we're going to head out to the ground, are we? Yep, we're going to head out to the ground shortly for the pre-ceremony.
To the 2023 Nutrien. This year marks the 57th year of the championships and the 49th year. On behalf of the West Australian Country Football League, I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal peoples of Western Australia as the traditional custodians of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd now like everyone to please be standing, if they're able to stand alongside both teams for the national anthem. Thank you, everybody. I'd now like to call forward both captains for the coin toss.
In a level of footy, Mark, don't we hear that national anthem shiver, sends a shiver right up the back of your spine, mate, doesn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. Actually, to be honest, probably some of my strongest footy memories are, those last few bars of the national anthem. Anzac Day being one. I've been fortunate to be at the G, but AFL Grand Finals too. 2010, 2011, I was lucky enough to see a couple of Grand Finals, and it really is. It's exciting.
It is exciting, mate. Yep. So players, so everyone out there in the orange jumper, they are the North Pilbara side, and in the white with a big V are the Esperance side. And looking themselves getting in their position. So it's Mark Foreman and Cam Robbins-Durling calling for you this morning.
And I think we're going to cross down to the boundary. Let's head down there now.
3, 2, 1.
Over to you to Tony.
Welcome, folks. Well, I tell you, down here at ground level, absolutely sensational. Esperance winning the coin toss. Kicking to the left of screen, the Vagona end it's called, and of course the other team, North Pilbara, kicking to the Campbell end. I'll tell you what too, number 9 is very moving down here, but number 9 for Esperance there sang every word of the national anthem, absolutely riveting. The weather, well, it's expected to be 18, it's currently 14, around about 11 kilometre breeze down here, expecting a shower or two, but it won't worry anyone. The ground conditions, well, it's certainly quite firm. It is a little bit damp, you're going to see a slippery ball. There's no sun. The big ruckman was saying, well, if the sun come out, it'll dry out, but it won't. So it's actually quite firm, and through the middle of the ground I had a walk around, beautiful out there as well, so we should see some high leaping from the ruckman. We'll go back to very quickly, our umpires today are Kevin Hutchins, Steve Irvine and Theo Bennett. We welcome you to the broadcast. Enjoy the day, the first of 3 huge grand finals, and we'll head back to Cam and Mark straight away.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate the update. It certainly is a little bit dreary overhead, but look, as you said, hopefully it will hold off, and appreciate your updates from down on the boundary. We'll head to Tony throughout the day. My name is Mark Foreman, alongside Cam Robbins. We're almost in readiness, Cam. Who? I don't think I asked you. Who are you?
No, I'm going with you, mate. I think the conditions are going to suit the Esperance side there, Mark. So, yeah, probably Esperance in a pretty close game, I reckon, by 13 points.
Yep, absolutely. Hope you're right. we are, so up until this point, format was 2 20-minute halves for these teams, but we are playing 4 quarters of footy here on Grand Final Day. And hopefully the legs hold up, Cam.
Absolutely. So the North Pilbara side, Mark, they'll be kicking to the left of the screen. Esperance are kicking to the right of the screen. Take us away there, Mark.
Looking forward to it. The 2023 Country Footy Championships Grand Final is underway in Division 3. Neither ruckman gets a clear tap. And it's a hot footy to win early, as you'd expect. Trying to go off the ground was Wakeham. He couldn't get it forward. They are running now. Oh, falling over was captain in green. And it is a turnover, so North Pilbara will have the footy. They control it at half-back. Renton with a handball, getting involved early. And they send it out to the far wing. So North Pilbara with those skills on show early. Good mark taken out in front is Crouch. He's holding the footy underneath that scoreboard you can see here at Fremantle Oval. So they send a long kick to left half forward. Up in front, taking a strong mark. Well done.
Good set of mitts on him.
Absolutely, and they'll go inside forward. 50, that's not the best kick. Intercepting mark taken by Buckley. So, in the bright orange boots, Esperance can relieve the pressure as Buckley goes short and he finds Wakeham at centre-half back.
So, Wakeham had the centre-half back for the Esperance side. He chips the ball down the middle of the ground. It's a risky kick, but it comes off. Esperance are away. They're going in the far side of the ground, kicking a bit of space and taking a good mark and Esperance in front. Looking very good there is Regan Mott. So Mott has it right on the Commentary side of the wing. He kicks the ball down to line to the half-forward flank. Out numbers there are Esperance. Ball comes to ground. Went on the Pilbara lad, put his head over the mitt. That was Rhodes, and the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me. Very hot in the kitchen early. Early conditions so far are wet, slippery and miserable, and that about sums up the score at the moment, Mark, because no scores on the board at the moment.
Certainly does. Through just over a minute, couple of minutes in this first quarter. Boundary throw in 65 metres around from the Esperance goal. Umpire hurls it in over his head. There you go. Soccer off the deck. I think we'll see a little bit of that. Going up in front was Stirrett. He couldn't take the mark for North Pilbara, but they surged the footy forward. Although, I think Esperance might turn this over. Wakeham's been around the ball early. He can't pick it up. Rhodes is just shoved.
Has he been shouldered by Daniel Farm for North Pilbara, Mark? Number 9, he's absolutely poleaxing right in the middle of the ground.
He does, and he carries a presence too. He was very good on the Friday as Esperance go forward, but intercepted. This is Glass. Pardon me, it's Schlecker, I think.
They've all changed the jumpers on you too, Mark, just to confuse you,
doesn't
mate.
help, does it? I do know that this is Walton, a good North Beach boy, as North Pilbara go down the wing, and a mark taken on the chest. This is Renton, as he sends his kick to left half forward for North Pilbara. Going up high, taking a great mark. That's Crouch.
It's good grab.
Oh, no.
I was giving it the other way.
It's gone the other way to Esperance. I thought he might pay the man in front. So don't be surprised to see this sort of play from Esperance, and that is lax. Really, really lax from Crouch. He's encroached the mark there, and he's allowed Ruben Wakeham to march forward to, well, he'll almost be on the edge of the 50-metre line for Esperance, so they will go deep inside forward 50.
Trying to confuse Mark. They've had all the changes in the jumpers, mate. So Tholstrop and his young brother actually plays for Subiaco, and he played in the 18s Carnival. So Esperance had the first ping for goal, and lace out. They've kicked the first major. Thought might be Liam Bates. No, not Leon Bates. So it's Tyson Francis.
Yeah.
He's kicked an absolute corker.
He has, and that is the man that kicked the goal after the siren on Friday. So, and to be honest, not just that kick, he has had a really good championships, and that's exactly how you want to start the grand final.
It is fantastic. When he ran in a bit of space, that thumping left foot kick, read it like a library book, and the library did Tyson Francis, and outside 50 he's just banged the first goal through for Esperance, and a very good start for them early stages of the first quarter. It's Mark Foreman and Cam Robbins doing the calling. Thanks very much for your company in this Division 3 grand final. Good start here to Esperance there, Mark.
Really is. We're back underway in the centre of the ground. Again, neither ruckman can get a clear tap. North Pilbara will be the ones to pick up the footy, but it's hard to get a grasp on it. Doing really well in there for North Pilbara was Bravington. High ball to half forward. No player can take the mark. Once again, here is that man in Tholstrop. He's been around the footy, but it gets past everyone. Well picked up. North Pilbara are going to go deep forward here. Bravington with his kick towards the top of the goal square. Fisted away by Esperance, and they can relieve, although North Pilbara are back on the footy. Evading one tackler. Well done is Crouch. He sends his ball to the goal square, and it is a mark playing in front. Was worried that he might have hurt himself there. Now, it is far too early for cramp. This is Ben Cullerton for North Pilbara. Or is it Ethan Stirrett?
Ethan Stewart, I think,
it is Ethan Stewart. Pardon me. It's Ethan Stewart. I was worried he'd... Well, it can't be Cramp, can it?
No.
Anyway, he'll kick from the tip of the goal square to the instant reply for North Pilbara. He has got it. It's a goal to Ethan Stewart, a goal to North Pilbara. It's 1 straight 6 apiece through 5 minutes in this first quarter.
See, how clever, I think might have been Bradman tucked in that pocket, Mark. He could have gone for goals, but he did the disciplined kick to the front of the square, and the Stewart in front, as every key forward should be, mate. He's definitely warm, and I think he might have done a hammy, I think.
Yeah, I'm worried about him here. He's as
coming
we said,
off.
It's far too early for Cramp, and he is limping off now with the help of the trainer in the foreground, or is he going to try and stay on?
Jeez, he looks in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he doesn't look great.
No magic spray, Denker up from him, Mark. I think he's done, mate.
No, Riley Curnow from Esperance has run out to stand next to him. Well, it might actually be Liam Smith, actually, but we are back in the middle, and Esperance win the clearance and go forward.
They certainly do. Thorstrup's now crept his way forward. Good defensive pressure by Smiler from the North Pilbara side on his hands and knees. He tries to chisel the ball out. Thorstrup once again. He's been lively early stages of this first quarter. Socket off ground by the North Pilbara side, hitting the ball very, very hard. Once again is Nathan Bravington. Handball was good. Tried to find his teammate. That was Maturi. Maturi overran it. Falls in the hand of Esperance Districts. Having the ball there was Byrne. He hadn't lost it. Hell, when he didn't have the footy. And a kick here to Esperance here, who started this game very, very lively. And this player's Pat Quinlivan. So Quinlivan on his left. Thumping kick forward. Hitting the ball front and centre was Tim McIntyre. McIntyre did well, used his play. Very clever kick off the ball. This by Richard Bourne. The Bourne identity here. Handball over the top there. He's thrown it, had it, lost it, and right in front of the old Fremantle change rooms there is it runner out for a boundary line throw. And we've gone, I reckon, about 6 or 7 minutes of this first quarter, Mark. 1 goal apiece. Blow the siren, it's a draw.
Well, extra time if there is a draw. Wouldn't that be nice?
It would be.
As it's a boundary throw in deep inside the Esperance forward 50. Goes over the back of both ruckmen. It's hard to get a handle on the footy. Picking it up are Esperance, but it's going the wrong way for them. There's a clever kick to the hot spot. I think it was McCallion, but it's been intercepted by North Pilbara. They're away and running on the far side. Rigby's after it. And he gathers it now ahead of a player. He shares a backhand pass. It's a scrappy footy to win. You can see the Esperance numbers arrive on the scene, and they do well to force it, well, to a contest. A little bit further afield now. This is Wakeham.
It's a good pickup.
Yeah, it was a good pickup. You can see the skills on show. North Pilbara streaming through. They're going to go deep inside forward 50. Esperance will be first to the footy. They are outnumbered. Now we've got a whistle on the play. I think we've got a free kick coming right back.
Jeez, I didn't see that.
Back.
Now, what's going on? It was a relay free kick. I think it's a relay free kick.
And it's going the way of North Pilbara.
Yeah, didn't see it.
Into the hands of, I think it'll be Guy Langdon to take the free kick at will.
And Zach Langdon's elder brother plays for the Dampier Sharks.
So a bit of footy talent going around, and you might hear a bit of that throughout the carnival today with brothers and, well, I was going to say sons of guns, but brothers of guns.
And cousins as well. Yeah, you're dead right.
Yep, but Guy Langdon with the chance to kick North Pilbara's second and 2 in a row. He'll kick from 30 metres out. He loved it straight off the boot. And they've got 2 in short time. The North Pilbara, they're ahead, leading this game 2 straight 12 to Esperance 1 straight 6. We've played 6 minutes in this first quarter. Yeah,
very handy last year. Mark was up the North Pilbara, called the grand final there between Dampier Sharks and the Karratha Cats. And this guy Langdon in the second half, mate, very, very dominant and played very, very well. And that's the reason actually Dampier just beat the Karratha Cats. But yeah, right place, right time, got the goal converted. But I didn't quite see what happened in the relay free kick. Maybe it's a hit off the ball, mate. Didn't see it, but maybe the kick was there. It doesn't matter. The score's on the board.
Yeah, it was. And look, in grand finals particularly, moments like that can be really costly. 50-metre penalties or kicks down the ground. So, and that was a costly one. North Pilbara, the beneficiaries.
So Jed White had it, but the ruckman got it there. It was Griffiths for Eastern District. Esperance has the footy, hands and knees, chisel the ball out. Well done by North Pilbara, manning up behind. Hit below the knees was very good. That player there was Schleek on the right. Well done by Esperance. Had his head over the footy, kicks the ball the half-forward flank, and defensive mark's been taken by that player there in Colton. Good play for North Beach, as we said, Mark. Good lads. Benny Colton goes to his right foot, just puts his ball into the slipper, kicks to the half-forward flank. Under the contest, Mark then was Langdon, missed it. Well done by Esperance with a chain of handballs. They go on the defensive half-back flank and lace up and finds a teammate there in Francis.
Yeah, Cullerton, I think that was. Ben Walton for North Pilbara. He spent a little bit of time at North Beach. I'm not sure if many of his teammates did, but Esperance find their way to half forward. Here's the goal kicker in Francis. He takes the mark. So 55 metres from home, Esperance with a chance to answer back to the North Pilbara. Couple of goals. It's to the hot spot and a juggled mark. Well done. In defence, mark taken by Macaulay. So a little bit of relief at full-back for North Pilbara. He's 25 metres from his defensive goal. He goes to left half back. Ball comes to the front of the pack. Well done. That's Crouch again. He's been busy early. Sends a hand pass towards the boundary line.
He stands out that blonde peroxide head too, doesn't he? There in Crouch.
Yeah, now I was calling Crouch, but I've just been handed some updated team sheets, and I believe it's Kobe Dunn.
Well, there you go, Jez. All those people try to confuse us. Why don't they just get the names and the jumper numbers to us early, Mark? You wouldn't have the problem.
They don't make it easy for us, do they?
So apologies out there for our listeners. If you're mixing up your son's name, it's not our fault. We've got the teams this late, but we'll rectify it throughout the course of this morning and this afternoon. Langdon on a hard lead. Martin front out. He decides to kick it to centre half forward. 2-on-1 here. Spall over the top was very, very effective by the Esperance player. Raining on hands and knees. Good pick up below his knee was Bates. Bates on the right. Goes on that defensive wing. Good hard running by Bates. He's going to get the ball back again. Good run and carry. Beautiful smother off the boot by the North Pilbara player there in Staunton. And then he copped one high. Fantastic diving effort by Benny Staunton on that defensive wing of the side here from Fremantle Community Bank over, which sees Esperance 2 straight 12 and the North Pilbara side 1 straight 6.
And they're controlling it at right half back. North Pilbara, they now drive the ball to right half forward. Ball clears a big pack of players. First on the scene there for Esperance, picked up, I think this is Thomas. He's taken immediately in a tackle. Well done. And they scrubber it forward North Pilbara. Here's that man we were talking about in Dunn. He's hanging around the footy. They go in hard and a strong tackle laid. Well done to hold the footy up. Hawkey was the tackler for Esperance. We'll have a ball up 30 metres out from the North Pilbara goal. They go at it. Dunn's, he's dangerous again, but Esperance managed to win the footy out the back. And they'll come out to this broadcast wing. There's a short kick, and the mark's spilled there, but Esperance time to recover. So they grubber it outside forward 50. Ball squeezes through the hands of Harris, and we'll have a boundary throw in 55 metres around from the North Pilbara goal. That rain's still staying away, but as you can see in the background and the foreground, there's a few puddles getting around. It was a bit wet overnight here in Perth. It was the boundary throw-in. Pitches on the 50-metre line. It's a hot footy to win. Right on the paint of 50. Scrambling a kick out with North Pilbara. It doesn't go too far. Here is Walton trying to get the ball forward and unable to keep the ball in.
So there's no easy kick there, is it?
No.
Slippery conditions. The elite run over the footy there was Ethan Harris for the North Pilbara side, but very bright start by them. They are 2 straight 12 and Esperance are 1 goal 6.5 forward flank here. Umpire throws the footy in the contest there. Put his head over the ball was Tholstrup. He's been lively early. As I said, his young fella plays for Subiaco in the West Australian under-18s and likely to go, Mark, top 10 pick, they believe. Caden Tholstrup, his young brother.
Okay, there you go.
Mark that in the little diary, bit of trivia for what it's worth. So umpire throws the footy up there, shepherd off the ball surely to the North Pilbara player. And we'll get this kick here in Joel Bartlam. So Bartlam has it, decides to play on by hands to the player there in Renton. Renton in the hot spot, 2-on-1 here. Rice just about paid the mark here by Langdon. Shot the handball out. Good play here by the North Pilbara side. Kicks the ball to the spot. In front there was a player for the North Pilbara side in Daniel Farmer. Touch off the line, a boundary line throw in, and probably midway through this first quarter, North Pilbara 2 straight 12 and Esperance are 1 straight 6.
They are. We'll try and get that time clock to you very shortly, but in the meantime, we're in the right forward pocket for North Pilbara. They'll be looking to answer the try and kick ahead here as Esperance clear from half back. So the ball is going to pitch at about right half back. There's a few players after it. Esperance have the numbers at ground level, but that's a good pickup. Streaming through is Macaulay for North Pilbara. He gets the hand pass off to a teammate in Cullerton. He sends it to right forward pocket, and it's gathered well by that Esperance defender who's dashing out of half back. I think it was Stewart and they can clear. So they're at left half back. The ball's bobbling around on their 50-metre line. Hand pass up, more hopeful than anything, and Zane Rigby taking in a strong tackle. Oh, they do well to keep it in. I thought it is out now.
It's hard to get
Bundled over.
Kick. In even levels like this, Mark, I did the game yesterday, East Perth and Swansea, SEN and the Bassendean Oval, and the reason East Perth won, they had about 16, 17 more tackles. And already in this game, mate, the tackling pressure by both sides has been fantastic.
Yeah, it's a hotly contested game. So Hawkey and Bartlam contesting the ruck, and the umpire says, give it a bit more oomph than that, young fella. So we'll have another throw in. Right on the paint of 50, you can see painted in that beautiful Indigenous stripe, the 50-metre arcs today here at Fremantle Oval. As Walton goes in for North Pilbara. There's Hawkley again on the bottom of the pack for Esperance trying to shovel it out. And North Pilbara win it out the back. Although, as we said, it's a hard footy. And Esperance love playing that hard game. It's Wood in there throwing his body around, and we'll have a ball up 55 metres out from the North Pilbara goal. They lead this one 2 straight 12, Esperance 1 straight 6.
Here we are, good knock then by the play there in Hawkey for the Esperance side. He chiseled the ball out, but comes to the contest this way of the North Pilbara. They just have all the answers at the moment. Kick forward, roving front and centre, was very good below his knees. Was that play Walton on his left, kicks the ball to the hot spot, and in front, Langdon's dropped the soda, has enough time to recover, kick around the goal, and another goal to the North Pilbara side. And this player here, Guy Langdon, he's already nailed 2, dropped an absolute soda, but had enough time to, what's this replay here, dropped a soda, had enough time to go back on the foot, he didn't panic and kick around the goal, and a very bright start here to the North Pilbara side.
Yeah, it's a really classy finish as well, and look, grand finals are about moments, Cam, and look, he dropped the footy, but he was able to make it his moment. He picked up and snapped really well. He probably had a bit too much time, to be honest. Esperance would want to be a little closer than that.
Geez, they're looking on song, don't they, North Pilbara? You and me gone the other way with Essendon because of the conditions there, Mark, but the North Pilbara side, they've adjusted, and they've adjusted very well, and that's why they are up by 2 clear goals, 3 straight 18. Great kicking by the North Pilbara side, and the Esperance side are only 1 straight 6. Milligram once again, good leap then, Dumble. Hawkeye brings the ball, try to find Tholshop. He's taken an eternity to get the footy, hitting the ball hard. Was a play over there in McCauley for the North Pilbara side, copping one high, or holding the footy. It's the ladder. So the big Ruttman, Joel Bartlem, centre half back here, has the footy now here for the North Pilbara side. He kicks the ball straight down the middle of the ground. No one in particular over the top, but Langdon again, Strills over the top, handball over there. He's going to get the ball up again, Langdon, but overran it. Under a bit of pressure now, well by Thorstrop again. Good tackle by Esperance, and they're on the far side, but the umpire's seen a tackle here a little bit high. It's going to come all the way back here, once again to the North Pilbara player there. Pick him up in a minute. I think it might be Ben Walson, I think. Pretty small in stature there. It's about 45 metres out, directly in front, and even the run of the umpires is going at this stage North Pilbara's way, and about 45 metres out. Bit of an angle, bit of a wet footy, goes on that left foot. Geez, he got the distance all right. Has he got the accuracy? No, just short, but in the front, might be Langdon. Umpire should have played it, but didn't, and the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me.
So it'll be a boundary throw-in deep in the forward pocket for North Pilbara. They've made a really strong start to the 2023 Division 3 Grand Final, Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Footy Championship. Umpire hurls it in over his head. That's a good boundary throw-in. And once again, hard to win the footy at the base of that pack. Esperance goes in strongly. Emerging from it is Smiler, doing really well. He sends the footy into the centre of the ground. His kick not so good. That one's intercepted. So North Pilbara can reload from the centre of the ground. And a mark is taken at right half forward. The bright orange boots, there's a few out there today. The kick goes to the forward pocket. Big pack of players. No mark taken. Ball hits the deck. Esperance win the footy. Walton's there to scramble a kick for North Pilbara. It goes all the way, and he's nailed it. Benny Walton for North Pilbara has kicked their 4th, and it's 4 in a row as well. And out of the pack, Ben Walton
Smart
has jailed that goal, and he is, as I mentioned, Cam, a good North Beach boy. He spent a couple of years at North Beach, I think, and now plying his trade in the Pilbara, but this makes it a really fast start and a really dangerous start for North Pilbara. They are 4 straight 24, leading Esperance 1 straight 6.
They just settled a lot earlier, haven't they, the North Pilbara side? Haven't been flustered by the contingency at Fremantle Oval there, Mark. They just settled straight, and all they do is playing old-fashioned footy, hitting the ball on. And, yeah, young Benny Walton from the Dampier Sharks Footy Club, a former from the North Beach Footy Club, just in the right place at the right time. The middle of the ground once again. Good ruckwork's been taken this time by the play there in white. Goes on the far side again. Tholstrup overran it. The Pilbara player did. Now Schlecky on the right. Caught one high. Surely was the North Pilbara player. And the umpire said it certainly was. So good start by them, and has the footy now. They can switch to play. No. Decides to go back and have a little rethink about his situation. So he kicks the ball in the half-forward flank. Just a flowery punt. A beautiful mark in front's been taken by Oakley Wallace. So Wallace, centre half back here for Esperance. They're under the pump in the minute. They trail by 3 straight goals. So Wallace goes straight down the high diddle. A 2-on-1. The numbers are here with Esperance. And there it is. Quarter time here of this grand final of the Division 3 champion seeds North Pilbara 4 straight. Esperance are 1 straight. 2 goals to Langdon, 1 goal to Strait, and 1 goal to Walton. And the single goal scorer for Esperance is Tyson Francis.
Certainly a really hotly contested first quarter, Cam, and sort of in the back half of it, they've pulled away there, North Pilbara, and I think we can go back down to the boundary. Tony Neal's there to tell us a little bit about what's happening.
Big Joel Bartlam's joined us right here at quarter time, folks. And I'll tell you, Joel, how is it underfoot there, and great teamwork?
Yeah, real good. It's slippery out there, but the boys put on a good first quarter performance. Yeah, we're going all right. Yeah, good start.
And you guys run so well. You tend to run up the and put a bit of a press on as well, and just using the ball, the skill. How is it to play with such elite players?
Yeah, the boys, that's a thing we put in at the start was the fitness. I think we're a lot fitter than these boys, and up north we run a lot, so the boys are putting in a good performance,
All right, mate, we'll let you get in there. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. Get into it. Good on you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks to Tony Neal, and very much appreciate the time of Joel Bartlam, who is able to give us some insight into what's happening in quarter time, Cam, and it's been a really good quarter.
Very interesting point he raised there, wasn't the fitness of the North Pilbara. So we're going to take a short break and come back here for the second quarter seeds. North Pilbara 4 straight 24, Esperance are 1 straight 6.
With Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Welcome back to Fremantle Community Bank Oval, and Mark Foreman, Cam Robbins doing the calling for you this morning. Mark, a very interesting point Big Joel Bartlam raised. He said, we're fitter than him. How cocky is he? I said, no, we up there run. It's hot, hard, it's heat, and we just run.
Yeah. If only some of the Esperance players could have heard that, I think we'll give you a run for your money. But North Pilbara certainly giving them a run for their money with a really fast start. Four goals straight. Accurate kicking also. Obviously from both teams, we haven't had a behind yet. But in grand finals, goals are like absolute gold.
Yep.
And certainly making the most of their opportunities, North Pilbara.
So this time Essence will be kicking to the left of the screen and the North Pilbara side kicking to the right of the screen. As I said, it's Mark Foreman and Cam Robbins doing their calling for you this morning. Thanks to our sponsors, Build Up Insurance Commission of Western Australia, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, West Australia Footy Commission, and also making this filming opportunity, filming footy and dartfish. So take it away, Mark, the start of the second quarter.
Esperance will be kicking to the left of your screen, and they need to respond after a strong first quarter from North Pilbara. They end up with the footy from the ruck tap, but I don't think it'll be coming out of there. We'll have a secondary ball up. We haven't moved from the centre circle, which, as you can see, is looking a little muddy at the moment. And there's a few games to come on this oval today. And winning down the tap for Esperance, it was Hawkey, but the ball flicks out the back, ends in the hands of Walton for North Pilbara. He shares it further forward with Renton. The ball now goes to half forward. Good intercepting mark taken at right half back for Esperance, so they can settle and try and hold the footy. They like to play a bit of a possession game when they can, or at least that's what I noticed through their first day of the carnival, as they go backwards and then go forwards again. The ball's in the hands of Wakeham at right half back, and he sees a target. Ooh, made him work for it, but Tholstrup takes the mark. Still in the D50 as they switch the ball across the face of goal. This is Bourne. Now he looks to come out to this broadcast wing with a long left-footed kick. It bounces in front of his intended target in Francis.
Still out there on that hovelling hamstring there, mate. I can't believe it. The big Ethan Strode, who kicked the first goal for the Pilbara. Look at him still jogging down there, carrying that left hamstring.
Yeah, so it's certainly an issue for North Pilbara and one that they're going to have to monitor as the boundary umpire gets us underway. Picked up by Tholstrup again. They share it by hand, Esperance, and they've got a player out the front of the pack. This is McCallion. He sends a long kick down the line. It's all North Pilbara down there, and flying across, taking a good intercepting mark is Macaulay, and they can reload from half back.
He's had a good solid first quarter, hasn't he?
He has.
So Macaulay has it, kicks the ball down the line. Geez, an ordinary kick in there. Picked up that this time by McClellan here for the Esperance side, but kicks it, running into a bit of space and taking an uncontested mark there is Caleb Stager. So Stager goes straight down the middle of the ground here at Community Bank Oval. Dropped the mark easy. Row very well was McClellan, and once again for Esperance, kicks the ball to full forward. Spall over the top. Try to find the big play there in Francis. He ran over. Now he's tackled. Now he's in a bit of trouble. I might have got him high. I think it could be holding the footy. I think it's the ladder and holding the pill. And North Pilbara can repel in the back half of the ground, and they do that very well to Piccoli. Piccoli on the right, found his teammate. He's been lively too. Young Walton goes on his left side. It's Walton's Farmer on his left, kicks it forward the half-forward flank. Tried to find Guy Langdon. Langdon overran it. The Essence play didn't. That was Francis. So Francis and Langdon trying to work themselves out of the position here. Still ball's going nowhere. Now finally they get it. Well done there by Bourne. The Bourne identity on his left. Goes to the centre of the ground. Well done, the Pilbara player there, Reece Stewart, so good, lowered his eyes, kicks the ball to the half-forward flank, and a fantastic passage of play forward to the hand of Nathan Bravington.
So he'll have the footy for North Pilbara at right half forward. He sees a player in the pocket, and he did hit him, and he spilled the mark. It's Dan Farmer dropping what he should have taken. He goes back in to win the ball well. This is Walton in the forward pocket for North Pilbara, and the ball comes out of his grasp and across the line. It's our first blemish of this 2023 Div 3 Grand Final, the Nutrien Ag Solutions WA Country Footy Championships. And that blemish goes the way of North Pilbara. They are 4-1-25, leading Esperance 1 straight 6. Contact below the knees. Pretty easy one for the umpire to gather, and Esperance will reload from half back.
So Tony Sensational, our boundary, he does everything. He's also got the team's list, so thank you very much there, Tony. So they go forward here to Esperance on that far side of the ground. They have the footy and trying to grab it here and go on the fat side of the ground. Looking at the options here, there's nothing on there. So he just kicks the ball straight down the line. And good diving mark's been taken on the North Pilbara side and Piccolio. So Piccolio has it. The boy from the Dampier Sharks, the premiership side up there in the North Pilbara. Great part of the world up there. So Picolia goes down on that defensive wing. Just about a good mark over the top by the player there in Wakeham. He's overran it though. Pick-up was good below his knees. Handball 1 and 2 brings a play from Esperance in contestant. That was McLennan. Well done through traffic. Can draw the play over the top by chain of handballs. This is good play by Esperance. They go down the centre half forward. Numbers are though with the North Pilbara side below his knees. Good pick-up. Was very effective. Was Collerton on his left. Brought his player into the contest. Gave him the don't argue. That should be holding the footy. Umpire said no, it wasn't. It's play on advantage. And good use of the footy to Esperance. And the big fella there, Tyson Francis. And if you want one guy to have a ping at goals, I think this lad is the guy for you.
So have a look at this set shot, Cam. He strikes the ball so well. Saw him clear the... He was kicking goals from... Well, sort of kicking from 40 or so metres, but clearing it with absolute ease. So Tyson Francis, originally from South Australia and made his way slightly across the border, will kick from about 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle. We're right behind him. He sends the kick on its way, and he's done it justice. Lucky we talked him up because he's absolutely drilled it. So that is Esperance's second goal, and a much-needed goal. It's Tyson Francis's second goal as well. They are 2 straight 12, trailing North Pilbara 4-1-25, but they strike first in this second quarter, and a critical goal, Cam.
And Mark, very interesting, probably well below your time because you're a lot younger than me, mate. This guy, Gary McIntosh, who used to play in Adelaide, on the way to training, mate, he used to eat pizzas on the way to train the back of his motorbike, and he had a similar bill, no disrespect to Tyson Francis, but similar kicking style as well. He had the socks down below his ankles and just a big thumping kick. So well done, and good start here by Esperance. They pegged a goal back here. It's in the middle of the ground once again, and doing the ruck work once again is a big ruckman there in Bartlett. Tries to over-ruck this player there was Oversby. Oversby just jumps on him like a World Championship wrestle hold and says, give the ball to me. Really wanted to meet him in a dark night, Oversby. He probably eats handfuls of gravel for breakfast, I reckon. So Oversby goes up again. Both missed it, but umpire said you shepherded him off the footy. So he's going to go back to Joel Bartlett. So Bartlett decides to play on defensive pressure by Timmy McIntyre was sensational. Holding the footy. They have the footy now. So the big ruckman there in Joel Bartram. He decides to switch to play on the far side of the ground. It's a good kick. And finds his teammate Lace out on that far side of the ground. He decides to play on that play with Storat. On the left, good ball over the top by the Esperance player there. That was Griffiths. Griffiths by hand brought his teammate in the contest. That was Wakeham. So Esperance go forward once again. Standing under the contest was the North Pilbara player Picolio, and I think he's been shepherded off the footy. He certainly has. And a kick here to the North Pilbara side here, and it goes to the way of Benny Collerton. Collerton on his right. Good kick. Good play here by the North Pilbara, using the ball pretty well in conditions like this. It's Guy Langdon on his right. Kicks the ball to the hot spot here. The 2-on-1 numbers are here with the North Pilbara. Pick up below the knees by Renton was very effective. Renton brings his teammate in the play. That was Sorrell. Sorrell over the top to Langdon. Langdon down the line. He missed his target. Should have loaded his eyes a bit better so Esperance can repel. That's through Liam Bates. Tried to find Tholshop and also the big Rutman. Good pick up below his knees by that player there in Oversby for Esperance. And they're out of jail here. Using the ball well, and they decides to switch. And why wouldn't you switch when McCullen has a footy? He also switches on the far side. They've got good hard running by Esperance. Tholshop dropped an easy mark, but good defensive pressure by the North Pilbara player there, Macaulay. Well done. They draw the play over the top here. Macaulay gets the 1-2 back here. Well done by North Pilbara, and they kick the ball down the half-forward flank.
And it's fisted out of bounds by Esperance, and we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of their interchange gates, flying high and smacking it out of bounds was Quinn Livin. And we are 75 metres around from the North Pilbara goal. We'll have a boundary throw in. It's a 13-point lead to North Pilbara. Probably about halfway through this second quarter as the umpire hurls it back in. It's Benny Walton on the bottom of the pack again. And I think they've found a free kick, the umpires. They have. So Ben Walton will take the free kick for a high contact. 65 metres from home. He sends the ball to the hot spot. Players go up in front, taking a good mark. Good intercepting mark there. Taken by Griffiths. And Esperance can clear. They move out to right half back. Finds a player in McCallion. Down the wing. Clears a couple of players. And I think the umpires found a free kick. Wood
push off the ball, mate. The kick was there.
Yep.
Shout out to the umpires too, mate. They've done a fantastic job this carnival. The boundary, the fields and the goal umpires.
They have. So Wood got into the back of his opponent. So North Pilbara will reload. They'll go to about 50 metres out from goal. Ball's fisted forward. It escapes the clutches of Balestra. And now there's a foot race on it, right half forward. Winning it is Tholstrup for Esperance, and he runs out of space. It'll be a boundary throw-in as he says hello to a couple of Goldfields players over the fence. We'll have a boundary throw-in that game coming up next for you in Division 2. The hotly fancied Goldfields as well. They were good to watch yesterday, and they've gone through the carnival undefeated thus far as the umpire throws it in. It is currently on the North Pilbara 50-metre line. Well, not anymore as Tholstrup emerges from the pack. They go down the line. A couple of players, good body work, really strong mark taken by Rocha. He plays on quickly, looks into the centre of the ground. It's a dangerous kick, but it does get there in time. And able to take the mark was Quinn Liven. He sends the ball inside forward 50. He's got a player on, and it's been marked as well. That's Regan Mott. He'll take the kick for Esperance from about 45 metres out directly in front of goal. And, well, for the neutral, this is exactly what we needed. For Esperance, this is what we needed. They've kicked the first of the second half, of the second quarter, and lining up to make it 2 in short time.
Definitely been a memento shift, haven't I reckon, Esperance way. Mark, they've settled so far. Pilbara came out the first quarter, but I reckon memento shift and all the footy at the moment with Esperance.
That's Regan Mott, set sail for goal, and he's missed out to the right-hand side. So not the result they were after, but they are pressing as it's a minor score. Esperance 2-1-13. They trail North Pilbara 4-1-25 halfway through the second quarter.
So North Pilbara have it here, drawing someone to run at him, so no one does, so he kicks the ball down the lodge. Could have been a push in the back to the Pilbara player there in Baccolio. Well done, put his head over the footy, caught one high. Umpire said no, he didn't play it on that ball, wake him. Now he's tackled again. He's a human cannonball, he is, number 14, Jordan Piccoli. Just puts his sweet over the footy and then runs hard at it. So umpire throws the ball up, doing the right contest once again is Bartlam. Tried to find his teammate once again was Bravington. He's overran it, still in the contest, somehow gets a handball out, but Esperance, fantastic work for our cameraman then. Richard Bourne, the Bourne identity, goes into the centre, and there he is again, big Tyson Francis. The Bourne identity, Richard Bourne on his left, kicked it to space, and Francis once again, opportunity to kick his third mark.
And I didn't know him until a couple of days ago.
You know him now.
I do know him now, and I can tell you he has certainly got the trip in him. It's just a matter of accuracy. I actually asked him after that shot at goal, I said, have you ever kicked a goal after the siren before? He said no, and I've been kicking like, well, I won't tell you what he said, but I've been kicking like poop this year. So he'll line up from about 51 metres out. He sends it on its way. It's an almighty roost. Oh, and it falls short. What have you done to me, Nathan Francis? I've said he's got the journey in him. He's probably, too fair to him, he's fallen about probably a quarter of a metre short, and it's thumped through for a minor score. So Esperance 2-2-14 trail North Pilbara 4-1-25 as we deep into the second quarter here at Fremantle Oval. A massive fist from Esperance. I think the player rising high there was Griffiths, and it's gone out of bounds right in front of our cameraman. You can see the access.
Good angles, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely, as we get a close-up of Nathan Bravington.
He played good in the grand final last year for the Carruthers Cats there, Mark. Bravington got a ton of the footy.
A boundary throw-in right in front of our cameraman. You can see him in your foreground as it's fisted forward by North Pilbara. Running onto it is Bravington. He evades one tackler in those bright orange boots, but he can't evade the boundary line. We'll have another boundary throw-in right between the interchange gates on centre wing. It's a 11-point lead to North Pilbara. It's been whittled away as what was an 18-point lead at quarter time.
Bravington could be the opportunity to win that 25-year commemorative jump, I reckon. Close to the best on ground. Well done by the ruck knot there was Langdon. Brought his play in the contest. Good strong tackle by the Essence player there in Liam Bates. Ball's going nowhere, and we're going to restart this ball up. He does it again, Langdon. Finds his team up, but Essence drove the footy. Stepping back behind the play there is that Baccolio, the human cannonball. He kicks the ball to half-forward flank. Dropped a mark, but North Pilbara side through Langdon. He's definitely providing a target at centre half forward, Mark, isn't he? Having a key forward who the players kick to definitely opens up the game for the North Pilbara side.
Oh, it's critical, and you know, when you're under pressure, sometimes you just need to jam the ball in the boot, and you need that bailout kick, and that's what those big fellas can supply, and certainly Langdon's been that today for North Pilbara.
So, free kick here, the opportunity here for Reach Griffiths, the ruckman. He brings the ball in the corridor. Good kick by him and finds his teammate Clarence Green. Green on the fat side of the ground. Someone's running on that far side. Well done by Esperance. Picking up below his knees was Franzoni. Franzoni in his right. Kicks the ball to half-forward flank. There he is again, below his knees. Handball was good. Well done here by Esperance. The kicking ball to the one-on-one, but down the back and taking a good mark is Jordan Picolio. He's been absolutely sensational. Picolio kicks the ball on the defensive side, trying to find Bravington, and the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me. Midway through this first half, North Pilbara 4-1-25, Esperance at 2-2-40. Their margin is 11 points. Cam Robbins and Mark Foreman doing the calling for you. Thank you, Mark, for your company.
And it's a pleasure to be here, Cam. It's fantastic that we can bring you the WA Country Footy Championship Grand Finals, as you said, from Fremantle Oval, as Bravington picks it up again for North Pilbara. God, he's good below his knees. He shares the ball with Langdon. They move it forward, the Pilbara down centre wing. It ends in the hands of Walton, but it is a free kick picked out, coming back the way of Renton. He goes in short, finds a teammate. This is Balestra. He stops Props. He sees a teammate. His kick's a bit shonky.
It's a good pick-up.
Yeah, it was a good pick-up. They still win it, though. Well done to control it. It was Schleicher. And then evading a tackler was Stewart. He goes dangerously into the middle of the ground. I think it could be turned over, although it's a 2-on-2 right in the guts of Fremantle Oval. It was picked up by Mott. Hand pass over his head. Esperance are going to win the ball here. They go forward. It's a scrappy kick to right half forward. Gathering well was Bartlam. They share it by hand, and now they're coming back out to this broadcast wing. Dangerous kick coming across well was the Esperance defender. They try and scramble a kick forward. First on the scene there for Esperance is Baines, but he's unable to stop this forward movement from North Pilbara. It's a push in the back, so they're going to go further forward now. And a 50-metre penalty. It's Kenton Smiler who has the ball for North Pilbara, and he's been given an absolute gift. Ball not returned to him in the manner the umpire needed it to be, and Smiler will take his free kick, and there's a player all on his own in the forward pocket. He took the mark. Wakeham plays on and put himself under probably the pressure he didn't need to. Maybe he was worried about the trip, and in the end that's cost him. It's just a minor score, 2-3-15. Esperance North Pilbara 4-1-25. It's a 10-point margin in the shadows of half time.
Probably had too much pain in both of his arms there, Mark, to kick the ball.
Dragging him down, you reckon?
Dragging his arms down. So Esperance go in that far defensive side of the ground. Just about to take a good mark there was Bartram for the North Pilbara side. They have the numbers here. Through traffic, beautiful tackle from behind. Just threw him on the ground here.
Not a beautiful
umpire said it was a little bit high.
I think they've called it a slinger.
It is too, I think. It is. So had the footy here, the North Pilbara side here. They can go forward again. Just settling at the moment because it's been the last few minutes. There's been a memento shift, and Esperance has been the benefactor of the memento shift. So Matera here goes down the forward line here, trying to find the player over there in Dunn. Been pretty quiet this quarter, Dunn. Good first quarter, been quiet in the second.
Oof.
Good hit and shot off the ball. That was by Liam Bates. Going in, no beg your pardon, see you. Don't you worry about that. No easy kick out there. I'm glad I'm sitting up here, not out on the ground there, Mark.
It's a tough contested game, and like we spoke about before the game, Cam, Esperance starting to throw their weight around. We've seen a few of those bigger hits, probably maybe trying to intimidate the North Pilbara boys as the ball goes inside the forward 50 for North Pilbara. Once again, a hard footy to win. There's a kick out of the pack. It's going to go right to the goal line and fisted away, taking no risks. There was, I think it was Thelstrup. It was for Esperance. He's fisted the ball out of bounds. Probably showing a little bit of experience there. Try and take the mark. He might get yourself under a bit of pressure. Yeah, he has been. He's been really busy around the footy. As we'll have a boundary throw in right next to the left-hand behind post for North Pilbara. So a huge chance here out of the ruck for them is White. And a strong tackle laid on the bottom of that. The ball's not coming out of there. We'll have a boundary throw in. Sorry, a ball up. We're 25 metres out from the North Pilbara goal. White contests the ruck again. It's a good tap and a snap out of the pack. Has it got the legs? It does. It's a goal for North Pilbara. And that is a fantastic kick. Picked out of the ruck. Now, who is that player?
There's a replay here. Oh, beautiful. How good was the ruck? Well, I can't get that player up again, but I tell you what, that tap work by the ruckman by the North Pilbara side and Jetty White, absolutely unbelievable. We still don't know who that player was. The two probably get more excited about the ruck work craft than the player actually kicking the ball.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have a feeling that may well be Is it Nathan Bravington who's kicked that goal?
I think it is. I think you're right.
There's a few high fives from Bravington in the forward line, so our apologies. We are doing our best, and he didn't do his best to accommodate us, Cam. If he could quite simply turn around and show us his back, that'd be handy.
I was just gobsmacked by the fantastic rugby by White.
Yeah.
Good name, White. Jeff White, good ruckman for Fremantle, wasn't he?
Exactly. North Pilbara will go forward again. That's Dunn, who's leading the race for the ball. He shows them a clean pair of heels, runs into goal, and he's missed. He's hit the post. Oh, the goal was at his mercy. He's kicked it probably in the end from the tip of the goal square, and he's hit the post. Should have done much better. That's a huge let-off for Esperance. North Pilbara 5-2, 32. Esperance 2-2, 14.
Daniel Farmer's picked the ball up because he has a very errant kick out of goals. Daniel Farmer has leached on that, and he has kicked a goal from the look of this kick mark. Shocking. Below his knee was ordinary. He read it very well, did Dean Farmer on the left, and kicked the goal. You can't ensure, you must hit targets in conditions like this. They didn't, and Dean Farmer lurched on it, Daniel Farmer, and kicked a goal right on the half-time siren there.
What an absolute coach killer, Cam. So trying to exit out from full back, and they've paid the ultimate price. So that is half-time here at Fremantle Oval. North Pilbara 6-3, 39, Esperance 2-2, 14.
Absolutely major goal scores.
They said bigger than ever. It's been outstanding. 18 senior teams, 8 Colts. How good has it been so far?
Yeah, it's been awesome, thanks, Tony. Yeah, we had a couple of real challenging years, naturally, with COVID, like most parts of society, and we had 12 senior teams last year. To get back to 18 this year has been super. A lot of leagues that haven't competed for a long period of time too. So it's great to see them come to Perth, enjoy their footy, challenge themselves against other teams, and we've got 2 of them out here that have put in on a great display in the Division 3 final as well.
And Brent, it's what we call a regional showcase, isn't it? It's the best of the best from these regional areas, and it's strong representative football. I don't worry about the division. I just watch football as a purist. It's a great brand of football we're seeing from the country footballers.
It certainly is. It takes a couple of teams a little bit of time to maybe gel. Obviously not being able to come together and train necessarily before the champs, but it does take them a little bit of time to gel. But yeah, the brand of footy's been awesome. A couple of Division 2 teams would definitely not have looked out of place in Division 1, and likewise from our Division 3 that's out here at the moment. So we're really, really excited and really happy with what's been on display so far, and yeah, we're just hoping to continue to see it thrive into the future.
All right, we had some down times. We had the COVID years. We got going last year. It was fantastic. Present day, as we said, 18-8. Just quickly, the future, how's it looking for Western Australian country football? Yeah,
you touched on the couple of real challenging years with COVID. Thankfully, we've noticed that most of our leagues and clubs have bounced back really well. We have some challenges around the state, naturally, with reducing populations and the like, but our communities are real galvanised in how they come together to approach that. We also have some great growth opportunities around the country with areas such as Vass and the Capes area in the southwest that's going gangbusters. So we're really hoping that we can continue to keep football in every one of our regional communities around the state, and it continues to thrive. And hopefully that'll lead to more teams, better teams. We've got over 80% of our teams represented here at the country, our leagues represented here at the Champs, which is awesome. And we're looking forward to continuing to seeing that grow.
All right, and just the last one, how important is it? We're going to have the media truck going around all the regional country areas, but sponsors, of course, yourselves, we've got a sponsor here, we'll come to it. How important have the sponsors been? I know you want to thank a lot of them, yes.
Obviously, from our team's perspective, on behalf of them, I'd like to thank all of the companies that have jumped on board to support getting each individual league here. It's a massive undertaking and cost to get teams from as far as Esperance and North Pilbara, two of our furthest teams that are competing here behind us. So on behalf of country football and all the leagues, we'd like to thank the sponsors that have jumped on board each particular league. But from a country football perspective, we've had some key partners that have that support us and have done for a long period of time. CBH Group with our Colts, Rio Tinto with our women's, and probably the one at the top of the list, Nutrien Ag Solutions. 49 years we are up to, and the great man Steve Wright will allude to that shortly, I've no doubt. But they're such amazing sponsors of us and have been for a long period of time, and our championships would not be possible without their support, so we're incredibly grateful.
All right, well, it's a credit to yourself, and I know a lot of your staff have been so helpful over these 4 days, and all the teams come up and have a yap, and it's very engaging to see the transparency. So thank you very much, first of all, Brent. And I'll come across Steve Wright, the key account manager for Nutrien Ag, mate. I love the hat too. Fair dinkum, mate. I heard you talk the other night at the opening, and we've seen you around the place. The great thing is too, you're actually here for the people to come up and have a chat to, mate. 49 years. First of all, tell us, Nutrien Ag, who you are.
Sure. So Nutrien Ag's a global agribusiness service company. So we're, global, as I said. They're in Australia as well. So the good thing about Nutrien Ag is that we do live and, work in all of our regional areas. And, many of our staff and agents are part of country footy. And I myself spent most of my career in the Central Wheat Belt. I wasn't a very good footy player, but I made up the numbers.
We get better as we get older.
So it's just good to be a part of footy. And as a company, we're well connected and grounded to, where we work and live. And we know the importance of football in our, regional areas. Yep.
And you touched on that because that is important to understand what happens in regional areas. And you've got the north, you've got the south. There's so many different things that can happen with agriculture. Someone spoke to me yesterday about banana plantations as well. There's a bit of everything, and Nutrien Ag spreads far and wide. Everywhere we drive, we see the signs up, and it's fantastic, the branding. 49 years, I tell you what, have you been every year, Steve?
No, well, I have played Carnival a few years, but no, I've been around that long. In fact, it's the 49th year of our footy, and that's the longest I've been with the company, so we've been with them for as long as I've been with them, so yes, I have. Oh. But, 49 years is a great result for us, and God, we're so proud of that number. And next year, of course, if you're a mathematician, yes, we do our 50th year, and we've started planning for that already, so there'll be a good event next year being arranged, so it'll be a good celebration, 50 years. And you know what, before we go, I guess we've had a really, really strong, magnificent relationship with the WA Country Footy League. It's been fruitful for both parties.
Steve, it's always great to have a sponsor on board. You get them for 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, but 49 years. But to hear that from you, and that's for all the people out there, it's a harmonious relationship. You continue to do it. We wouldn't have country football championships without the support of Nutrien Ag and all the sponsors out there, mate. You're an absolute credit to you representing your company and your area. But as I said, to travel down here, be available to everyone, we can't thank you enough. And thanks so much for joining us. Our sponsor is Archie's Songs. We're going to give you a pair of Archie's Songs. Quite happy about that. So thank you very much. Thanks very much for joining us, Steve.
Good on you. Thank you. Thanks.
Fantastic work. Thank you very much to Tony Neal down on the boundary. And like he spoke about, Cam, it is critical to have all these people involved. Hey, we're not far from getting underway in this second half, but we were sort of prematurely cut off there to get to some commitments and to get down to Tony on the boundary. So we didn't get the goal kickers. Can you run through them for us?
Certainly do. For the North Pilbara side, Guide Langdon's kicked 2-1 each to Farmer, to Walton, to Babington, and also to Stirrat, and 2 goals to Francis from the Esperance side, Mark. So very good timing. The league was 18 points at quarter time, and the lead's been extended to 25 points at half time. And like I said, North Pilbara started off the game very, very well. Last 4 or 5 minutes of that second quarter, Mark, I reckon Esperance is a bit of a memento shift, but North Pilbara probably weathered the storm and the pressure, and they got themselves back in the contest once again. But shout out to Steve, 49 years of sponsoring Nutrien Ag. That's unbelievable. And shout out to Brett Sheridan, does a fantastic job for the West Australia Country Footy League, organising such a fantastic carnival.
It was brilliant, and it gave me a bit of a chuckle just there. You could see on your screen all the players are out in their positions, and the siren had even gone. There was not an umpire to be seen, but they have now emerged from their little tunnel.
umpires.
Exactly right. So they've emerged and making their way. You can see the central umpire just looking at each end, waiting for the goal umpires to get in place and make sure those two white flags are stuck sturdy behind the goalposts. But all is in readiness for the start of this second half. It is a 25-point lead to North Pilbara after surging home late in that second quarter. Second half action, Division 3 of the WA Country Footy Championships. This is Cam Robbins.
So Joel Bartlett wins the contest. Rode verily again by the Essence player. That was Curnow. On the left, on the right, goes a player there in Bradbrington. He's been absolutely sensational. Tried to find Guy Ling. A little smart little click over the top, wasn't it, to Dunn. Dunn overran it, though. The numbers are here with Esperance. Good kick under pressure on the half-back flank. Got the contest 1-2. Below his knees was fantastic by Wood. He got a push in the back. Or it might have been a throw. It's the ladder. And so the North Pilbara side can have the footy through Mercurio. So has the footy now. He lowers his eyes and goes down to the half-forward flank. Just about a mark over the top by the Esperance play was Griffiths. He overran it though, but back on the contest, hitting the ball to the boundary line. Beautiful play there by the Esperance player. Put his head over the footy was Thomas. Got his own footy. Well done by Thomas. Fantastic play. Fame McClellan. Well done by Esperance. Good chisel there by Thulshot, but he got tackled very heavily. Players going absolutely everywhere. It's like a pinball game of machine out there at the moment. Bradford still trying to surge his way through. The umpires let the play go on, and finally he pulls out a free kick to Bradford.
Yeah, so off the bottom of the pack, Nathan Bradford, he's been really strong for North Pilbara this carnival. He'll send the North Pilbara inside forward 50. The ball's going to land about 20 metres out. They go up. Langdon was the target. Lands in the lap of Walton. He gets a hand pass away. Snap around the corner. And there is a goalkeeper on the line. Taking the saving mark is Curnow. In fact, it's a rush behind. It is a rush behind. So, first score of the second half goes the way of the North Pilbara. Takes them to 40 points. Leading this one by 26 over Esperance, who are 2-2-14. And they'll play on out of the defensive goal square. It's not the best kick. It lands in the lap of North Pilbara. It was done. He sends the goal deep to the goal square. It's a mark. Langdon wastes no time. Plays on around the corner. He snaps the goal. And North Pilbara have kicked the first of the second half. And their lead is now getting to dangerous territory. Esperance have alarm bells going off everywhere. Guy Langdon took a fantastic mark. He played on quickly, snapped truly, and that is their seventh goal, 7-4-46. They lead Esperance 2-2-14 through only a couple of minutes in this third quarter. And, well, the lead now out to 32 points, Cam Robbins. It is dangerous territory.
Mark, there's a bit of a mismatch too. Poor old Hamish Thomas, number 14 for Esperance. He gave away a foot and a half to Langdon. Langdon's strong and smart. He just reached up, got an easy mark and converted, but a bit of a mismatch down there. And like I said, Langdon's probably been the key forward of this game here this morning.
We're back underway in the centre of the ground. The tap once again won by Jed White. And the umpire's taken a bit of a tumble, but he's still managed to see a free kick for Nathan Bravington. We were discussing during the break, Cam, we reckon he's probably been the best player on the ground thus far. His kick falls a little short of his intended target, picked up well by Bourne for Esperance. So they're running out on the far wing. Stewart's leading the chase. He's tackled well, very well, and it's a turnover. Although reinforcements arrive. Bravington's there for North Pilbara. He chisels a kick down the line. Yeah, it was very impressive, and it's Piccolo who takes the mark. His kick's a little dangerous into the centre of the ground. Intercept mark taken for Hawkey. So Esperance have the ball at centre half back. Hawkey comes to this broadcast wing. He finds a teammate in Franzone. He goes long down the line, shoving his opponent out the way. That's a great mark taken by Francis. He looks for his brother down the line, and he's out-muscled by the North Pilbara defender. So a bit of kick-to-kick at the moment, almost losing his footing, but able to take the mark is Renton. And North Pilbara will come down to this broadcast wing.
Well done by Leaning, bring the ball to the ground, try to find his teammate. He didn't have it. Surely was the Pilbara player there in Farmer. Umpire said yes, he did. So it's play on through advantage here. So Esperance trying to cannonball their way through, and the umpire finally says, give the ball to me. So Mark Foreman, Cam Robbins doing the calling for you this morning in this Division 3 Championship sees North Pilbara. They're everywhere at the moment. 7-4-46, 2-2-14. They're used to the red pinned down dirt up here. But I tell you what, they've got themselves accompanied to this very wet and probably tie ground down there, Fremantle over. Tackle over the top was good by the North Pilbara player there in Selecki. The tackle was good on McCallan. And the umpire says, give the ball to me for another ball up.
Right on the paint of that Indigenous flag, celebrating NAIDOC week, as emerging from the pack, taking it was Wood. They go forward, Esperance, but it's soccered the other way. He's done for North Pilbara. Really clean below his knees. They stream through the centre of the ground. They go inside forward 50. Walton did well to bring the ball to ground for North Pilbara, but Esperance is able to steady. And the clearing kick out to centre wing. Diving mark, unable to be taken by the Esperance player. It was a good effort, to be honest, in McCallion. And it'll be a boundary throw-in between the two interchange benches. We have got you can't quite see it, but there's the Indigenous flag and the Torres Strait Islander flag as well. And celebrating NAIDOC week as the umpire hurls the footy in. Bourne tries to scrub her a kick forward for Esperance. Going in well was McCallion. He wins the hand pass as well. So they're going to go inside forward 50. That's a better entry. And marking out in front of his eyes on the lead is Francis, who has been the only avenue for goal for the Esperance side so far. He has. He's kicked two really strong telling goals, and if ever they need one, now is the time. He's a thumping kick, Nathan Francis, and he settles over the ball. He'll kick from around about 47, 48 metres on an angle just right of centre. The left-footed kick is on its way. It's coming back, and it's come back enough. I thought he was going to almost hit that left-hand goalpost, but he's been able to swing it home, and that is the third goal for Esperance. They maintain touch of North Pilbara, who have exploded out of the blocks in this second half, and probably through 5 minutes they get the margin back to within 5 kicks. Cam Robbins.
Absolutely good. Any level of footy, mate, when you see a good person taking a good set for goal, and Tyson Francis, just beautiful timing, beautiful action, kicking himself through the footy. He's kicked one in the first, one in the second. Now he's kicked one in the third mark, and him and obviously Langdon for the North Pilbara. So both got key forwards, and that's why just hanging in there, I reckon, Esperance.
On the Sportal scoreboard, as you saw, it is a 26-point lead to North Pilbara. Bravington again at the heart of everything they're doing. Here he is, streaming forward out of the centre. His kick's a bit shonky as it goes forward.
Good mark.
And a good mark, juggling mark taken by the Esperance player. So they can have a little bit of respite. This is Reece Griffiths for Esperance at centre half back. He sends them out to the left half back flank, sliding in well and taking it in front of him. So they're going to go back inside the forward 50, and a mark is taken for North Pilbara. And I think who have we got out there? They play on quickly. The ball's in the goal square. Ben Walton avoids one tackler, gets around him and snaps truly. They answer straight back. North Pilbara 8-4-52. To Esperance, 3-2-20. And at the moment, it feels like 1 step forward, 2 steps back for Esperance. They just can't make inroads into this lead. It's a 32-point lead on the Sportal scoreboard.
Difference, mate, is that number 3 for North Pilbara, Nathan Bravington. Give him the best on ground, give him a car, give him a house, give him everything at the moment, Mark, because I tell you what, he just accumulates the footy, and he's smart, didn't panic, just kicked the ball to space, and very good front roving, and he's been pretty impressive too. The boy from North Beach, and Benny Walton's kicked a couple of goals, but he's there front and centre when the ball goes forward for the North Pilbara side.
He is. Ball's back in the middle, and Esperance starting to get to really desperate times now. North Pilbara fling a hand pass forward. The umpire's found a free kick. It's going to be a centre clearance once again to North Pilbara. They've dominated the ball out of the middle in the early stages of this second half. They're going to come out to this broadcast flank. The target is Bartlam. He can't take the mark. It was well done. Oh, player's hot. Chase down tackle from Walton, but able to get the kick away is Esperance. They find themselves on centre wing, and it was gathered well by Francis, but he ran out of space. It's going to be a boundary throw-in between the two interchange gates. It's a 26, I think it might be a 32-point lead. Is that scoreboard updated? I don't think it has. It's a 32-point lead to North Pilbara as the umpire hurls it back in. Rucks go at it. No clear takeaway just yet, although soccering off the ground is Renton. He tries to follow on after it, and players tapping it around everywhere. This is McCallion, and Esperance emerge from it, and a good mark taken by Wood at centre half forward. So he's got the ball 60 from home. He assesses his options. I'm sure Nathan Francis is probably the target. It goes a little further than him. Can it get to the back? It can't. No mark taken, and then taken down in a strong tackle. I think both Francis boys double teaming and holding the footy inside their forward 50. We're 20 metres out from the Esperance goal.
Yeah, Nathan and Tyson put the sleeper hold on both of those players. It's Francis, that's Nathan this time. Somehow gets his hand on the footy, but it's come back with a bit of interest. Falls in the hand of the Essendon player. They go forward here, right on the forward pocket. Ball over the top. Might be a push in the back to Tyson Francis. Get in the front. The kick was there. And Tyson Francis, again, the dominant forward for the Essendon side. He has kicked 3. A chance to kick his 4th. It's about 35-40 metres out. Bit of an angle, but this lad, as I said, a very good, fluent kick of the footy. And I would back him in from here, but I don't want to put the commentator's course on him. Tyson Francis. Here we go, right behind this one. Mark, I'm going to back the lad in. Leans back on this, the left footer. And just going to squeeze through. He claps it through. Well done, Tyson Francis. And once again, Essendon still a bit of a sniff here. That's their 4th goal. All those 4 goals have been kicked by number 28 in Tyson Francis. So Essendon just pegged that margin back by 6 points and less. And I reckon they're just hanging in there, Mark.
They are. He's been absolutely brilliant. He's a thumping kick, isn't he? He's just a pure kick of the footy. I certainly noticed it when I was watching him shoot for goal on Friday. And like I said, I was very surprised to hear him tell me that he hasn't been kicking straight this year. And
he's kicked 4 straight so far, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's kicked really well today, and he's keeping Esperance in touch. But they need to try and get together a couple of goals in a row. Once again, who do you reckon's at the bottom of the pack for North Pilbara? It's Nathan Bravington. It's toe poked forward. The umpire's picked out a free kick. It'll go the way of Bravington. They tried to take the advantage.
Jeez, how good's he been? Jeez, I'd love to see if that stats, and I reckon he's had close to 30 touches, and he's still got just over a quarter to go. But similar player, and he played for the Cartha Cats last year in the grand final against Dampier. He's the reason why they were into the game. Obviously, they lost to Dampier, but he's a very good player.
He's been brilliant. He sends North Pilbara to half forward, and his skills on show fully there. I think it's Franzoni takes the mark. Or is that Schleicher?
I think it's Schleicher, mate.
Schleicher, yeah. So Schleicher has the footy. The man on the mark stands right on the paint of 50. So Schleicher looks like he's going to have a shot at goal. Not sure he's got the trip. He doesn't. It's going to land on the tip of the goal square. Players go up.
Good mark.
And a really good defensive mark in front taken for Esperance by Daniel. So he stands on the tip of his defensive goal square. And the Bruce Rock Engineering mark of the day. It was a good one, actually, as well. A really important relieving mark for Esperance. They've got to try and string together a couple of goals, but they've got the ball locked inside their defensive 50. That was Bourne. He shares it with a teammate who...
He's just got a great mullet, hasn't he? How good's that mullet?
It's flowing. As he takes the steps on offer for him, he sends it to the wing. It's a pretty good kick to the advantage of a teammate in Griffiths, but North Pilbara wins it. They go forward by the boot of Langdon, and it lands on the chest. So once again, it's Rocha who can try and find a target for Esperance. This time he looks to the other wing. I'm not sure that's the best option. It favours North Pilbara and they win the footy. Sweeping hand pass into the middle of the ground. Can't be taken, so Esperance turn it over. The hand pass flicked out. This is Baines, but he's turned the footy over and they go forward now. North Pilbara, we've got a free kick on the play, so
players just stopped, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. The umpires will bring it back.
So we might have to shout to our sponsor, see if anyone can get an Archie pair of thongs and the best mullet, number 8 for Esperance, Leaky Rocha.
Yeah.
I'll try to get a pair of Archies for him, Mark, because I tell you what, that mullet is gold.
I don't mind him. There he is again, fisting away from his opponent, but North Pilbara get the footy. Snap it, goal. It's a minor score. Missing to the right-hand side. So they're threatening once again North Pilbara, but Esperance need to get that next goal. They've got to try and get a run on here. They trail this one by 31 points, pardon me, halfway through this third quarter.
So Pat Quinlivan has the footy now, kicks on the defensive half back here. Good ball over the top by the North Pilbara player. That's discipline and gets a little high five from his teammate. Playing together as a team very much. Well done by the spoiler there. He runs back to his contest. Player that was Benny Colton. So umpire going to throw the ball in just forward of the attacking area here for the North Pilbara side, who are in command at the moment by just over 3 goals. Shall they throw in by the boundary umpire? Well done by Langdon. Good tackle. I'd say the Esperance player didn't have it. The umpire's called play on advantage. Through traffic was Indelich. Very good. He got tackled. Through traffic here. Tried to burst his way there through his Walton. Guys on again, but it's Walton. There he is again, number 3, the Alf fan favourite, Nathan Badminton. He's been hit off the footy. Cop one high. And it's starting to get fairly physical out there. The lads are starting to get a little bit tired and sore, but the kick was there. And Hamish Thomas has the footy now in the true centre half back here for Esperance.
He's in a bit of bother, is Hamish Thomas, but he looks like he's all right to take his kick. So he emerges now. A little feathered tattoo on that right shoulder as well.
This is a fantastic camera work by our lads here.
It is. They're doing brilliantly today, and it's a privilege to be able to bring you this coverage as well. Thank you to John Douglas and the team at Dartfish and Filming Footy, bringing you the WA Country Footy Championships Nutrien Ag Solutions in 2023. This is the Division 3 Grand Final. Esperance find themselves with a bit of work to do. That's a dangerous kick through the centre of the ground as well. It's a turnover. North Pilbara will go inside forward 50. Langdon's there for North Pilbara. He ends up with the footy. No, it's not. That's Walton who ends up with the footy in his hands. Able to shake off a tackler. Little 1-2. This is Jed White, the ruckman. He shares it with a teammate. They go inside the forward pocket. It eludes Bartlam, and Esperance can clear. So a let off for Esperance. They go around the outer side. This is Franzoni, takes the mark. He goes long down the wing, searching kick. Oh, it was a good kick too, but the mark dropped by Wood, and it allows North Pilbara to come in. And Wood goes again. He dives on the footy. He could be in a spot of bother here. He is in a lot of bother. That is holding the ball. You can't dive on the footy anymore. I mean, the intent was there, but unfortunately, he's been adjudged to be holding the ball. So North Pilbara will control it. They're just forward of centre. And this kick goes to left half forward for North Pilbara, rising high and fisting away. Not for the first time today is Quinn Livin, but they retain the ball, North Pilbara. This one's going inside forward 50, and juggling mark almost taken by Bartlam, and the ball trickles over the boundary line. 45 metres around from the North Pilbara goal. They lead this one by 21 points.
So boundary line thrown to the ruckwork. This time is going to be bigger Jacob Worsby versus Bartlam. Bartlam just pushed off the ball, didn't have it, shepherd off the footy, and you can't do that. So free kick 9 times out of 10. And Jolie Bartlam, who we interviewed at quarter time, saying they are much fitter than Esperance, and he lowers his eyes, try to find the player of the moment. At the moment is Brevington. His wall one high. The umpire said no, he didn't, so it's playing onto advantage here. Birds in the ball again. Brevington, well done. He's held when he didn't have it. And tell you what, this guy is an absolute superstar. Nathan Brevington from the Karratha Cats Footy Club. He handballs over to his partner in crime, Baccolio from the Dampier Sharks. From outside 50, the halfback flanker. I think he's nailed a goal. He has nailed a goal.
What a kick.
Great go, Jordan Baccolio from the Dampier Sharks. They actually hate each other's guts and play each other. The Sharks versus the Cats. This time, the Cats way Brevington brought his teammate in the contest. He's kicked a corker.
Yeah, Jordan Piccolo, what a fantastic kick. That is an invaluable weapon in...
Yeah.
Look, I talk about modern day footy in general. If you've got a sweeping kick like that coming off half back, that is an absolute weapon, and he's unloaded and nailed it. And on the Sportal scoreboard, it's out to 27 points, the lead of North Pilbara. And, well, to hit the lead, Esperance is going to have to kick their whole score again in a quarter of a game. So it is perhaps getting away from them a little, Esperance. They're going to need to reply. We're in the shadows of three-quarter time. There really can't be that long left. And the count up clock here at Fremantle Oval is actually not in function at the moment.
No,
Cam, so keeping us in suspense as well. Maybe for the...
Shout out to someone, give someone a pint, a hot dog and a can of Coke and get him on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Get him to use the time clock, Mark. That would help.
Exactly right. There is someone over there, updating those scores. It looks a little bit chilly, but we're back in the middle. Underway again. The Rucks go at it. It's a clear tap to North Pilbara, but Richie Bourne sends Esperance forward. So the ball lands on their 50-metre line. Gathered really well, and a snap inside forward 50. Francis the target once again. It's fisted away from him. They work well in defence. The North Pilbara midfielders. A scrambling kick up high for Esperance. Trying to run after it to take the mark was Curnow for Esperance. He was unable to do so. North Pilbara sent a dangerous kick. Oh my goodness, into the centre of their opposition goal, but it falls fortuitously into the hands of a North Pilbara player so they can relieve the pressure. They control the footy at half back, and this kick down out to centre wing. Spoil away. Well done by Oversby from Esperance, although I think he's been judged to have infringed. This is that ruckman in Bartlam.
Pretty tiggy touch, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and Bartlam chips a kick further forward, and the mark's taken by Rhodes.
So Rhodes has it. Defensive wing here. He lowers his eyes, kicks the ball down the half-forward flank. Big pack of players here. Lang to bring the ball to the ground. Roving front and centre. Once again, the North Pilbara play through Benton.
Well done.
Benton smart and clever and finds Dylan Indich. So Dylan Indich has the opportunity. The boy from the Port Hedland Rovers. Good part of town up there in Port Hedland. Heaps of red pinned down dirt up there. But this lad here, has an opportunity, Dylan Indies, to rub more salt in the wound for the Esperance side. Here he is about 45 metres out, directly in front. Leans back on this one. Good time and hit of the footage. He just pushed it left. Might stay in front there. Just about mark. Kick around the corner. He's missed everything. The player's still in the contest, though. Jaws a play over the 1-2. Kick around the corner by Smiler. And Kenton Smiler has nailed another one here for the North Pilbara side. It is raining goals here down the Fremantle. Look at the replay here. Just smart and clever. The handball over the top by Renton. Renton over to Smiler. And Smiler, Kenton Smiler, goes bang. And the boy from the Cartha Falcons has nailed another one.
Yeah, he's a dangerous forward, Kenton Smiler. He hasn't been overly busy this carnival, but he's provided a really dangerous threat for North Pilbara, and that is three-quarter time here at Fremantle Oval. And once again, just the same with the second quarter and the second half, they scored a late goal to really drive a dagger into the heart of Esperance. So at three-quarter time, we get that updated score. It is a 27-point margin by way of North Pilbara. We'll be back with third quarter action shortly. Welcome back to Fremantle Oval. It is three-quarter time in the Division 3 Grand Final of WA Country Footy Championships. North Pilbara absolutely controlling this one. They've got a 33-point lead. Cam Robbins. We're going to head down to the boundary very shortly, but before we do, some goal kickers and better players.
Absolutely. Goal kickers, first of all, for the North Pilbara side. Guy Langdon has kicked through 2 goals to Walton, 1 goal to Smoller, to Bravington, to Farmer, and also to Sturrat. And major goal scorers only been the lone wolf from Macquarie. That's Tyson Francis for Esperance. He's kicked 4.
Yeah, they've been absolutely dominant today, North Pilbara. It's been clinical. Look, I suppose given it's a grand final, you don't really want to call this one over just yet, but I can't really see this margin being overturned. I think the scoreboard actually just being updated, now. So Esperance 4-2-26. North Pilbara 10-5-65, so it's a 39-point lead, and I dare say that is all too much for Esperance to try and come back with. My name's Mark Foreman. I'm alongside Cam Robbins to call this one through. We've just seen on your screen there Stephen Dodd chatting to his charges.
Good player from Fremantle, mate, and East Fremantle Footy Club, and coaching the Dampier Sharks up in the North Pilbara, and a premiership coach as well.
Played against him during his time at Kelmscott, actually. So when he was playing in the PFL, when I was back in my North Beach days, which obviously you've heard a few times, as I mentioned, Ben Walton, has had a run around there as well. What do you do, Cam, if you're Esperance here?
Just last quarter footy, mate.
Yeah.
Enjoy it, and then get on the cans straight after the game.
I think
That's what
so.
I do.
Well, I think, look, a normal grand final would be full of dejection, I suspect. But I don't think these guys will be. Look, they'll hurt, but they'll get around each other and have a beer after the game, and they might even have a reasonable night out as well. As I think some clubs are going to head home today, but some will head home on Monday.
Tell you what, looking out for the 25-year jump in the beanie, can't go better than Nathan Bravington from the Cartha Cats, mate. He's been sensational for the North Pilbara side.
Oh, look, it's almost at the point where it doesn't particularly matter what happens in this quarter, because when the game was up for grabs, it was Nathan Bravington who grabbed it for North Pilbara. They'll be kicking to the right-hand side of your screen in this third quarter. And trying to eliminate a 39-point deficit will be Esperance. They've been gallant. They haven't actually lost a game up until this point, but they've been outplayed by the boys from the north of the state in North Pilbara. My name's Mark Foreman. Cam Robbins alongside me, calling you through the final quarter action. This is Cam Robbins to get us underway.
So it's Jed White doing the ruck work this time versus Francis. Jed White wins it easy. He slipped over the North Pilbara player like he didn't do a hamstring. Goes to the centre half forward. Below his knees was okay. The pressure was good. Curnow has it here for the Esperance side in front of him. Good defensive pressure been taken by Smiler for the play side here, but good mark's been taken by McClellan. He decides to switch the play. Risky kick. It's going to come off just, and taking a good mark there is Reece Griffiths, and giving away a 50-metre free kick there with James Rhodes. Definitely, the 50 was there. Rhodes is like a jockey. It didn't matter because the guy on is about 7'6". He's given him a 50. He's given him 100. So this is going to be a goal and a good start here to Esperance to Reece Griffiths. But poor old James Rhodes, 4 foot nothing. The guy's on 10'6" and jumped on and gave away 100.
On a hiding to nothing as well. Well, they need 7 goals in 20 minutes, Cam. They now need 6 goals in 19.
Yep.
So, look, the romantic in me wants to keep this game alive, Cam, but it's a tall order for Esperance, but a good start nonetheless. You know what? I'd love to see Nathan Francis kick 5. 5 goals in a grand final wouldn't be a bad effort. So,
well, we've got to give away 3 awards, don't we? I reckon we put it down there. And Nathan Breverton's shown up the best on ground, but I think Tyson Francis kicking 4 in a losing side, and obviously up the other again, Guy Langdon kicking 3. But yeah, Tyson Francis, for mine, if he kicks 5, he'll definitely be amongst the best players on the ground.
Yeah, he's had a championships to remember. 4 goals in the grand final and a kick after the siren to win the game as well. It was absolutely incredible. We're back in the middle. Esperance have no time to spare as the Rucks go at it. Bourne takes the footy. Really well done for Esperance, so they will go forward again. He chips a shallow ball to half forward, but Cullerton standing in the way for North Pilbara. Trying to get a little bit of momentum. Esperance, that would have been handy, but Cullerton stood in their way. He's got an outnumber on the far wing. Well done from that North Pilbara player to bring it to ground. They flick a hand pass across the face, and sending it inside forward 50 is Stewart. It goes into the pocket. It's spoiled away, and it trickles across the boundary line ahead of that man. In Francis will have a boundary throw-in, 25 metres around from the right hand behind post in Esperance's forward 50. So they trail this one by 33 points.
Thanks to our sponsors again, the Built Up Insurance Commissioner West Australia, Think Mental Health, Root and Men's Health, and the West Australia Footy Commission.
Boundary throw-in, and absolutely thank you to those people making this all possible. So it's fisted away towards the North Pilbara end, but Esperance stream inside forward 50. There's a shot on goal from McCallion, and he loves it. He's drilled it from 45, and they've got 2 in 2 minutes, Esperance, to maybe say, hang on a minute, we're not done just yet. A fantastic finish from McCallion, and that is Esperance's 6th goal, so the margin now within 5 kicks.
Interesting, you replay your call a minute ago. You said, can they get another minute? They must have heard you, Mark Foreman, because they've answered your prayers. They've kicked another one, and it's game on here.
Good on them. So we've probably got about 17 minutes to go, I would say, in this final quarter. They've got 5 goals to get, which, again, tall order, and pretty much any goal from North Pilbara will almost kill off this contest.
So Langdon's in the ruck work now, this time trying to find his partner Crinan and Nathan Brevington. Ball's held to him, trying to chisel the ball out was the player there from Esperance in Wood. Umpire said, give it back to me. So throw up just about 5 metres from the centre of the oval here at Fremantle Oval. Umpire once again earning their crust here this afternoon and this morning, just throwing that ball up because wet and miserable down here, just throwing that arm up. Goes in the concert. He's found out a free kick. I didn't see it. The umpire did. It was by Lachlan Stewart. They play onto an advantage here through the Bourne identity. That's Richard Bourne. They go on the fat side of the ground here. Esperance, they go down the line. Good effort then. He ran to the hole there. Was a player from the North Pilbara. Didn't matter. Esperance on the attack again, but also the tackle sensational by Ethan Sorrell, and good contest by them. It's 10-5-65, 6-2-38. The margin's still well in command to the North Pilbara side, but I can see a glimmer hope to Esperance.
There is, and they've got the territory here, so an opportunity to keep building on that. This is Wood chasing the footy for Esperance, and they pick it up, they win it. They're going to go inside forward 50. Bourne evades one tackler. Oh, his hand pass a little too strong. Here's that kick, the goal kicker in McCallion, and he's tackled really well, unable to get a clear hand pass away. So North Pilbara with the footy. Walton's the target. It hits the deck behind him. They both go in, sliding in is Curnow to try and hold it up for Esperance, which he's done really well on the back half of the centre square. It's slightly Esperance side. Like we mentioned, there is no time to waste here. Umpire throws it up. It's McCallion who has his kick smothered. Bourne chases after it for Esperance. He taps it to himself. Well done. He picks it up. He finds a teammate with a hand pass inside forward 50. Here's Francis. He's the man that we want kicking the goals. His centering kick is a good one. He's found a teammate 15 metres out from goal directly in front. And this would be 3 on the bounce for Esperance to start this last quarter, and that is our play of the day. And lining up for goal, I can't quite see the number on his back, but he approaches. Oh no! Oh, he's hit the post. It was Quinlivan. No, it wasn't. Pardon me. It was his brother. It was for another Francis. So one of the Francis boys, one Francis to another, and he's had the shot at goal, and that was a critical miss. That certainly would have set this game alight. So as it is, it's only 2 goals in this final quarter. They're still 5 goals behind Esperance as North Pilbara exit the D50. And now they've got the footy on the wing, picked up and handballed across by Indich. Running after it, well done, is Smiler. He's taken high, and he'll take the free kick on centre wing, so he's getting himself a little further up the ground. Kenton Smiler from the Karratha Falcons takes his free kick, and he goes to right half forward. It's all Esperance there. Intercepting mark taken by Wakeham. He looks for a player in the centre of the ground, and he's found it. Taking the mark, playing on quickly is Franzoni. And they enact the switch. They're all the way across the other side of the ground. Really good defensive fist. I think that was... I couldn't quite see who that player was out there, but they've been able to hold the footy up as North Pilbara, as players pile in. Umpire circling, thought he might have played holding the ball, but he gives himself a hug. Last man off the deck is Mott, and we'll have a ball up just under the scoreboard here at Fremantle Oval, which has North Pilbara leading by 26 points.
Ruck work well done. Went early was Bartlam, but very good effort by him. He bring the board to the ground. They go forward here to the Pilbara side. Copping one high, surely was Francis. Umpire didn't see it. Now Colton goes in for a tackle. Helwood didn't have it, was the North Pilbara player, and the kick was there. Fulton did argue with him. No use arguing with the umpire, mate, because you're going to give away 50, and Thorshop is giving away a 50. At least it wasn't 100 though.
They've got all the play here, Cam.
Certainly have
all the play here, Esperance, so they got to try and hold strong.
So they have the ball now, do the Pilbara. They chip the ball on the far side through Balestra. Finds his teammate, the big running hard there is Joel Bartram. He kicks the ball to a bit of space, and blink as you know, falls in the hands of Dunn. But as Mark Foreman said, had all the play at Esperance, an undisciplined 50 mark, and that is the result.
And to be honest, it might almost kill off this grand final. It was set alight early in this final quarter. Esperance starting like a house on fire, and what I would have given to see... what I would have given to see Francis nail that goal, Brad Francis, but unable to do so. He hit the post, and what do you know, up the other end, and here's a chance.
So Dunn with that fluorescent blonde bleached hair leans back on that, and gun barrel straight here for Dunny. He's nailed a goal, and that could be the fat lady might sing. Mark, and I'll call it now. It's game, set and match.
Yeah, I can see her. She's out here warming up those vocal cords, Cam. A dagger into the heart for Esperance. So Kobe Dunn nailing his, I think that's his second of the day, from the Dampier Sharks, and a clinical finish on the Sportal scoreboard that extends their margin just out to that sort of 5-6 goal lead, and I dare say that'll be enough for North Pilbara to take out Div 3 in these WA Country Footy Championships.
Just had the memento shift in the essence once again. They're getting themselves back in the contest, but to give away a 50 like that, Mark, just changes over a complex of the game.
That's painful, and you can almost feel the air go out of the tyres of Esperance around the ground. So the ball's back in the middle. Look, if there are any chance, they're going to need to score 6 goals in about 10 minutes. But stranger things have happened. It's North Pilbara to go forward though. Ball pitches on the 50-metre line, and it now rolls in. Smiler's the first on the scene. Look at him, he's quick. But he runs over the footy, and it was gathered well there in the end by Quinlivan. unfortunately, unable to take it cleanly for Esperance in the end, and the ball trickles out of bounds 50 metres around, or probably 55 metres around from the North Pilbara goal.
Good crowd now starting to come through the turnstiles here at Fremantle Oval. Geez, I reckon 600 or 700 here, probably bigger than the game yesterday, South Fremantle versus Claremont.
Yeah, well, yeah, not wrong there either. I certainly saw some good crowds through the first couple of days as well in the group stages, which has been absolutely fantastic. And well, there's also, you know, besides the fact that you get to see some country footballers sort of, you know, from all around the state, there's also some big names getting around in these competitions. So people are able to flock to see some a couple of past AFL players and certainly some very good waffle players as well. As Esperance clear from the stoppage, they send the footy into the middle of the ground, and able to take the mark there was Green, and a big stack of players on him. We're on the tip of the centre square. Slightly North Pilbara side. They lead this one by 32 points halfway through the final quarter.
So yeah, field umpire's going to throw the ball up during the ruck with this time is Big Jed White. Brings the ball to the contest, trying to find his teammate. That was Smiler. I think an Esperance player's got held from behind. The kick was definitely there, and they can play onto advantage, and they do that by hands. Was Clance Green over the top there. Esperance go to centre half forward, camping behind the mark, dropped an absolute soda, and kick around the corner does the player, and well done being by Brevington. Bring the ball to the ground, very smart. He's going to rove his own footy. Brevington, cool, calm, collective, doesn't matter, doesn't panic. Now he's in a bit of a problem. He's going to probably get it again. Copped the high tackle on player, but urges his way through the pack. Defensive pressure by Wakeham was good, and umpire said, that's a field umpire says, give the pill to me. And Brevington's dirty on himself because he didn't pick the ball up.
He is. You can see he's certainly a player with immense talent. When something goes wrong, he's dirty on himself because he knows what he can do for this North Pilbara side. He's been a little quieter to start this final quarter, but
and 30 years of age, mate, so he's probably too old to get on the waffle list there, Mark. So he's probably retiring some place there in Pilbara, playing for the Karratha Cats.
Yeah, perhaps. I saw him, just did a little bit of Googling during the quarter, and I saw he's had a little bit to do with West Perth. So a player with talent, and he's also made his way around the country leagues as well. I think playing in the Upper Great Southern at one point too. Here he is right on cue. Nathan Brevington in those bright orange boots. He'll send North Pilbara to right half forward. Big pack of players.
Big golden fist, mate. Big Spud Frawley be happy with that. Big Guy Langdon over the top.
He certainly would. And I think it was Wallace smashing the ball out of bounds for Esperance. So we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of their interchange bench. And in front of the great Northern boys as well, who are, Goldfields boys, and there's some great Northern boys sort of gathering around and getting ready to warm up for the Division 2 Grand Final coming up next. So you
should be a good game, that one.
Absolutely, and you won't miss any of the action on streaming footy today. We've got all 3 Grand Finals coming your way. So Great Northern taking on the Goldfields in Division 2 coming up, as I said, very shortly. Goldfields undefeated, hot favourites to win that one.
So Griffiths go forward, well done by the side there, and Daniel Farmer, but wedged between the pack. Wakeham, very classy move by him, and now below his knees, hit the ball on there to McClellan. Jesus, slippery out there. They have the footy now. Inside banana kick by Zane Gribby to
good mark.
But a fantastic mark, wasn't it? Down back there by Quinn Livin. He goes on the far side. They chip the ball on the defensive side. Good hard running by the player there and beaten. How's it going to stand up? It's not going to stand up. It's out of bounds for another boundary line thrown. But I think the North Pilbara boys, they'll be celebrating very hard on the way back to the beautiful part of the world up in the Pilbara region, which covers obviously the Sharks, the Cats, the Falcons and Port Hedland. So a good plethora arrangement of players throughout the North Pilbara Footy League, and they will party. Don't you worry about that.
They certainly will. I'd be interested to be a fly on the wall on that bus trip on the way back, as Esperance looking for some consolation here. This is Francis. Brad Francis sends them to half forward. Well picked up, so they're going to go further inside forward 50. Ball pitches in front of Wood. He's unable to gather it, and leading the race is Stewart for North Pilbara. Sends a hand pass over the top. I think taken without the footy there, probably. He's not happy to give away a free
thrown him to the advertising side, mate.
He certainly was. Not happy to give away a free kick. And the ball wasn't really given straight back to Macaulay either, but he gets it now. So North Pilbara are in that point of a grand final where you can really soak up every moment, because they have won this one convincingly. Oh, huge leap over the top from Quinn Livin once again. And I was about to say Cam, that Quinlivan's been one of...
He's been solid
He's
down
been
back,
really
hasn't he?
good
Yeah.
for Esperance today. One of their best, so playing down back, and you'd probably be hard-pressed to go past...
Him and Tyson Francis.
Yeah, Tyson Francis for best for Esperance, but they've certainly been strong contributors. So a throw in under the Sportal scoreboard has North Pilbara 32 points ahead. Here is Quinlivan. He's taken out with a hip and shoulder very heavily, and Dan Farmer sends North Pilbara to half forward. Ball spoiled away, and it hits the deck. It's sort of bobbling around a little bit. Quinlivan again around the corner, sends them to half forward, but intercepting mark taken by Farmer, and they can relieve out to this broadcast wing.
And here he goes. Will it stand up? No, just going to run out of play there. Unfortunately, an ordinary bounce to Zane Rigby. So I think North Pilbara lads have got their hand on this Division 3 Cup as an interchange bench comes on, and Mitchell Machiro comes on for the North Pilbara side. And boundary line thrown both in front of the interchange benches for each respective side. Going to the front there, getting front position was Griffiths. He bringing the ball to the ground. Good tackle from behind was by Joel Franzoni, but falls in the hand of the Pilbara player there in Schlecky. He goes the ball forward, and good defensive pressure by the running half-back there in Reese Wood. And the umpire, that's a boundary umpire, says, Mark, give the ball to me for another throw-in.
So through 14 minutes in this final quarter, it's a 32-point lead to North Pilbara. They are soaking up every moment of this 2023 Division 3 Grand Final as Wood wins the footy for North Pilbara, and then cops a falcon in the face.
Oh, jeez.
And it's North Pilbara who can go forward off the boot of Bartlam. It's a hot footy. Oh, poor old Wood. My goodness, that was a huge hit.
Hey, look at him, he's still running after the footy, man. He doesn't care.
Good on him,
He's
Reece.
got the heart the size of granite.
Reece Wood, and that hair was flaying everywhere as he smacked in the...
I felt it from up here. And a wet ball, right in the melon. That'd hurt.
From personal experience, Cam, I can tell you it's no fun. As Esperance are quick to play on out of full back, and they hit the target. This is Curnow taking the mark on the lead, so they chip forward. That's not Curnow's best kick, and it is another turnover at half forward now for North Pilbara. Ball goes inside forward 50, under it. The
great
target
mark.
was done, but coming across the top, I reckon that might be Quinlivan again.
It is. He's been sensational.
He has
down
been
back.
really good. So fantastic mark as they control the footy, and mark taken it half back by Tholstrup as he soccers the ball out. Another little falcon there. That one slightly less intense. And then Tholstrup, I thought maybe taking it without the footy, and they're smashing into this contest. It's a hot footy to win. Well done. Picking up and spinning out of trouble was Smith. Slipping over as he kicked it was Renton. The ball goes inside forward 50. Evading a tackler was done. He kicks on goal and he's missed it. That certainly would have been a good way to cap the competition for North Pilbara. And Kobe Dunn, but unable to miss it. Unable to get the goal, and he misses to the right-hand side.
So, Mark, they're still going in very hard, aren't they? Both sides, you know, you think they'd give the game away, but they're not. They're going in like there's no tomorrow. So they go the ball forward. Beautiful overhead mark. Be taken there by McLeod, and he goes on the right, but they're out here. Running into easy goal, consolation goal, and has he kicked it? Yes, he has. He certainly has. He's kicked this. McClellan's kicked his second goal, a consolation goal to him, but it didn't matter. I thought he might have missed, but the goal umpire just actually weaved out of the spot there. But once again, that falcon by poor old Reece Wood, number 10 for Esperance. That hurt. They hurt those things. Unbelievable.
They're no good. Tell you what, Cam, I copped a falcon in the last game I ever played because it actually resulted in a bleed on the brain.
No way.
Yep, would you believe that? So they do happen. They do happen, but fortunately Reece Wood's out there and running around. He's
glad you're with us too, mate.
Yeah.
Bleed on the brain, mate.
I know, yeah, no. Look, accidents happen, and
well, opportunities, footy career's over, your commentating opportunities come up, mate.
Exactly right, and look, not allowed to play anymore, but happy to still be involved in footy, and just looking down at the North Pilbara bench in the foreground, and they are all hugs and smiles as we are in the dying stages of this game. Esperance are out centre half forward. The umpire's found a free kick. It will go the way of North Pilbara. There's only a matter of seconds left here as they flare the footy out to half back. It's Schlecker who takes the mark. They play on quickly. Kick goes down the line, sliding in, trying to take a mark. It's bounced straight off his chest was Smith. And Esperance can come back the other way, so they'll go to half forward now. Ball gets over the back. It's well picked up and gathered there. I think that was Bartlam, and he goes down the line to Dunn. No, it wasn't Bartlam, pardon me. It was Bucolo.
Kicked a beautiful running goal off the half-back
He
in the third.
certainly did, and Kobe Dunn has the footy in his hands in front of his mates on the boundary line as well. He sends North Pilbara to right half forward. Mark almost taken, but it trickles out of play in front of the Esperance interchange bench with a 28-point margin. There they are, right on your screen. The North Pilbara players on the bench, handshakes all round, and they've even got the cameras out ready to film because the siren is about to sound on what has been a really strong performance in this grand final.
100% the go through, and there it is. Division 3 winners are the North Pilbara Footy League in an absolute canter in the end. 11-7 at 73 to 7-3-45. What a great game of footy, Marky Foreman.
Oh, absolutely. And these are euphoric scenes. You love to see it at the end of a grand final. And, look, whilst we probably hoped for a slightly closer one, they were able to soak up those last few moments with the North Pilbara boys, and they were way too strong. There were concerns, like we spoke about, Cam. I'm almost surprised in a way. We spoke about how the conditions may well have favoured Esperance with bigger bodies, and perhaps we were a little unfair on some of the bodies of North Pilbara because players like Ben Walton, but of course Nathan Bravington, and Bucolo as well off half back. Some of those bigger bodies, they were really strong and they stood up.
Absolutely. Major goal scores as we got time to go through them. Guy Langdon kicked 3 from the North Pilbara side, 2 goals to Walton and single goal scorers to Smiler, Dunn, Farmer, Bacoli off the half-back flank, and Storetti did a hamstring in the first quarter and stayed out there. And goal scorers, 2 of those for Esperance, 4 to Big Tyson Francis and 2 also to McClellan. But they had winners all over the ground, didn't they there, Mark Foreman? I think no better than number 3, Nathan Bravington. Absolutely sensational. Benny Walton was good. Guy Langdon provided a target up front. He was sensational. Tim Benton was good. And Jordan Bacolio running off that half-back flank. They had winners all over the ground. Better players for Esperance.
Yeah, look, there were a few. Obviously, Tyson Francis was fantastic up forward. He kicked 4 goals. He's got an absolute leg on him when shooting at goal, and he made the most of his opportunities. I thought Quinn Livin was really strong down back there for Esperance. And McCallion was the other one who I thought actually played quite well. His second half was reasonably strong too. We're shortly going to take you out into the middle for the presentation, so stand by because we'll throw to that pretty quickly when given the word. But there in the centre of your shot are a euphoric North Pilbara team who are our Division 3 champions. So don't expect to see them in this division next year, as well as a couple of others who perhaps might push up. Esperance was gallant. They really were gallant. They were undefeated coming in to this grand final today. I mentioned their moment of the tournament was a win after the siren, Cam, against Hills on day one. It was absolutely fantastic. It's the sort of stuff you play footy for. And look, off to your right-hand side of the screen there.
Tony's getting all the best players here, mate. I hope he's going to go to our man there, Nathan Bravington. Yeah. He's very quick. Looks like he's got it to the lads, and also Jordan Bacolio. And also I think you find that Tyson Francis might be amongst the wards there. So good on Tony. Working his heart backside down there. Tony Neal, we're about to cross down there and maybe have a chat to the best players on the ground of this carnival.
He's just getting them right now, and as you can sort of see him in the foreground there. He's got those players, and we're going to go to him right now. Tony Neal's down on the boundary.
3, 2, 1.
Well, folks, Nathan Bravington joins us, mate. He's under in that pack there, getting a little bit of this in the middle all day, mate. Fantastic. First of all, how does it feel with this bunch of blokes?
Oh, great, awesome bunch of blokes. Clicked like that, obviously versing each other up in Pilbara, have a little enemy mentality, but as soon as we got together, just clicked like that, and just you can see it with the football that we played this weekend.
Mate, 33 years, how good's that feel? Awesome. Representative football's back.
Awesome, absolutely awesome. We'll be back next year.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, now we've lost the other two. Let's go over to the head guy and we'll come back with you guys. Sorry.
Nutrien Ag Solutions Division 3 Grand Final present.
Sorry, so we're having some technical difficulties trying to bring you the sound from the ground.
We have Brett Sheridan talking, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And when we do get that back coming through our feed, we will we'll try and bring it straight to you. But you saw Tony Neal down on the boundary with Nathan Bravington, who was fantastic. And yeah, like I said, Cam, we're endeavouring to get you the sound, but wasn't he just brilliant, Nathan Bravington?
Oh, mate, no. A similar game he played in the grand final last year for the Karratha Cats. They lost to the Dampier Sharks in the 2022 grand final, the North Pilbara Footy League, and I think he got the medal that day as well in the grand final, in the losing grand final. Yeah. But he's just under the footy. He's hard at it, and he was just
Thanks,
the
Gerard, and welcome. Hello.
Yeah, and fortunately, we've. I think we have got some audio back, so we can... Oh, no. I think we've got two mics going, Cam. I think that's the problem out there. One of the mics is the ground mic, and the other is perhaps our coverage mic. So we can't quite...
You post back? You've got to come back.
We can a little bit. So I think we'll throw down there for the ground audio
We
now.
live and breathe in your areas and towns as well, so good luck, and well done to all of you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Righty. Over the duration of the championships, there will be 55 games of football played across both Colts and seniors, and we've had over 60 regional umpires come to Perth to officiate across the championships. The standard of umpiring has been excellent, and we'd like everyone to put their hands together for the umpires across the carnival. On behalf of the umpires, I'd like to call forward field umpire Steve Irvine to collect the grand final medals. The Jock Beattie Medal is presented to the Division 3 Best and Fairest Player across the championships each and every season. The winner of this year's Jock Beattie Medal from Esperance is Richie Bourne.
It's all good. Good stuff, Esperance. North Pilbara, you get too strong in the end. Good stuff. Cheers.
Congratulations, Richie. Every year we announce the Nutrien Ag All-Stars based upon the best performing players across the championships. Whilst I'll read out the All-Star representatives shortly, please don't come forward to accept your jumpers. They'll be presented at your league medal nights at the end of the year. The two Division 3 All-Stars are from Esperance, Richie Bourne, and from North Pilbara, Guy Langdon. Congratulations. Nutrien Solutions Medal is presented to the best on ground in the Division 3 Grand Final. The winner of this year's 2023 Division 3 Nutrien Ag Medal from the North Pilbara Football League is number 14, Jordan Bacolo.
Thanks, mate. Thanks to Esperance. Great game today, guys. Great tournament. Our boys, awesome. Let's get on it. And thanks to all the sponsors making this possible. Cheers.
Congratulations, Jordan. I'd now like to call forward the coach of Esperance, Michael Perry, to say a few words on behalf of his team.
North Pilbara, congratulations. Great game of footy. You know, watching you throughout the carnival, you were a really good side, and you showed it there today. To the supporters, our support staff, all the sponsors, without it, it doesn't happen. And for us to be back in the competition, it's our committee plus the sponsors that got us all here. So we thank them very much as well. To Esperance boys, good fun. We got all the way here, but next year we'll come back and we'll do it again because we had a great time, and thanks everyone for their hospitality in the Country Footy League. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Michael. And now the coach of the victorious North Pilbara side, Stephen Dodd, to say a few words on behalf of his team.
Thank you. First
for the game. Good to see he's back in here as well, and hope he's enjoy the night and have safe travels back home. To all the sponsors of the WA Footy League, this wouldn't yet be possible if it wasn't for you, so thank you. To the North Pilbara Footy League, to get us back in the competition after 33 years is a fantastic effort. Thanks to the sponsors that come on board to help us out: Thomas Building, M&M Electrical, All Round Plumbing, Rio Tinto. Couldn't have got down here without yous, and hopefully we can get a few more on board for next year. So thanks a lot to all yous. To all the family and friends that come out here today to help support us, but not only that, all the Pilbara community, all our families up at in the Pilbara. A lot of us have wives and kids that have had to sacrifice a bit for us to come down here, so really appreciate that, and hopefully we've returned the favour by getting the win today, so thank you. It's, usually most weeks we're tearing each other's heads off, but we've all got a solid respect for each other, and when this was the opportunity that come up, we all banded together and made sure that we played as a great team, and we've shared some good laughs and jokes over the few days that we've had together already, and I'm sure tonight will be another one. So thanks a lot, and cheers.
Thanks, Stephen. I now call for all the players in their jumper number order to accept the championship medal from Steve Wright from Nutrien Ag. Number 1, Kenton Smiler. Number 2, Ben Walton.
As the North Pilbara boys come and collect their jump.
Number 3, Nathan Bravington.
Yeah, close to our best on round, wasn't he? We got out pumped there, but I think Bravington was the instigator in the middle of the ground. No disrespect to
number 5. We'll skip the captain, well. Reece Stewart.
Yeah, for sure. Jordan Piccolo, he was great.
Number 6.
I just think, the midfield grunt that he provided, Nathan Bravington, was really impressive. As our apologies, sometimes the audio cuts a little in and out.
Number 8, Dunn.
Yeah, he's pretty good, Dunny. He got that fluorescent blonde bleached hair. But
Number 9, Daniel Farmer.
He's good. Kicked a goal in the second quarter, did Daniel Farmer.
Number 10, Ethan Searle.
He was really lively, Dan Farmer. He
Number 11, Mitchell Maturo.
Throughout the tournament as well, he was really lively.
Number 12, Guy Langdon.
And Guy Langdon got in the All-Stars too from the Division 3 team. Good effort, both him.
Number 13, Tim Renton.
And how good is it, Cam, that, as you've heard a couple of times being alluded
Number 14, the best on ground, Jordan Piccolo.
There he is, Jordan Piccolo. That 33 years, the North Pilbara.
Number 15, Joel Barton.
From this competition, and it's brilliant as their coach.
Number 16, Dylan Indich.
Stephen Dodd said it's brilliant to have them down and all players won.
What's up there, like
Number 17, Jake Balestra.
98, and also 1,600 k's north of Perth. Very difficult to get a team down. So shout out to him.
Number 18, Liam Smith.
To make sure they're in the competition. I think the guys are pretty keen to play again next year. So well.
Number 19, Ben Cullerton.
And I actually, it was really awesome that Stephen alluded to. Alluded to the sacrifices that families make as well.
Number 21, Ben Staunton.
Big Jed White, the next one, 22, the ruck. He was solid too.
He was, wasn't he? And
Number 22, Jed White.
Played really well, Jed White, and was an ever presence in
Number 23.
With a big body. We spoke about the importance of taking on Esperance's big bodies, and he was one that was able to do that.
Number 24, Jake Sliger.
Sliger did his hammy in the first quarter and stayed out there, still kicked one. I thought his shot.
Number 25, Caleb Stager. And James Rhodes.
Led from the front.
Yeah, hard nut, and
he did lead from the front, and he was another one of the
and coach grunters. Stephen Dodd.
The only thing he gave away was that 100 metre minute when he jumped on. He thought he was a jockey on the World Championship Wrestling.
He did. So I think we'll hear.
I'd now like to call Stephen. Can you just hand over, please, the championship winning shield, righty? Shield, please.
well, we won't hear from
and the champion pendant to the winning captain and coach, James Rode, and Stephen Dodd from the North Pilbara Football League.
But we'll certainly see them receive their prize.
Absolutely. There they are, the Division 3 winning side, the North Pilbara Footy Club, 11-7-73, Esperance 7-3-45. In the end, a margin of 28 points.
Righty.
Been a fantastic call with you, Mark Foreman, one of the up-and-coming callers of the AFL. I think a career's besting your way in a few years' time. Hopefully we've provided you the apprenticeship opportunity here in calling these games in the Championship Carnival. Good game, good effort, but once again, North Pilbara too good.
I mean, thank you, Cam. I appreciate it, and I hope you're right. But above all, it's been an absolute privilege to call the Country Footy Championships. You can see this is just brilliant. Some of these shots.
All right, congratulations once again to North Pilbara, and commiserations to Esperance. If everyone could please depart the playing arena, we'll start the proceedings for Division 2 between Great North and Goldfield.
And we will be bringing you that Division 2 game very shortly as well, between the Great Northerns and the Goldfields. Cam, as I was saying, it has been a privilege to...
And yeah, mate, very hard game, hard tussle out there.
Yeah, it sure was. Pilbara were just the team to beat, obviously, and came out and showed what they had today. And although we tried our hearts out, but you know, that's how it goes.
Mate, should be home, and no, you've played finally out here today, and great couple represented your local club, regional area very well. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll just move across. So thank you. All right, and Jordan. but our award is for the Omnibus.
It was it definitely was high intensity today, and the league we saw over the last couple of days. So it's good to get up.
All right. Here, I'll tell you what. Very quickly, the
Everybody to the 2023 Nutrien Ag Solutions Division 2 Grand Final. The West Australian Country Football League acknowledges the Aboriginal peoples of Western Australia as the traditional custodians of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders, present and emerging. I now like everyone to be upstanding if you're able for the National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let it
I'd now like to call forward Steve Wright from Nutrien Ag and the two captains for the coin toss. Good luck to both Goldfields and Great Northern in today's Division 2 Grand Final, the Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Football Championships.
Sadly, we had Dylan Corbett injured on the first day. Dylan's got a severe shoulder injury. His season is ended, but it's good to see Dylan's in pretty good spirits. He's a bit disappointed, of course, that he's not a part of it today and won't be a part of footy for the rest of the year. And also we had a shoulder injury went to Hayden Johnson yesterday from the Brigades Footy Club. Hayden did a shoulder injury, but they're telling me it'll be about a 3-week injury, so he may have surgery, but it'll be 3-week injury, so as bad as it is, it's better than the result to Dylan. We're about to get the game underway. The big one this afternoon, it is Division 2 Grand Final for the Nutrien Ag Country Football Championships, and we're underway. Up they go, the big fellas go at it. Umpire will have to come in and bounce the ball up. He was pretty tough on that one. So the ball goes the way, now a 50-metre penalty. So
in favour of Great Northern.
Yeah, so a bad blue there from the player there from the Goldfields, and Kim Schofield's the player with the ball. So Kim Schofield will take the ball right up the field and have an opportunity to send his side forward. So he's only 60 metres out where he is now. He's heading towards, as Peter mentioned, the hospital ends, or the old Fremantle Dockers end of the ground. So this would be a great start for Great Northern if Kim could get one from there. He kicks from about 45 metres out. Looks pretty good. And the goal umpire signals 1 point only. On the Active West Real Estate scoreboard, Great Northern go to one behind, and they lead the Goldfields, who yet to open their account.
Yeah, goal would have been a pretty good start for Great Northern. Would have got their tails up, but a little bit just too far out for Schofield on that occasion. The ball back in the middle now. Players diving on top of it in the half-forward area for Great Northern. As I said, good conditions for football, not a breeze to speak of that I can see. Up the ball goes now. It's knocked down by the Goldfields to ground. Players diving on top of it. It is a little bit messy at the moment as players, of course, are playing for sheep stations in this final of the Division 2. On the far side of Fremantle Oval, the umpire throws it up once again. Up they go. It's knocked down. The Goldfields player is a lot taller, slaps it to ground, but bottled up on the bottom by the Great Northern player who's caught in possession. Goldfields have the ball on half back. We're a little bit further away from the game than what we have been in other games so far in this carnival, so just getting used to the players and their numbers as we see the ball is with Great Northern into the half-forward area. Up they go. Up go the Goldfields players, sending it inside the square. They can set something up as the ball goes the way of the player that I've talked about in this carnival, and that's Alex Stewart, I think it was, and he kicks the first goal.
Dylan Clark.
For Goldfield. So Dylan Clark from Kalgoorlie. He got a little bit of space inside, flat-footed were the defenders for Great Northern, resulting in a goal to Goldfield. So, just when we thought we could get one up on the Goldfield side, they fought back pretty quick there, Pud.
Yes, I noticed it obviously is a bit slippery underfoot because both teams are sliding a bit. They're just getting set, ready for the day's play.
Also must be noted that we're playing a final, so that's 4 quarters, not like we've had in the round robin.
Oh, good to mention that, Glenn, yes.
Yeah, 4 quarters. It's 4 quarters. Goes back to a normal game. This first quarter, with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton, as the Great Northern get the ball forward through Leon Gelby. Gets it up towards half forward, looking there for some movement. The Goldfields players go across the face of goal, do well. Kick the ball forward. Dangerous kick. Kicks into towards the corridor. Gives Great Northern a chance. Ball comes back to Goldfields. In goes Kim Schofield. Slaps the ball out. Comes back towards the Great Northern player, but Goldfields do well. On half back. They feed the ball out, and Goldfields have it now. Good handball. Handball back to the hard-running Goldfields player. Doing well. Puts the ball in front of him with a handball. Whistle on play. And the umpire said he was held while not in possession. And we'll see a free kick.
Jordan
and
Delbridge.
A 50-metre penalty.
Jordan Delbridge is the player. Glenn, this will take him right into scoring distance as he comes in now. In fact, just inside the forward 50. As I said, Goldfield's kicking toward the city end here at Fremantle Oval. So he'll kick from about 35 when he gets onto this one. And he's not on he's on a pretty good angle as well. So Delbridge, in he comes now.
Good kick.
Looks pretty good off the boot. That's a second goal in moments here at Fremantle Oval. And the Goldfields 2 straight goals. Great Northern just the one behind.
Great start.
The Goldfields player got restrained from running on, so therefore the ball got taken forward into their 50 and easy goal.
So yeah, 2 goals in the first 5 minutes this first term, with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton on Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football, Drennan O'Malley Motors game day. So Goldfields have got the start that they wanted. Great Northern need to regroup. The sun is shining now. The grass is very, very slippery underfoot. And Great Northern have to recapture some composure and get in touch with the Goldfields very, very quickly. Ball won out of the centre, but it's won by the Goldfields. They quickly get the ball forward through Bell, but Great Northern rebound, which is good news for them. Get it out towards the outer side there, looking for the player there in O'Brien. Ball comes back towards Goldfields, and Goldfields get a handball through Delbridge again. Gets the back, and good pressure by the Great Northern side. On the outer side, on the scoreboard side, and for the Goldfields now under fair bit of duress, the Great Northern comes back towards the player there, and Reid kicks it up towards full forward. The big man hasn't got any smaller since yesterday. He almost got interfered with. Umpire says play on. Ball spills out. Whistle on play. The umpire will come in, and the umpire has decided he will. I don't know what he's going to do. He's the other umpire's in control.
The young Great Northern player is still on the ground. He looks a little bit worse for wear. Yep. No, it's our
Jack McQuee.
McQuee that's on the ground. The long sleeves. Putty's getting a 50-metre penalty go his way. So I thought he was dealt with early too, Glenn, but you called it the other way. But I felt like he had caught him in possession a little bit earlier on, and the umpire has seen it that way.
He's been yellow carded, the big fella.
So there you go.
He hasn't got many smaller, though, is he? He's a big boy, so he's off.
That's good that he's off the ground then.
Yeah.
So the ball coming right down to the middle of the ground now.
Tom Gillett, who was the best player for them yesterday.
He certainly was. In the middle of the ground now, Great Northern. Can they set something up? A goal here would be timely. No, not a good kick coming off the boot on that occasion of the player there in Matthew Russell. It goes to the outer side. Players diving on top of it. Great Northern a bit flat-footed at the moment, trying to find their feet, but they do have it going forward now as Kim Schofield sends it through the middle of the ground, down the corridor. Can they run onto it? There's a couple of Great Northern players at the fore of the ball, but the strong hands of the Goldfields ensure that the ball doesn't go too far as they try and keep it in their keeping, but the Great Northern continue to push it through. Will it get out into a pack? It's a bit like playing rugby at the moment, Glenn, as they all move into a pack and move forward. But the umpire says no opportunity for anyone, boys, and the ball will be thrown up just in the shadows of the goals for Great Northern.
Ball goes up. Great Northern desperate for a goal as we head towards the 7-minute mark of this first term, with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton. Great Northern's Kim Schofield's there. The ball's taken away by Goldfields, however. Goes up towards centre wing, outer side. Looking up there for some movement is the Southwest, and they've found it through the player there in Ugle. He gets it up the field. Pack around the ball. Great Northern player is given away a free kick for a illegal kick to the wall. Kicking in danger, I guess. The ball comes forward and goes the way once again for the Goldfields player in Ugle. He goes further afield looking for some movement, and a good bit of play there for Goldfields. Comes away as Stewart comes back to the player, throws it on his left boot, and looks pretty good as it runs towards the goals, but goes through the wrong side of the post, luckily for the Great Northern. And on the Active West Real Estate scoreboard, Great Northern are 2, Goldfields are 2 goals 1, 2 goals 2, and Great Northern are 1 behind.
Ball coming out of defence now, goes away of our big ruckman, and we're talking about the player in Tristan Jakes. He sends it out to the wing, and the player who's not ready for it on this occasion in Matthew Russell. He gathers himself though, gives it back to the player there in Schofield. Schofield sends it down the wing. Now they need to run with the ball to the Great Northern. They don't need to stop there and have a look, because the Goldfields are easily picking them off as they get it again through the guys of the player there in Delbridge. Delbridge sends it inboard, a beautiful directed kick just outside the forward 50, and the ball goes the way of Arcoid. Arcoid sends it in, and easy peasy, the former Rovers player takes a nice mark, and we're talking about Joseph Ugle. So Joseph Ugle is only about 25 metres out from goal, but at the moment, they're doing everything right, the Goldfields.
Yes, mate, they're full of run already from the start, and our boys are trying things. They're not coming off, but if they persist, I think we'll be all right.
So in he comes now, Joey Ugle. Played, I think, in a premiership for Rovers, but I could be wrong. As he comes in now, looks pretty good off the boot. No, it doesn't. It's going to go way to one side. He actually comes in short. Players diving on top of the defence for the Great Northern, desperate to get it out to the outer side of Fremantle Oval. They do that, but it is Goldfields who gather it toward the boundary, and they take it over. So
well done, Henry.
Yeah, but free kick going the way of Henry Perham. He was tackled or pushed in the back, so to speak, in the shadows, the far side of Fremantle Oval. Perham. Pedigree in the Great Northern, he sends it down that far wing. Up they go, and a nice mark is taken. Looks like it's Latassia who takes the mark, the big boy from Railways. Latassia now sizing up his option. He'll send it further afield. That side of the ground seems to be good for Great Northern as they go up into the air. I'm talking about the player there in Lawrence Evans. Gee, he can get high, but he couldn't take the mark. But Great Northern lose possession, going back the way of Goldfields. And going through the middle, as you said, Pud, they will dominate the middle of the ground, and they are doing it at the moment as they send it forward. And a nice mark, a beautiful textbook mark is taken just inside the forward 50.
Yes, Goldfields are starting like they started last time we played. They're starting very, very strongly. The sun is shining, but the grass is a bit slippery underfoot here at Community Bank Stadium, South Fremantle's home oval. Grand final day for the Nutrien Ag 2023 Carnival, and Goldfields are on fire early as Goldfields player from 50 metres out sets sail for home. It'll drop short. Goldfields player knocks it forward. Great Northern need to knock it through for a force behind, and that's exactly what they've done. On the Active West Real Estate scoreboard, Goldfields go to 2 goals 2-14. Great Northern 1 behind. Ball comes out of play, goes the way of Ringo McKenna. He goes by hand to Jaden Schofield, so he goes back into the pocket. So it's on the outer side of Fremantle Oval, and Great Northern are going to the hospital end or the southern end. Ball comes back into play. Goldfields being held up for the first time, but unfortunately the Great Northern player gave a free kick away. So the free kick will go the way of the Goldfields player. Goldfields play on, kick it in towards half forward. Good mark taken there by Jack Varian from Kalgoorlie. Plays it on to a teammate. That teammate gets a big long kick. Beautiful kick towards goal. Had the distance, didn't have the accuracy. Good bit of play there from that player who's been in pretty good form at the carnival in Clark. Kicked a goal early as Kim Schofield brings it out, goes the way of Matt Russell. Matt Russell misses what he should have taken, but recovers just enough in time. Ball comes back to Schofield. He gets it up towards the player there, and Bo Simpson. Bo Simpson for Great Northern kicks the ball around the corner, put his team under pressure. Ball eventually comes out. Great Northern need to kick a bit longer in these sort of conditions. Ball comes the way of the Goldfields player. In goes Jaden Schofield, breaks the tackle, gets it out towards a teammate there who kicks it forward in a good effort there from Great Northern, but the ball cleaned up again by Goldfields. In goes Latesia. He's fighting hard for the ball. So too is Ryder. Ryder puts it on his left boot, kicks it up towards half forward. Nobody home for Great Northern. A good strong mark taken by the defender there for the Goldfields. So Goldfields being very, very resolute. The ball is in the fence with Taylor. Bailey Taylor wearing the orange boots. Bailey Taylor on half-back. Goes across the ground, back towards the goal square. Picks out a teammate. And once again, we see the Goldfields boys go forward. Player put the ball down. Umpire said, play on. Ball comes back. And once again, Goldfields have it. And they put it on their left boot. Does the player there in Ugle. He gets it further afield. And the ball goes out of bounds. Just in front of our broadcast box here at the George Grilicic Broadcasting Facility here at Community Bank Oval on this first term, with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton. The Active West scoreboard, it is Goldfields 2-3-15 and Great Northern are one behind.
Thanks to Bubbles Plumbing too for supporting this carnival and the broadcast. Geraldton Toyota and also Geraldton Fuel as Great Northern go forward now. One of their few sorties forward, but it looks like they could do something here with Loris Evans if the bounce is kind for him, but it goes one way then the other. Great Northern switch the ball across the face of goal. In fact, that's Goldfields and they're out of danger. But Great Northern looking very predictable at the moment, and Goldfields are just picking them off at every turn. The ball in the middle of the ground now goes the way of Kim Schofield. He's working overtime, but should he need to, the ball goes away now. The player in Whiteley, he's brought to ground, comes out of the pack, goes forward again for Great Northern. Players setting themselves a mark. He would be decisive. Coming out of the pack, it goes the way of Whiteley, or is it the player there in Ryder? Ryder gets the ball, goes to the outer side, spins around, shoots on goal, but just a little bit too out of his range and under pressure on this occasion, and Christopher Ryder misses all and sundry.
Ball comes in from the outer full call. The Goldfields player played on a little bit too quickly, but the ball will come back, go the way of Varian. Varian getting the ball in the back pocket on the outer side, and we see him play on and kicked into the man on the mark, so well done to the Great Northern player there.
Good to your score here, Glenn.
Yes. It's an interesting situation. Time ticking by in this first term. 15 minutes gone. The good thing is Goldfields haven't done as much damage as perhaps they could have, because on the scoreboard they're 2-3. Great Northern are one behind. Great Northern have an opportunity now as the ball comes forward. Great Northern couldn't hold on to it. The ball rebounds again, and once again Goldfields have the ball on half back. They take the bounce. They don't mind taking it on. They go now. Oaks, good bit of pace there from Goldfields. Goes out deep, puts Great Northern under a bit of pressure. Ball goes in there quickly, but well recovered by the Great Northern defence in Jaden Schofield. Gets it up the ground, and he's picked out a mark, and a player there does well. Plays on quickly.
Latesia.
Latesia. He gets it out wide and picks out another Great Northern player deep on the boundary. Short pass. Puts his teammate under a bit of bother, but Drew Forrester's good enough to recover. Throws it on his boot.
That's what you want to see.
Kicks it up towards half forward. Looking up there for Jamie Williams. Jamie Williams, good tackle on that player who's caught in possession. Goldfields player there in Dylan Parker. Caught in possession. Good tackle there from Jamie Williams. The umpire said, no, you have to bring it back. So Jamie Williams will come back. Jamie is on the boundary line, about 60 metres from goal. On the club room side.
Yeah.
clubroom side of South Fremantle Oval. There goes the kick from Jamie, but it's cut off, and a good mark taken by the Goldfields player there in Jordan Hooks.
Jordan Hooks on the half-back line inside the defensive 50. Great Northern finding it hard to penetrate inside their forward 50. Ross Pud-Worthington, what do they need to do? They need to slow it down or speed it up?
No, I think we need to slow it down, Pete. And when we're coming out of the back line, we're trying to do Goldfields and go to the southern end.
A bit of a opportunity now. Sorry, Pud, as the ball comes in now to Ryder. It was an ill-directed kick by the Goldfields, and, well, Ryder was right inside the corridor and takes a mark. So, Christopher Ryder, he's already had a shot at goal, but it was on the run. Snaps are what he's good at, but he's doing a stock-standard shot now. He'll be kicking from about 25 to 30 metres when he gets onto this one. He's got a big kick. We've seen them at Eden Clark Reserve on many occasions. So when he comes now, Christopher Ryder kicking toward the Hospital or Venigabagona end. A goal here is decisive for Great Northern. Looks pretty good off the boot.
Good
Straight
kick
through the middle, and Christopher Ryder has, well, steadied the ship somewhat for the Great Northern.
Yeah, as I was going to say, Pete, we're trying to go down the centre, coming out of the back line. I noticed Henry Perham sitting out on the flank all by himself. If we went down the wing and come back into Harry Taylor or someone like that.
We're having success on that side of the ground, aren't we?
Yes, but we keep wanting to come this side and down the centre.
Ball back in the middle now. Great Northern steadying the ship, as I said. 2-3-15. The Goldfields lead the Great Northern 1-1-7 in this, the grand final of Division 2 here at the Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Championships. Thank you to Nawi Proprietary Limited and our good friends at Mitchell & Brown. Up in the air they go now. Looks like Lawrence Evans moved into the middle of the ground, but it's great. It's Goldfields who move away through this star. Yes, he's a good star. He's a good player, this player in Stewart. He sends it into the half-forward area, but goes into the pocket, bolted up with the Great Northern defenders, and will go over the white line. So the ball about to be thrown in a deep attack now for the Goldfields side. A goal here would be costly for Great Northern just when they started to steady the ship, as I've mentioned 3 or 4 times in the last couple of minutes. But the ball about to be thrown in from the far side. The steps on the far side of Fremantle Oval. So in it comes now. Toward the city end, players setting themselves up, they go. We are a little bit shorter than the Goldfields, but we do have some tools at times. As the ball goes to the far side now, bottling it up, and it is a bit scrappy this game today, and the ball will be thrown up once again. Still in the forward 50 for Goldfields.
Yes, it is very slippery. The field umpire just slipped over, but he rebounded very, very nicely. But the good news is Great Northern haven't cost themselves too much damage as yet. There's a couple of minutes to go in this first term, with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton. And Great Northern need to keep the lid on because they need to keep the Goldfields out from getting a goal late, because that would give them a big advantage going into the quarter-time break. They play on quickly. Good bit of play there from the Goldfields. They picked up Dylan Clark, and he's a very, very dangerous
danger
player.
Man, isn't he?
Yes, he's already kicked one this afternoon.
He and, as I've said, Alex Stewart, they certainly know what to do with the ball. Very precise and find good position.
Yeah, they are very efficient by hand and foot, are the Goldfields. Handling the conditions a little bit better early. So here we go. Dylan Clark. Can he get his second of the afternoon and stretch the lead on the Active West Real Estate scoreboard for the Goldfields? There goes the kick from Dylan Clark. Beautiful kick, but not good enough in the fact that it wasn't accurate enough, but it was a nice kick, but went through the wrong side of the post. Active West Real Estate scoreboard, and Goldfields go to 2 goals 4, 16. Great Northern a 1 goal 1, 7. As the ball comes across the ground.
In this particular game, we've got a really good scoreboard, Glenn.
Yes, it's nice. A good old-fashioned scoreboard. Lovely to see.
And the old timekeeper's clock as well.
Ball comes, but it's not turned on.
It's not worked on. No. Well, we're going a bit too far.
Don't get too excited, Peter. They wouldn't turn that clock on. The ball comes the far side on the side, and Goldfields clear, or do they? Good bit of pressure. But it spills out, and now the ball is on centre wing. Scoreboard side, but there we have it. Siren, and it's a 4-quarter game in the final here of Division 2. And at quarter time, Goldfields 2 goals 4, 16 lead Great Northern 1-1-7. And you're tuned to Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football.
With Nutrien Egg Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Well, it's fantastic to get into the huddle there and listen to Leith Teakle, the coach of the Great Northern team there, and some of the players were actually talking about playing the percentages and getting the ball down the line and get the crummers to the ball, get around it. Big Harry was in there, Harry Taylor, of course, mentoring one of the groups, and he's saying, where's the spare? Find out where the spare is, get the ball on the ground, and then guess what? Get to work, you blokes, and fantastic to hear him talk. And then Leith, of course, had a quick chat, and he said, look, it was a great start. We are in it. We're going to take territory, and they talked about a bit of game plan stuff that we can't share too much of, but absolutely sensational. Very well spoken by Leith, and I'll tell you what, they've got belief. That is a huge part of it. The other one is to one of our great co-commentators, James Gardner. I'd like to send out huge shout out over the last 3 or 4 days. James has been with us. He is from the Great Northern area, so a shout out to James, and I know that he's barracking from a long way away, as are all the viewers. Please enjoy the rest of the game.
We persist in trying to go down the centre. They're rebounding off us going forward. Our better players are Jaden Schofield, Ringo, McKenna, young Harry Perham, Drew Forrester is doing very well, playing tall, and we badly miss Hayden Johnson. But they are taller. I think we've settled down more now, and hopefully we can carry on.
Well, hopefully not too much damage has been done. Great Northern have a chance to regroup. We're underway in the second term with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack. And once again, the Goldfields have the best of it on that occasion through Jordan Reid. Ball comes to a grounding halt. The umpire will have to come in and throw the ball up once again. So we're underway in this second term of a 4-quarter full-time game. So be aware of that. It's a 4-quarter game. These, not like the round robin games, this is a full 4-quarter game. So we're underway. First minute of this second term. Ball quickly goes out of bounds. There'll be a boundary throw in just in front of the Gerald Hotel scoreboard. And it is Great Goldfields 2-4-16.
Hello to Grant Pittman, who's listening in, Glenn.
Yes, very good morning to him. And Great Northern 1-1-7.
Ball coming in now, just below the scoreboard, as Glenn mentioned. Great Northern kicking toward the hospital end, I should say, no, the city end in this quarter. The ball goes away. That player that has been dangerous throughout the carnival, Alex Stewart for Goldfields. He sends it inboard now. They can set something up as the big player comes through to try and collect it on that occasion. That player is Arcoid. He's unable to do so, goes to ground. Players dive on top of it. The umpire says, play on, let it play out. The ball comes out of the pack now. Great Northern need to get it to a boot and back out to the outer side. As I said, they need to play the flanks and they need to play them well because they're best at it. But the Goldfields are persistent as they push toward the goal area. Deep in the pocket, goes away of the defender now, who sends it further afield. And there he is again. He's Kim Schofield. He's been good this tournament, along with Jaden, wearing the pink boots. He crosses across the face of goal. That was a kick. Yeah, it was a beautiful kick in the end as it goes back the way of his brother, Jaden. Down the line, goes to Bo Simpson, the Rovers player. Plays on now. The little speedster for the Chapman Valley Royals moves down now with the game in O'Brien. O'Brien sends it inboard, but an ill-direct kick goes straight down the throat of the defender for the Goldfields. He sends it back to whence it came, but that's good for Great Northern. They should get onto this. The ball spills free, goes toward the boundary, but they do well as they get away with it now through Sam Burge. And the Goldfields have a bit of movement, or do they? As a player is quickly set upon as he goes to ground. That player is Cale Delridge. Probably lucky he didn't get a free kick for tackle a little high, but he was on the ground, Glenn, and the ball will be thrown up just in front of our broadcast position here for Radio Mama.
Yeah, so the field umpire puts the ball into motion. So the Goldfields have the ball now, but the boundary line comes into play. The player that grabbed it there was Ruganzi and Ragazzani, I should say. So better players, I thought.
You're usually pretty good at all those names.
Yeah, I am. Jordan Reid, Dylan Clark, Alex Stewart and Jack Favarian have been good players for the Goldfields to this point. Goldfields try to put the boot to ball, and that was the player I was talking about, Jordan Reid. But the ball
well done, Jamie.
Is left, and Jamie Williams will take the free kick. Jamie Williams with the free kick for the Great Northern.
Put up with his dad in the terrace a little bit earlier on, Glenn.
Yeah, it's great to see Ross down here enjoying the Country Week Carnival and seeing Jamie play some good footy. Ball goes the way of Callum Marquis, whose mum and dad are also down here enjoying Callum having a good carnival. His kick goes up towards the forward line, but it's cut off again. They've been very doer back there, the defenders, and well done to the defence there of Brett Blair that was. Kicks it upfield, looking there for a teammate, Alex Stewart. Alex Stewart socked the ball across the boundary line. So luck's a fortune. A free kick will go the way of Jaden Schofield. So Jaden Schofield has a free kick, and someone said something. So that's a couple of times the Goldfields have overstepped the mark. So an opportunity now for Jaden Schofield to hopefully make hay while the sun shines. Cloud cover at the moment. The ground's a bit slippery underfoot. Hopefully Great Northern are starting to find their way now as Jaden Schofield, big kick up towards half forward, pack around the ball, picked up by Ryder. That time it was Christopher, throws it on his left boot. The ball goes across the face of goal, and the ball goes out of bounds at the prison end of the
Lawrence
ground.
Evans was lurking, Glenn. I thought he was going to take a bit of a hang there, but didn't find the position. The ball coming back in now. Great Northern in attack. Have attacked a lot better in the early stages of the second term. In they come now, thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack. The ball coming in now. Great Northern need to hold it here. Diving on top of it is that player in Evans. He loses possession though, and it's socked out by Goldfields outside the defensive 50 for them. It looks like Great Northern will be able to reassert themselves as Schofield goes inboard and finds Williams. Williams wearing number 2, but impressed with his carnival to this date. This time, I should say, sending it into the full forward area. It's not a bad kick. A bounce he'll be kind for Great Northern as it goes the way of the player there. And he spins around on a 50-cent piece, unable to get it away. And I'm talking about Ryder, Christopher Ryder. The ball goes to ground. Players diving on top of it. Keeping it in there, keeping are the Great Northern. But again, the Goldfields. Quick hands gets them out of the pack, straight down the middle of the ground. That's where the Great Northern don't want it. Goes to ground and looks like it is a free kick that'll go the way of Great Northern. Bo Simpson will be the recipient. Bo coming right down the ground from defence. He sees the lead. It's a good lead from Perham. Perham will set something up. He's straight down the corridor. Hit a Great Northern. Up goes the player there to try and take the mark, and that was Lawrence Evans. He couldn't do so. The ball spills over the back. No one to pick it up for Great Northern. The crumbs are there for Goldfields as they send it further afield in front of our broadcast position. Goes the way of a player is quickly brought to ground, but a free kick will go the way of the Goldfields player.
So Goldfields get the ball forward through Reed. Once again, he gets it out to a teammate there in Delbridge.
Ooh.
Delbridge kicks it up along centre wing. Free kick's been picked out, or interference goes the way of Regazanzi. He gets it away to a player there who does well in Kelman. Kelman gets it up the field, picks out a teammate and Ackroyd. Ackroyd goes across the goals, finds a teammate who runs towards full forward. Oh, a good effort there from the big fella, and that was a very good goal. And he's a class act, is that young player in Bailey Taylor, I think it was, and a good bit of play. Held Goldfields down for the first 6 minutes of that quarter, but he finished off well, coming off and doing it well was that player there in Bailey Taylor.
In the story, Reganzani, he tells us you can just call him Nick, Glenn.
Okay.
Ball coming back to the middle now, and that was a bit of a blow to Great Northern, who had had a lot of the play early in this second term, Pud.
Yes, we're doing very well with the pressure, but we're all running back to the back line to help our blokes, but Goldfields are stopping every 20 metres and just chipping away and then kicking over the wall.
3-4-22, 1-1-7. The Great Northern Trail here in the final of Division 2 at the Agri Solutions, Nutrien Ag Solutions, I should say. Grand final in the Division 2 as Goldfield send it further afield. Whiteley, he takes the mark, sends it inboard, all on his lonesome. He's this player in Schofield. Has he got options? Has he got rid of the ball a little bit too early? He sends it inside the corridor, and he did. His players weren't ready for it. The Goldfields defenders were. They kick it out, but a nice mark is taken by Tristan Jakes. Tristan Jakes, a big conveyance of a fella. The ruckman for Chapman Valley and the Great Northern. A nice kick, a beautiful kick inboard. Oh, jeez. And Galby just looked at it, and he should have taken the mark, and the mark was then taken by the custodian for the Goldfields.
Yeah, forwards have really lost a little bit of structure and a little bit of confidence at the moment. The Goldfields are doing very, very well, getting the ball forward. Picked up now by Great Northern. Get it out towards Clay Sipler on the outer side, centre wing. Kicks it forward, but it's taken now by Brett Blair from the Goldfields. Time ticking by in this second term with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack. And on the Gerald Hotel Apartment scoreboard, Goldfields 3-4-22 in control. Great Northern 1-1-7. So we've seen one goal from the Goldfields in this quarter. Great Northern need to get a score on the board to keep in touch. Ball is on centre wing, goes the way of Ugle. Picks out a teammate, and the ball comes across again. This time it goes the way of Regazani. He plays the ball forward, gets it up the ground, looking there for a teammate, picked up by the big fella. Back on the ground in Tom Gillett. Tom Gillett shoots on goal, and it's socked through by the big man, and good bit of play. And Goldfield starting to show their strength and well, socketed off the ground and finished it off very, very well. So the Goldfields get their next big goal on the Gerald Hotel Apartment scoreboard, and Goldfields a 4-4. They lead Great Northern 1-1.
That was Tom Gillett, Glenn.
Yeah,
the big fella from Eastern Goldfields.
Yes, the ball back in the middle now. Great Northern under the pump here. The grand final of the Division 2 here at the Country Championships, coming to you live from Fremantle Oval, courtesy of Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football. Peter Forenza, Glenn Barnden, and special comments from Ross Pud Worthington. The ball back in the middle. Christian Jakes, he's doing his share this afternoon. Needs a bit of little support as the ball comes out the way now of a teammate who's quickly bottled up. Jakes goes down again, dives on top of the ball, the big fella, and the umpire says no opportunity for anyone there, guys, and we'll throw it up once again.
Fellas, Leon Galby's very quiet today.
He certainly is. He should have taken a mark a moment ago in the forward area. One would think he just watched it sail past as the ball comes out of the middle now for the Goldfields, and a nice mark is taken downfield, and the bloke that took that mark took a nice one indeed, and that's Nurich. Nurich sends it inboard now, and too well easy as a player makes the lead, but he was stifled in his attempt running forward by the defender for Great Northern, but the whistle has sounded. The umpire has said a couple of things, and a free kick will go the way of a player that was dealt with off the ball for the Goldfields, and that player is Fisher, and he will have another shot on goal. So at the moment, Glenn, things going a little bit south for Great Northern.
Ryan Fisher has the ball 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle, kicking to the hospital end, or the Benny Vagona end as it's known for this week, the NAIDOC week. There goes the kick from Fisher. Looks very good off the boot. Beautiful kick straight through the centre from 40 metres. Did it well on his left boot. Goldfields get another one on the Gerald Apartment scoreboard, and it is Goldfields in this term. In fact, 3 important goals, and they were held pretty quiet for the first 5 minutes of the term, but they've started to hit their straps now, and a very good goal there from that player who finished off very well.
I noticed when we go into our forward line, Harry Taylor's going up against 3 or 4 players as normal, but the trouble is their smaller backmen are running off Harry Taylor, and our smaller blokes aren't waking up to it.
That's comments there from Ross Wood-Worthington here at the Country Championships here on Radio Mumma. The ball back in the middle. Jakes does well on this occasion, puts it on his boot. In fact, it's McKenna. McKenna sends it down to the top of the forward 50. Could see something here from O'Brien. He's clever. He sends it inboard looking for Latassi. He doesn't find that player. The ball spills free. Goes away of Ryder now. That's Jamie Ryder. He sends it toward his brother Christopher, who's dealt with as he goes down. The umpire said nothing in that. They get out of danger to Goldfields, but Christopher Ryder shakes his head, but nothing's going to come of that passage of play as the ball goes inboard now, and the Goldfields have control once again on the half-back flank, or do they? They lose possession just in front of our broadcast position. Goes the way of the custodian there in Brett Blair. Blair sends it further afield, and Goldfields are continuing to haunt the Great Northern as they pepper the forward 50, and the kick into the forward 50 came from Garlett on that occasion, Cuba Garlett, and he sends it to the big fella who took a mark, and they're going to have another shot on goal. So at the moment, the Great Northern are a bit flat-footed as we see the player going to shoot goal now on Nurich, who actually had a good mark out here on this particular wing a little bit earlier. So he's one of the players that has got a lot of possessions for his team over the carnival. So Nurich comes in now, and Jared Nurich from the Mines Rovers Club. In it goes, straight through the middle. No, it doesn't. Far to one side, luckily for Great Northern, and it's gone through for the minor score. So the Goldfields, they continue to have a dominance in this grand final. The Goldfields are waiting for the score to go up. The Goldfields are 5-5. They lead the Great Northern Glen 1-1.
Yes, a good mark, wasn't it, from that player? It takes very, very strong marks overhead, unlike the Great Northern players who are struggling to handle the ball, particularly in their forward line. Ball comes out of defence now from Drew Tunbridge from the Great Northern. Kicks it from half back, kicks it up towards centre wing. Out on the scoreboard side, 35 plays 7 in favour of the Goldfields. As the ball comes back in, there goes the player.
Free kick.
Goal.
Free kick.
Bailey Taylor.
Oh no, against him.
Yeah, Bailey Taylor has got the free kick, so he's the guy that kicked a goal a little while back, so he's able to run back from the half back line. So here he goes. There goes the kick from Bailey Taylor. Likely type, kicks it in towards the centre. Great Northern player down, in a bit of bother. Ball comes way of Kimmy Schofield for the Great Northern. He kicks the ball forward, looking there for Ryder, but the ball's picked up by the player there for Goldfields in Dylan Parker. But the ball comes back to Goldfields again, and the ball is up the field on half back. Goes the way of Joseph Ugle. Joey Ugle gets it on quickly, gets it out, and the ball is now on centre wing to that player we're talking about, and Bailey Taylor. He gets a kick forward. The Great Northern player comes across the front of the pack and takes a very, very good mark there, and that is Jaden Schofield.
He sends it down to his brother, but mistimed. His brother eventually gets it. That's Kim Schofield, and then a player from the Great Northern is dealt with, but the umpire has seen some other things going on. In fact, it goes out of bounds. I thought Henry Perham was dealt with a little bit there, but obviously they didn't agree with me there. The ball about to be thrown in front of the South Fremantle club rooms. Great Northern need to get another score soon. They are only 1-1 trailing the Goldfields 5-5, going to middle stages of the second term, a four-quarter game. This particular game, the grand final in Division 2 of the Country Championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. The umpire throws it up once again. Players setting themselves. It's knocked down on this occasion by the big fella in Fleming Fleming gets the ball further afield, going the way now of Lawrence Evans. Trying to find his feet, does Evans, but he works well to get back into the game and is tackled a little high.
Well done.
And Lawrence Evans will be the recipient of a free kick on the half-forward flank.
So Lawrence Evans finding it hard in these slippery conditions to get the ball. Should have been a 50 metre.
Had to go behind the mark.
Yeah. But the bloke wouldn't let him get the ball, so it's quite simple. It's a free kick.
He nearly blew for 50.
So the ball goes back. Lawrence Evans has the ball. Goldfields perhaps a little lucky they didn't give away another 50-metre penalty. Umpire says now play on Lawrence, and he does. Lawrence from centre wing kicks it up towards half forward.
Oh, good mark.
And a very, very strong mark. That's the first strong mark one of the forwards has taken for Great Northern today. And that's Ryan Latesia. And Ryan Latesia has the ball.
We've seen him take some good marks at home, Glenn, haven't we?
We have, and he's played a pretty good carnival too.
Yep.
He's a big, tall, mobile player. So Latesia is 35 metres out, almost directly in front. To say Great Northern need this one would be the understatement of the year. So let's see how Ryan goes from here. 35 to 40 metres out, sets sail for home, ball fades away to the right-hand side, 1 point only. And on the Gerald Apartment Hotel scoreboard, Goldfields are 5-5. They lead Great Northern 1-2.
Ball coming out of defence, unlucky for Latesia. He was unable to score. The scoreboard does tick over a little for Great Northern. 1-2. They trail the Goldfields 5-5. This quarter brought to you by Melissa Price, the member for Durack. Hello to Melissa if she's listening in. We'll try and do the righty as the game unfolds for you, Melissa, but at the moment things are against the Great Northern. The ball is backward as centre now as they try and set something up. Into the half-forward area it goes. The mark can't be taken, but in the keeping of the Great Northern to take it toward the boundary on the far side of Fremantle Oval, and the ball will be thrown in. So the Great Northern need to do something. It's at a very important stage of the game, one would think. They need to pile a couple of goals on to stay in this contest.
That was good pressure from young Sippler.
It was, and he does that time and time again for a little man. But he plays a tall defender, that's for sure. The ball coming back into the middle. A bounce would be kind here as it goes the way of the player there in Lawrence Evans, but he loses possession. Comes out now to Ryder. Ryder doesn't judge the bounce, and Jamie Ryder goes back the way of the Goldfields players, and they've got good hands. Let's give it away to this guy in Bailey. Bailey loses his footing and kicks it out on the full, I think. So the ball, actually, luckily enough, it wasn't. Or was it? No. So the ball will be thrown in just in front of our broadcast position. So Rosswood Worthington, the Great Northern, are trying hard but not getting benefit for their effort at this stage.
No, I think we're getting sucked in with them. We just need to slow down, especially going forward.
The ball coming in now. Goes away of this player, the ruckman, the big boy. We're talking about Fleming. Fleming now.
Having a purple patch.
He is. Kicking into the half-forward area. Mark here be very good for the Great Northern. Comes off the Goldfields' hands, goes to ground. A couple of Great Northern players are there, but they're not nimble enough to collect the ball quick enough. Goes away of Goldfield to quickly get it out of danger. Send it to the wing. Looking for the player who has been dangerous early in Nurich. That's Jake Nurich. And he loses possession. Tunbridge collects the ball, sends it inboard and finds Whiteley. Whiteley, Chapman Valley custodian. It's a pretty good season, or a couple of seasons for the Valley. Only a young fella. He'll send it further afield now. Inside the forward 50. We're pumping this forward 50, but not getting what we need out of it as the ball is trying to be kept in. But the good defenders for the Goldfields are much more accurate, Glenn, in their kicking as the player is quickly brought to ground on that occasion. A good tackle was put on by Whiteley. Whiteley now will play on. Clever boy. He kicks inside the corridor. He's looking for support in there. In runs Williams, but he overshoots the ball and it comes out again from Goldfields. So at the moment, the Great Northern are working hard, but are being thwarted by the defence of the Goldfields.
Been a very good quarter from the Goldfields as they go forward again through Delbridge. Gets it up towards the forward line, but Great Northern, can they clear? Forrester's there. Goes the way of Bo Simpson by hand. Back to Drew Forrester. Forrester goes out wide. Looking out there for Ringo McKenna. He gets tackled. Goes by hand looking for a teammate. Umpire says the ball is going to go the way of Great Northern. Player was tripped, as said. Jaden Schofield is that player. So Schofield with the ball. The dying stages, and there it is. It's siren time. Quarter number 2 for Melissa Price, the member for Durack. And on the Gerald Hotel Apartment scoreboard, a very good quarter for the Goldfields. They added 3 goals, 1. Great Northern added only 1 behind. So Great Northern in a bit of bother as they hit.
Nutrien Egg Solutions, we'll help you go further.
It's an absolute pleasure, folks, to be joined by Kane Benson, better known as Benno, the state coach, but also chairman of selectors for the All-Star team. First of all, welcome, Kane.
Thanks very much for having us. Yeah, great day. Big weekend, sorry, and yeah, we're looking forward to 1.5 games to go.
So 3 divisions. I wouldn't like to be in your pants or your seat at the moment, because tell us, as a selector, how many selectors are there first of all?
So this year we've got 5 selectors that have tried to get across the 3 divisions and the 18 different teams.
Wow, so it can come from all 18 teams?
Absolutely, yes. We've got 22 spots, and there's no rule that it has to come from anywhere other than the best players across the 18 different teams.
So there's a lot of footage, obviously, with us filming footy and Dartfish, going back over and re-watching games and highlights and so on. First question, how do you select that team?
Yeah, good question, tough question. We've obviously got selectors out of the different grounds across the weekend, and we try and get each selector at 2 or 3 of the divisions across the couple of days so that they can mirror or have a look at a player in Division 1 versus a player in Division 2 and so on. So we've been out and about for 2 days. We sat down late last night after sharing our notes Friday night, and I think we started with probably around 45 odd different players between us. Yep. We do take into account the umpires' votes as well, and we've actually chatted to a lot of the team coaches as well, so and then pull it all together.
And then we talk about positional. So I've probably got about 15 backmen's names that I can give you. But do you select positional? Obviously we know key position, but what if there's an outstanding back pocket player or an outstanding half-back flank? We can't all have midfielders. They wouldn't know how to play back line. They want to go forward and kick goals. Is it done around positional stuff?
Look, it's not in position on magnets on a board. Yep. It's 22 better players. Yeah. However, we're very mindful that we don't just want the sexy blokes in the middle to get 30 touches. We like that good fullback that clips them in the back of the ear, and the back pocket or forward pocket. So we don't do positions, but we don't concentrate on the mids.
All right, Benno, let's talk about, we look at players and we say, gee, that bloke's a solid contributor for 4 quarters, just played at a really good level, got the ball, great skills, etc., versus the highlights player. So he might only get 7 or 8 touches, but turns a game, kicks 2 quick goals, maybe runs down the ground, bouncing down the wing 2 or 3 times. You get these highlight players. So what's the balance there between a good solid 4-quarter player versus that real highlights package? That does turn a game.
Look, we've probably concentrated more on blokes that have played across the 3 or 4 games, not even just that one 20 minute and 20 minutes. So we pulled all our numbers together after the first day, then we pulled all our numbers after the second day, and then we saw where they matched across the 2 days. So it's definitely not 2 minutes here or a barrel from 60 gets you a spot. It's really over the 3 or 4 games that they've played.
And then I guess the next question is, obviously the documentary back in '96, Year of the Dog, and Terry Wallace puts up the magnets, and there's 5 players named in every position. That was a potential that they could play, and you've alluded to that with the numbers. But if you've got a player that can play more than one position, we call them the swingman these days, does that come into account as well?
Yeah, probably not as much in this, solely because we don't pick for position. Yep. When we're looking at the state team, which is a totally different program, yes, but for this one, we just picked 22 players.
All right, Kane, absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us, because it's a mighty task, as I said. And then you get, you've got your selectors around you in close, but then you've got people like me coming and talking to you, and someone's father or mother will come and talk to you, and one of the coaches will come and say, he's got to be in and out. How do you stay strong-minded in your own convictions?
Oh, look, everyone's an expert, aren't they? Yeah. However, at the end of the day, we'll back ourselves in. We're not going to please everyone, we know that. And to be honest, we could have picked 2 or 3 All-Stars teams this year with so many teams. So, look, at the end of the day, it's a nice thing to get a jumper. There's some really unlucky players, we get that. Hopefully they're back next year and they'll get one next year.
And Kane, as I said, it is the best of the best, and for those that do get in it, fantastic. But the bigger part is the Western Australian Country Football League, to see the standard of football out there, which does make your job hard, we understand, but that's a credit to the players and the coaches. Eddie, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck with your selections.
Appreciate all the good work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Championships. It's the final day of Division 2, grand final day. We're coming live from the Fremantle Community Bank Stadium here at South Fremantle, and our special comments today with thanks to Ross Pud Worthington, and you're joined by Glenn Barton and Peter Forenza on Drennan O'Malley Motors Game Day, and we're about to get this third quarter underway for Drennan O'Malley Motors. And in early games today, in Division 3, North Pilbara 11-7, 73 defeated Esperance 7-3, 45. Still to come, the Division 1 game today after this one is between Avon and Southwest. We're about to get this quarter underway, and it is certainly Goldfields are doing the best at the moment. Goldfields added 3 goals, 1 in the second quarter. Great Northern added 1 goal, 1 behind.
Glenn, just quickly, Phil Sorgiovanni, a great supporter of Country Weeks, has come through and says our boys are flat-footed. Goldfields are very proactive in movement when in possession, but also behind the ball. Our guys are being reactive rather than proactive.
Fair comments there, Phil Sorgiovanni from Active West Real Estate, as the ball goes up in the air and the ball comes the way of the big fellas. This time Tristan Jakes has the best of it, socketed forward by Dylan Clark, I should say, and it's taken now by the Great Northern player in Bo Simpson. Bo Simpson plays on, short pass, and has picked out Jack McKee. Jack McKee has the ball, the Northampton fullback. Grabs the ball from half-back, kicks it up towards half-forward. But once again, nobody there for the Great Northern, and a good strong mark taken by the Goldfields player. Very well built young man. There goes his kick. Kicks it up towards centre wing. Once again, the big fella's there for Goldfields. He's been in everything today. And Jordan Reid, he runs straight through his opponent. Ball comes out the back. Ball comes the way of Gerald Ugle. He gets it further field, looking up there, and once again the big man comes out using his strength, gets it forward. That's Gillett. The player there played for a free kick. Umpire said play on. Ball spills. Socket forward. Goes the way of Kim Schofield. Kim Schofield feeds the handball out. Goes the way of Ringo McKenna. He's driven over and run down. Ball comes the way of Alex Stewart. He feeds the handball out to a teammate there in Burge. Goes the way of Joey Ugle. And Joey Ugle's well run down by the Great Northern player.
Just as well.
And he was away, ready to go. But once again, probably the star of the show in Jaden Schofield. Does very well.
Yeah, he does very well. A lot of possessions in this game in the back half of the ground, sad to say, as he kicks it to the outer side of Fremantle Oval. Great Northern come through Williams. Williams goes one way, then the other, puts it onto his boot and cats. In fact, that's Whiteley into the half-forward area. Players setting themselves. But again, 2 Great Northern players and 1 from the Goldfields, and he takes the mark. So the Goldfields are doing what they will at the moment. Great Northern need to slow things down and start dictating the game on their terms. I think they should run with the ball, but that's just my humble opinion. The ball in centre wing now. So coming now from Ugle. Gets it to a teammate. That player is Stewart. Stewart plays on now to the half-forward area, and a nice mark is taken down there by Gillett. So Gillett, he was dangerous in the last term, has been dangerous all carnival for the Goldfields as he sends it inboard now. Player is flat-footed. The Great Northern player goes up to, hits the deck on his back, goes the way now of Joey Ugle, puts it inside the corridor. They have an opportunity to score, but a good tackle is put on by Jamie Ryder on his opposite number. No prior opportunity, and the umpire will ball it up just metres away from the Goldfields goal.
Yes, it's important that Great Northern keep the lid on. They haven't been blown away yet, but it could happen very, very soon if they don't get a goal on the other end. But a good mark taken for that giant of a man. And we've mentioned him, and Peter was just talking about him. Tommy Gillett, he was a star yesterday when Great Northern played the Goldfields, and he doesn't get any smaller, and he's a good contributor and a very, very strong player and a good mark.
And early in that game yesterday, as Ross Wood-Worthington will attest to, he was playing on Hayden Johnson, who was holding him for a while, but of course Hayden got injured in that game.
Yes, so Gillett has an opportunity now to get another goal on the board, and Tom Gillett has kicked one. He has kicked one today. Now he goes for his second. Looks like he's got it. And on the scoreboard for Active West Real Estate, we see a very, very comfortable scoreline for the Goldfields. Now Goldfields go to 6-5. They lead Great Northern 1-2. What's the problem here, Pud? Just give us your thoughts on what you've taken and some of the better players for the Great Northern in the first half to this point.
Well, obviously, I think the boys are trying. But
yeah, no doubt.
Things aren't just working. We're going, as Sword said, we're flat-footed and we're taking the wrong choices. You know, we need to settle down instead of rushing because the ground's slippery underneath. Our blokes keep slipping, they're not. And, you know, doesn't seem enough of us, put it that way.
Well, we're a bit underdone in the fact that they've got about 3 or 4 more interchange players, which always helps in the rotations. As we see Kim Schofield win the ball out of the centre, kicks it up towards the half-forward line where he finds young Callum Marquis. Callum Marquis is 60 metres from goal, gets it on his left boot, kicks it up towards the top of the goal. Lawrence Evans couldn't put a handle on that. Almost a mark, comes to ground, and a ball spills. Good bit of tackle because the ball didn't come out properly, and a free kick will go the way. Good tackle put on by the Great Northern player there,
Henry Perham.
So Henry Perham will have a shot towards goal.
He's got good boots, Glenn. He's on a reasonable angle.
Yeah, so Henry Perham did well. Good tackle. He kept the ball in there. So Henry Perham can get a much-needed score on the board for the Great Northern. Great Northern haven't kicked a goal since the 17-minute mark of the first term. This third term with thanks to Nutrien O'Malley Motors. And Henry Perham shows his class with a beautiful goal straight through the centre at the Bagurna end. And on the Active West Real Estate scoreboard, Great Northern get their second goal of the afternoon. Great Northern are 2-2. They trail the Goldfields 6-5.
It's one of the 3 sons of the great Steve Chuck Perham. I'm sure he'll be watching back home in Geraldton. And son of a gun, he puts it straight through the middle in the forward area, Pud.
Yes, it was fantastic. Notice they come down the clubhouse wing instead of trying the centre. So it's very good. Henry, great tackle for his size, always tackles well, and a beautiful straight shot.
6-5-41. They still have a handy lead to the Goldfields over the Great Northern 2-2-14. Early stages of the second half. This quarter brought to you by Nutrien O'Malley Motors.
Just got our first warning.
Okay, that's the 666 stuff, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, ball back in the middle now. Players setting themselves up. Goes Christian Jakes. He's been good all carnival. Continues to knock it down, but isn't getting support at the fall of the ball. As it goes away now, Jaden Schofield gives it back to a teammate there who plays on now into the half-forward area. Whiteley can run onto it here. If he gets a good bounce, it could be good for Great Northern inside the corridor, but he slips to the ground as the ball comes in. I'm talking about the player there in Lawrence Evans, and the mark is taken by the defender for Gascoigne. Coming out of defence now, the Gascoigne send it toward the boundary, and I've been very impressed at just in the last couple of quarters by Ewan Whiteley, one of the youngest players out there.
Yeah, well, Ewan Whiteley played at the Colts Carnival last year, and he's one of the few that's come through this year, but you've seen his development. He continues to develop, and his performance, as you say, in the last few quarters have been very, very encouraging indeed. As the Goldfields have got a free kick, they'll go to the big fella, the big ruckman, and he will send the ball forward for the Goldfields. Does it well. In goes Drew Forrester, and Drew Forrester marks the ball beautifully, goes backwards, puts his teammate under a bit of pressure. They go backwards now, so the gate is open. That was an awkward kick, and all of a sudden we see the player there shooting towards goal in Tommy Gillett, but luck's a fortune. It goes through, bounces through the wrong side, and in fact goes out of bounds. So that was lucky. Drew Forrester took a very good mark. He saw him option there. The ball wasn't delivered to Jaden Schofield appropriately, but luck's a fortune. At least it didn't go through for a goal.
Yes, the ball coming back out now from the Great Northern defence. Ball thrown in, I should say. Players diving on top of it.
Goes.
Geez, another snap at goal by Goldfields. It's to be touched on the line.
By Big Jack McKee.
Yes, he's done pretty well as Big Jack. He's been pretty put under the pump, especially in this particular
Well, the back
game.
line have really been under the pump.
They certainly have.
Stood up pretty well, I think.
As he goes to the outer side, past the Cicerello side. Of course, Cicerello's here in Fremantle, a synonymous name with fish and chips. Might head down there tonight, Glenn, as the ball goes the way now of a couple of Great Northern players. They can set something up. Going back the way, Christian Jakes now puts it on his benefactress Latasio down the wing, but ill-directed kick only finds the hands of the Goldfields custodian. He sends it inboard as they have got a few options as they go down. A nice big kick as the rain, I think, is beginning to fall here at Fremantle Oval. Into the half-forward area it goes. Gillett, he gets it. He shoots on goal. He knows what he's doing. Goes straight across the front and straight through the middle, and it looks like another goal to the Goldfields.
A very strong performance from the Goldfields. They run hard, they work hard, and they play hard, and they generally get value for effort, and really starting to get value for effort now on the scoreboard as well. So a good goal there from the player from the Goldfields, who's run back to the centre, to the midfield. So he has been in pretty good form this afternoon, has that player, along with his teammates. So a good goal there from that player, and that player was my mate, Nick Ragazzani. So he did it well. Nick Ragazzani. So well done. He gets his first of the afternoon, and Goldfields get their 7th on the scoreboard for Active West Real Estate, and it is Goldfields 7-6-48, Great Northern 2-2-14.
Ball back in the middle now. Great Northern certainly struggling at the moment, or at the minute, as we see the ball go inside the corridor. It's picked up by the big ruckman in Christian Jakes. He also is one of the youngest players out there. Goes away of Christopher Ryder now. He puts it into space. That face goes away of O'Brien. O'Brien goes one way, then the other. Sends it down the flank and finds Big Harry Taylor, I think
Very
it is,
nice.
on the far side. So hasn't had much of the ball today. He'll send it in, or kicks into the man on the mark. That was a bit unlucky. The ball spills free. Great Northern had an opportunity there, but a little bit too rushed as the ball is bottled up just outside the forward 50 for the GNFL, and the ball will be thrown up. So it is pretty one-sided affair here as we head to the middle stages of the third quarter, thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors. Great Northern struggling to get it ball to boot, but the Goldfields have a plan and they're playing to it. On this occasion, the Great Northern do well, and that is...
get the free kick.
Yeah, free kick going the way of Sippler. It's come right down the ground, Glenn. I think it's Sippler.
They've put him on the ball.
They have. I didn't notice him in defence, that's why. And a nice big kick inside the corridor. Up they go. A couple of Goldfields players go to ground. It's picked up now by Great Northern to try and move it forward. A player is well set upon, almost.
Well done, he got dumped.
Tackled by 2 or 3 players, but that player is Lawrence Evans, and he gets up off the ground.
Like Williams.
In fact, it's Williams that was brought to the ground, and he will now have a shot on goal. He's in almost the same position as Perham was a little bit earlier. If he's the same ilk in kicking as Perham, he should nail this one, but I won't put him under too much pressure. Probably a little bit more of an angle, in fact. So coming in now is Jamie Williams from the Northampton Footy Club, sending it toward the Benny Vagona or hospital end of Fremantle Oval. Looks pretty good off the boot. That's lovely. A nice kick. A much needed goal for Great Northern, and they stay alive in the final of the Division 2 Nutrien Ag Solutions Grand Final.
Yeah, 12 minutes gone in this third quarter with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors. Quarter number 3 and 13 minutes gone in this term, and score check. Active West Real Estate scoreboard. Great Northern get their very important third goal of the day. Great Northern are 3 goals 2. They trail Goldfields 7 goals 6. So a good break still, but Great Northern need the next 2 to keep in touch as we head towards 3-quarter time. Drennan O'Malley Motors game day on Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football, as the field umpire to put the ball back into play, and he does, and the ball run forward by the big fella there for Great Northern in Leah Tessa, but the ball's picked up by the Goldfields. The Goldfields have it through Sam Burge, slaps it out, looking out there. Great Northern player has the ball taken away from him by Burge again. Burge grabs it, kicks it towards full forward, looking for Gillett. Well done by the defender there in Tommy Fleming, but Gillett runs in, throws it on his boot, ball goes out towards the boundary line, ball goes out of bounds, and it'll be a boundary throw in the right forward pocket at the Basil Campbell end of South Fremantle Oval, or the city end. So the boundary umpire to put the ball back into play. 48 plays 20. 28 points in favour of the Goldfields.
Was that grand final against East Fremantle where they had the big ruckus before the first bounce down, and big Basil Campbell was involved in that, Glenn?
Was that 79? Or
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. There's a lot of memories from that game. That was an awesome final. That was indeed a Derby grand final as the ball goes out of bounds and about to be brought back in by the Great Northern. The scoreboard 7-6-48 leads. That is the Goldfields leading Great Northern 3-2-20. 28 points is the deficit, but still a quarter and a bit to go. A little bit more than a quarter and a bit, one would think. So the Great Northern still have a glimmer of hope to try and redeem themselves in this, the grand final. The ball coming out of defence down the far side goes the way of the Great Northern. Up goes that player. He took a nice mark for Goldfields. They are much taller, and in packs they are taking most of the marks here this afternoon. Ball on the far side, not far from the scoreboard. Comes in now, nice big kick play, setting themselves up. They go straight down the corridor. A couple of Great Northern players try and bottle the ball up. Goes to ground, the umpire says ball it up once again. So at the moment, Pud, it's probably a very, very important stage of the game for Great Northern.
Yes, we're holding up at the moment. Big Fleming's doing well on their big ruckman, and we've just kicked out, and this is kick and hope. They've got to realise there's a wall there, and it's just coming straight back at us. We have to take time to have a look.
Ball with Harris Gurr now, and text coming in saying, Glenn, it's a bad watch. Our forwards need to get in front. We need to work a little bit harder up our forwards way. So interesting. Thank you for your text. Ball is with Harris Gurr now. Rory, he's from the Campbell Club, and can he get his first of the afternoon? And the Goldfields 8th. He's about 50 minutes out. Pack into the air.
Oh,
and
nice.
A good mark taken from the Great Northern player, who did very well. So well done there to Tommy Pearce. Goes on to Latassia. Latassia gives it away. Goes by hand, does the Goldfields, and they have an opportunity now. Good kick from Ugle, and a good mark taken by the player there. The umpire says
it was Latassia that took that last mark.
Latassia,
yeah,
and he handballed it off to Tom. Yeah,
he did. Good mark.
So well done to Latassia. He's had a good carnival. Yep. So 16 minutes gone. Time ticking by. Great Northern need another goal before three-quarter time. They go by hand. Jaden's goes towards the centre. Good mark taken by Ewan Wiley, who's clearly one of our better players today. Ball goes
That's for the day.
And Leon Galby plays on, short pass, and he's turned the ball over because our player was found a little bit flat-footed there. And the play with the ball is Ugle. This time it's Gerald. Gets it up towards a teammate there in Adrian Bell. Adrian Bell plays on. Our player loses his feet, and the Goldfields player in Newich keeps his feet, takes a good mark, centres the ball, but he's turned it over because Bo Simpson stands his ground.
Bo Simpson goes further back, goes away now of Schofield, probably one of the best for Great Northern in this particular encounter. He sends it to the outer side. Great Northern, well, not a good kick. Kicks into the man almost on the mark, who will punish Great Northern as he sends it back, and that is Sam Burge, and he scores another goal for Goldfield. So that was disappointing, Pud Worthington.
Yes, I'm afraid, Jaden, that's twice he's kicked in the mark this quarter. We just need to give ourselves a bit more space, I feel.
Yeah, Sam Burge, he's a very, very elusive player. But the forwards are very, very confident in the Goldfields. They touch the ball, they handle the ball well, and they know exactly what they've got to do. They're a very, very powerful side, and they're very, very confident. They play with confidence. At the moment, Great Northern aren't playing with a great deal of confidence.
Their errors are a lot less Goldfields than the Great Northern. When they get the ball, they seem to be a bit more decisive. Glenn and the Great Northern sort of thinking 50-50 when they get the ball, and in doing so are making errors.
And I'm very pleased to say the clock is on at the moment, so
must have heard us, Glenn.
They must have. So 19 minutes gone in this third term, with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors, and 55 plays 20 on the Gerald Hotel Apartments scoreboard. So Goldfields are 8 goals 7-55. Great Northern 3-2-20. Ball back in the centre. Dying stages of this third term. Can Great Northern get a late goal? They're desperate for one. Ball comes the way of Clay Sipler, who's copped one in the face, and the ball has gone a little bit further afield, so Clay Sipler is in a bit of bother at the moment. is taking his helmet off, and he may be coming off the ground. I think he may have copped one in the face. So he's coming off. We see Matt Russell coming on, but there'll be another player coming off at the moment. So the player there, Clay Sipler, who's been in very good form at the carnival,
He's going off by the look of it.
Yes. So he's got a cut. Is it bleeding? Yeah. So he's got blood. So he's got a cut above his eye, it would appear. So he's coming off the interchange bench with some bleeding. So I don't know that we'll see a lot of Clay again today.
No, they'll fix him up and put him back on, I reckon.
Okay, so let's hope so, because he's
like
been
you,
a good
like you,
player.
Glenn, he's very tough.
He's very similar to me.
You stop the bleeding and put him back out there as Goldfields come out of the middle of the ground, send it into the half-forward area. There is again that player in Burge. He is dangerous, but he's quickly curtailed, tackled high. He's got a big kick on him, so he is dangerous. He kicks to a bit of space on the far side, but luckily for him, luckily for Great Northern, he is errant in his kick and finds the boundary. So the scoreboard reading 8-7-55, the Goldfields leading Great Northern 3-2-20 as we head to the latter stages of this term, brought to you by Drennan O'Malley Motors. And I don't know if Ron O'Malley would be too happy with the scoreline, Glenn.
No, he'd be disappointed, but as we said at the half-time break, Great Northern, you can't take anything away from them. Their work rate is good. They are trying, but they're just playing with a little bit of confidence lack, and we're probably 4 or 5 players down on the interchange bench, so that needs to be rectified in years to come, where we have a full squad of 28 who come. I know there's been a couple of injuries, but we're probably 2 or 3 players short anyway, because when you've got an interchange bench of 8 against an interchange bench of 5 or 4, it makes it very, very difficult. Ball is out of play in the dying stages of this third term, just in front of the Gerald Hotel Apartment scoreboard, which reads Goldfields 8-7-55, Great Northern 3-2-20. Ball comes back into play. The big fellas go at it. Goldfields get the best of it. Pack develops once again. Goldfields up by 35 points as we head towards the final break here. Division 2 Grand Final for 2023 for the Nutrien Ag Solutions. Ball comes back into play. Great Northern couldn't handle it there through Jack McQuee. Ball spills, picked up again by Great Northern. This time they have an opportunity. The ball is on centre wing. Good bit of play there from Great Northern. Great Northern bring the ball inboard, and the mark taken by O'Brien. Jay O'Brien feeds it back to a teammate, then back to O'Brien. Ball comes up the ground, goes the way of Marquis. In fact, it's Marquis gets it back towards Drew Forrester. Forrester gets boot to ball. He's been dealt with after he got rid of the ball, and the free kick will go the way of the player there in Bo Simpson. Bo Simpson came into the carnival. No, it's going to come back. So ball will come back, and there's the siren. It's a 3/4 time in our Radio Mama match of the day from Fremantle Oval.
Well, folks, I can tell you, I've been out at the Goldfields huddle and had a listen to Robert Hanson and some of the players, and I'll tell you what, they're all about reinforcing the good holding position. The other bit is don't get caught in the pockets, and if they do, remember to switch. All about team football, run and carry, but also control. And the coach says 20 minutes to go, keep playing great football. Positive reinforcements by Robert Hanson at the Goldfields.
Throw the ball up again. Pretty good conditions weather-wise, but the ground is pretty slippery underfoot, and the Great Northern players haven't played a lot of wet weather football, I guess. Look a little bit unsure of themselves. They're certainly not attacking the ball with the same ferocity as you'd expect. Ball comes out. Goldfields, they wouldn't play a lot of wet weather football perhaps either, but they certainly handle the conditions far better. They're stronger bodied, hard at the ball. Ball comes the way of Jay O'Brien now, kicks it in, finds his captain there in Kim Schofield. He thought about playing on. The umpire says, yes, you have played on. So the ball comes back towards Jakes. Jakes is tackled. He's thrown to the ground, and a good tackle put on him by the player Jordan Reid. The two big blokes will get up, and they're knowing each other pretty well. They're going at it pretty hard.
Both second-guessing themselves all the time, Glenn, and that was indecisive by Kim Schofield. You don't see that too often. This ball goes away now of Lawrence Evans. A nice big kick into the full forward area. Can we see another score for Great Northern? Yes, we will, because a nice mark is taken in the full forward area by Gelby, is it?
It is, yeah.
And we've talked to him about it a little bit earlier, Ross, that he needed to start showing his wares, and now Leon Gelby. He'll... bread and butter for him, these type of goals, but I don't want to put the mocker on him as he kicks from about 20 to 25 metres out, even closer than that, toward the city end. And it's a goal, a much-needed goal for Great Northern. That's Leon Gelby. Great Northern go to 4 goals too, and they trail the Goldfields 8-7.
And if you haven't heard the the name of the player in the big star, Harry Taylor, very often today, because Harry is injured, and we're not too sure what the extent of Harry's injury is, but we believe he's injured, so that is a disappointment for him. It's a disappointment for the Great Northern, and of course it may be a disappointment for Northampton.
Yes, ball back in the middle now, so Great Northern, just when we thought they were slipping off the ship, they've come back a little, holding on to the gangplank. 4-2, they trail the Goldfields 8-7. This quarter brought to you by GT Russell Chartered Accountants. Of course, it's tax time, and Grant is one of the best chartered accountants in town. The ball coming out of the middle, going the way of Goldfields now as they go to the outer side of Fremantle Oval into the half-forward area. Players setting themselves. Great Northern starting to get there in numbers now as 2 defenders go down. Now, defence has been very resolute throughout this carnival, continues to do so. To be so, I should say, but... in saying that, the Goldfields get a bit of a run forward as they try and run onto it on this occasion, going the way of the player there in Clark. He's unable to hit the ball forward. Eventually they do, but luckily for Great Northern, it goes errant and hits the post. So the scoreboard ticks over. 8-8 is the Goldfields leading Great Northern, and Great Northern side, another goal here will be good. Straight down the middle, goes away now of Ryder. That's Christopher Ryder. He knows what to do. He plays on, straight down the middle again. Up they go. Should have ran with it, Ryder. Got a bit of a distance, as I keep saying. They need to run with the ball. They've got that at their disposal. Have the speedier players in the Great Northern off the half-back line now. Putting on a lot of pressure, playing with a lot of extra impetus are the Great Northern players. As a good tackle is put on the defender for the Goldfields, and a free kick will go again to Leon Gelby. So, obviously, Leon heard you a little bit earlier, Put.
Well, this is what Leon can do. He needs to present himself every every opportunity. He's done that. It's come to him twice. He's done it twice, and the second time he's lined up a goal in 2 minutes.
Leon Galby kicking toward the city end, a little bit further out, but on the same angle, and he's got a big kick on him, has the youngster. Of course, plays for the Motherwell Club back in Geraldton, the Great Northern Football League. It's not too bad. Is it going to drop short? Yes, It comes off hands and through for the minor score. But it's good signs, Glenn Barndon, to see Leon Galby now up and about.
It is. Active West Real Estate scoreboard. Great Northern are 4 goals 3. They trail Goldfields, who are 8 goals 8. Early stages of this second term, with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants on Dredden O'Malley Motors game day as the ball comes out. So Great Northern, bit of sting perhaps gone out of the Goldfields side. They probably think they've got it. Goldfields let the Great Northern player run around. Big kick, but a good defensive mark taken there by the Goldfields player. Good strong mark indeed there from Varian. He gets it out wide and finds the player there in Taylor. He goes by hand, goes the way of Dylan Clark. Dylan Clark, he's a class player. Gets it up towards the forward line. Centre wing, finds the player there for the Goldfields. He brings it up the field, ball running free. Opportunity now for Ugle. He quickly puts it on his boot, kicks it in towards the forward pocket. Looking there for the hard running player there in Tyrese Clark. Ball goes across the boundary line, deep in the left forward pocket at the hospital end of South Fremantle Oval. 5 minutes gone in the grand final of Division 2 for 2023 for Nutrien Ag Solutions. The ball to be thrown back in a few moments. So 15 metres around from the left point post. Great Northern need to get it out very, very quickly. Another goal would probably put a nail in the coffin for good and certain, you would imagine. As the ball comes in, pack around the ball, umpire will come in and throw the ball up once more. In earlier games today, in the Division 3 game, it was a very good win to the North Pilbara over Esperance.
The ball being bottled up somewhat, and this fella, he knows what to do. He tries to get it out of danger, going the way now. Bo Simpson, he too takes a while to keep his feet, but he's going to get a free kick given against him here. It's right in front of goal. But Glenn, you put the mocker on them a little bit earlier on, because now they most certainly will score another goal, and the goal will be kicked toward the southern end. The player with the ball is Ryan Fisher from the Campbelder Club. Ryan Fisher, we couldn't see from where we were, but obviously tackled a little bit high by Bo Simpson. So Ryan Fisher kicking toward the Veni Vergona end, or the hospital end of Fremantle Oval. He's not too far away from the goals at all, and he'll put it straight through the middle. And as Glenn mentioned, it's going to be hard for Great Northern to crawl back from this, Ross Worthington. But the desire by the Great Northern football players has not really waned.
No, we haven't lost it, Pete. Both times there, prior to that goal, we come straight out of Goldfields, come straight out of the fullback, straight down the centre. We got it forward. We got a chance to shoot a goal. As long as the boys keep trying to do stuff and change it around a bit, it's good.
Yes, so 9-8 plays 4-3 here in the grand final of Division 2 for Nutrien Ag, the country championships here in Perth. We must thank many sponsors, including Courtney Keefe from Elders Real Estate. Hello, Courtney. He had a lot to do with the Motherwell Football Club in his day. Was president, in fact, Glenn, wasn't he?
He was, very much so. Keefe name, of course, synonymous with the Motherwell community. Still lots of Keefes still operating their businesses and farms in that part of the world, as we see the Goldfields go forward again, and Goldfields having another opportunity. Ball socket forward, goes the way of the player there in Callum Marquis, feeds it out towards Lawrence Evans. Evans breaks across the centre, uses his pace to good impact, gives it away of the player there in Leon Gelby, but the ball slapped away from Leon, and the ball comes forward.
Good boy.
And Callum Marquis sees the ball towards the boundary line. So who kicked the last goal for the Goldfields? Fisher did that.
Yep,
so he's done pretty well. He's got his second goal of the afternoon. So Ryan Fisher was the goal scorer.
You've got to get off your phone then and watch the game.
Yes, I wish.
The ball coming in now. Players diving on top of it. Seppala, he's back on the ground. I told you he would be, Glenn. Told you he's a tough nut. He's Clay Seppala. He's been given a bit of a band-aid on his eye.
Well, I was more concerned about his concussion situation.
Of course,
they are very, very difficult these days, and it's good to see because Clay's had a few concussion issues.
As the reason for him wearing the helmet. The ball coming inside the forward 50 now for Great Northern. Quickly ricocheted away under the guise of the player there in Stewart. He sends it into the middle of the ground and they play on now. This player in Arcoid, he's had a bit of the ball today. He sends it to the outer side and they run on, looking pretty good at the moment through Burge. Burge comes inside the forward 50. They're going to get a goal here, one would think, as it goes to a teammate who shoots from point blank range, but in fact he's gone across the face of goal and missed everything in sundry. The ball was back with Great Northern. 9-8-62. That is the Goldfields leading Great Northern 4-3-27.
Sorry, Pete, that was great pressure by Bo Simpson. Ran about 50 metres to chase that down.
One of the best defenders in the Great Northern Football League. Was played with the Rover Football Club in a premiership or two. Kicks to the outer side now, does the Great Northern.
Henry.
Yes, and goes the way now of Schofield. Schofield, using speed, gets a bit of distance. A 50-metre penalty, I think. It's come down the ground, and it is Henry Perham who's received that put, so that's pretty good. He's outside the forward 50. Got a big kick on him, as we know. So boys need to set themselves up around the goal square. See if they can do that. He goes short and finds Kim Schofield. Now, Schofield was trying to give it away, but I reckon he needs to settle and have a shot.
Yes.
So Kim Schofield going back now. So Kim Schofield with the pink boots. Gee, just when we thought everything had eluded the Great Northern, there may be still time for them to creep in. The goal here keeps them alive a little, one would think. Keeps the door open, keeps the fridge ajar, as they say. So in comes Kim Schofield, kicking toward the city end here at Fremantle Oval, the Basil Campbell end. He comes in. He looks confident as it comes off the boot because he is confident. It's straight through the middle, and the Great Northern get another goal. They are 5-3. They trail the Goldfields 9-8.
It's important they play the game out, and they've done that to good effect because they've had a very good carnival. Today hasn't gone their way, but it's great to see Kim Schofield. He's been outstanding. He would have to be our player of the carnival, I would think, although his brother Jaden would be in contention as well. But Kim Schofield has been outstanding again today, and played a real captain's role. He's led from the front, and he's finished off very, very strongly there.
So Kim Schofield, as Glenn mentioned, one of the bright lights of the Great Northern performance here at the Country Championships. As the ball goes up once again, Christian Jakes, Glenn, he'd be amongst the better players as well. He's had a great carnival too, the big ruckman from Chapman Valley.
He's worked really well. I mean, it's a great learning experience for the young man. He's up against the big ones today.
Yeah, one of the youngest in the side indeed, as I mentioned with you and Whiteley. The ball coming outside the centre square now, going the way of Bo Simpson. Is quickly gathered up and brought to ground. So the ball about to be thrown up. Well, Bo Simpson gets a free kick. It's a handball over to McKenna. McKenna sends it further afield, and suddenly Great Northern have an opportunity to get it inboard. As the ball comes inboard, as it does, and there he is again, Leon Galby inside the corridor, and he is having a purple patch, to say the least. And Leon Galby is directly in front, Glenn, and he's only about 25 metres out from goal. So see what he can do. Leon Galby kicking toward the city end. A goal here would be pretty interesting in the context of this match. And what's he done? He's missed and gone too far to one side and through for the minor score. So alas, Great Northern turn the scoreboard over, but only in points. They go to 5-4, and they trail the Goldfields at 9-8, I think it is.
Maybe I should have mentioned him the first 5 minutes of the game, Pete.
You should have put the ball coming down the wing now. Great Northern have something they can do here. Galby back in the thick of things as he beats two, and he'll get a free kick here, will he? Yep, goes away now of the player there in Lawrence Evans, sends it inside the corridor. Great Northern get it away and get another goal. So the goal was scored by Jay O'Brien. So Jay O'Brien has been a bit of a revelation in this particular carnival. I probably shouldn't say that, but probably one of the players that we wouldn't say would be rising to the top or the cream of the crop. But Jay O'Brien certainly does, as we said, Pud Worthington, the simple things well.
That was ginormous by the young bloke, but I noticed Gerald Bugle, one of the older campaigns out there, he actually come across to help his teammates, but he did the wrong thing and spoiled it back towards our goals, and young fella picked it up and kicked beautifully.
Tristan Simpson involved,
Yes.
I should say, yes. Jake's involved in that passage of play again, Glenn, and I reckon he might be edging his way into the player of the carnival.
Okay, good to see. Ball comes back, goes the way of Goldfields again. Ball spills out, goes the way of Jamie Williams. Jamie Williams, the Northampton star, gets the ball up towards half forward, looking up there for some movement. Great Northern, can they get another goal or two? Plenty of minutes left. There's 15 minutes gone in this final term with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants. Ball goes deep into attack, but once again we see the Goldfields bring the ball out through a number of players there. Bailey Taylor, who's been very good this afternoon, slaps it out, but the ball comes the way of the Goldfields, and the Goldfields have an opportunity to work well, and the ball comes forward, and the ball will be brought back into play here deep in the prison end of the Fremantle Oval, and the ball will be thrown back in. In fact, a free kick's been picked out, go the way of Great Northern. So Great Northern shooting on goal. So can Great Northern get another very, very important goal? Great Northern have added 3 goals in this term. Goldfields have added 1, so it's been the Great Northern's best term by a mile. There goes the kick forward, and off hands and through for a minor score. The Goldfields player there in Brett Blair sees the ball through for a force behind. So the ball is in defence. So Goldfields to bring the ball in. On the scoreboard for the Gerald Apartment Hotel, it is the Goldfields 9-8, 62. Great Northern 6-4. Ball comes back into play. Deep in the pocket. Player with the ball is Bailey Taylor. Bailey Taylor, he's a very, very exciting young player. Bailey Taylor gets a big kick from half back up towards the centre of the ground, looking up there for the player in Alex Stewart. Ball goes over the back, picked up by the player running forward there in Raganazi. He gets the ball forward, picked up by Great Northern, and well done by Tommy Fleming. Gets it out wide, finds it to Jaden Schofield. Jaden Schofield kicks it up towards half forward, looking there for Lawrence Evans, but the player there for the Goldfields did well. Kelman get a.
If you didn't get a fist to it, Evans was away, Glenn.
Yeah, so Kelman did well. They've done the little things well today, the Goldfields. Been very, very hard at the ball, and they look destined to take the Division 2 title for 2023 here at the Nutrien Ag Football Championships.
Right in front of our broadcast position. The ball comes in now, goes the way of that player in Evans. He can beat 2-3. Yes, he does. He gets it back to Schofield. Schofield in turn gets it to Whiteley. Whiteley sees a fair set of hands from Schofield coming through, but he's caught in possession. The ball going back the way now of Goldfields. They go further afield inboard, find the chest of Varian. He's been good in his campaign for the Goldfield side. He sends it into the half-forward area. A nice leading mark, and that leading mark is from the player there who has impressed us, and that player is Nurich. Nurich now sends it into the full forward area for his side. Up they go. A mark here to Goldfields would be very important indeed, but Great Northern, the defence, has been our well and truly strong anchor here at the Carnivals. They've worked well have the defence. As the ball comes out of that particular area, working hard, a player is tackled high. The umpire has blown his whistle, and a free kick will go the way of Williams. So, Williams deep in defence now. Can he help set up another goal for Great Northern to keep them alive? He kicks down the wing. Up they go. Knocked down on this occasion by the Goldfields, but goes to ground. It's picked up by the GNFL player in Schofield. He sends it to the outer side. He finds a teammate there who's equal to the task in McKenna. McKenna sends it to the outer side. They can set something up as Jaden Schofield sends it inside the corridor, and we see a beautiful mark taken by Christopher Ryder, and he has shown his form here this afternoon at the Carnival. Christopher Ryder was up in the clouds and certainly read that beautifully, and a beautiful lace-out kick from Jaden Schofield. So Christopher Ryder now will shoot on goal, and Glenn, you're talking them down, but they keep coming back.
Saying they're not going to win the game.
No, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So the ball comes the way of the player there, Lawrence Evans, who is 35 metres out, directly in front, kicking to the city end. So Lawrence Evans, can he get his first of the afternoon and get Great Northern 7th? Yes, he can. And the former Claremont player gets the Great Northern 7th goal of the afternoon, but time has run out. Great Northern 7 goals 5. They trail the Goldfields 9 goals 8.
Impressive half, Pud.
Yes.
Impressive quarter, I should say.
Been very impressed. It's about the only side I've seen for a long time. Oh, we've always tried, but they've just kept kept at it. I'm very proud of the boys.
Yeah, well, their third term certainly was a little bit dry, wasn't it, Glenn?
It was, and that was where the game had to be won. They call it the Premiership quarter. Great Northern weren't able to get the job done, so it's fair to say we're getting scores perhaps in junk time a little. But yeah, good effort. It's better to kick on than not. It could have been run over by quite a considerable amount. Great Northern starting to find their feet. Maybe the Goldfields are tiring because they know the job is done. As Great Northern get the ball forward again. Good strong mark for the Great Northern player who threw himself at the ball. Took a good mark. That's Henry Perham. Plays on now. Comes in towards the centre. Finds the hard-working Clay Sippler. It's great to see him back out there. Clay Sippler, who's had a very good carnival. They have most of the Great Northern players. Clay Sippler, big kick up towards full forward. Looking there for Ryan Latesia. Ball slapped away from him. Ball comes the way of Lawrence Evans. Evans cleverly slaps the ball forward. Looking for some movement there. Eventually Great Northern have it through a hard-working player there. But he can't hold the ball. And a free kick, he'll go the way of the Southwest, and once again Sippler is bleeding, so he's coming off the ground, and he'll be replaced. So the ball is with the Goldfields. The player with the ball is Jared Ugle. He's a very, very handy player, like I guess it's his brother, like his brother Joseph. So Jared plays on quickly. Ugle, that is, goes out wide, finds a teammate there.
62 plays 47, dying moments of the grand final, Glenn.
Dylan Clark with the ball. Comes across the ground and picks out the hard-working Bailey Taylor.
Bailey Taylor in deep defence. Slowing things down now are the Goldfields, as they know this game is probably in their keeping. As they lead on the scoreboard 62-47. The Great Northern probably highest scoring quarter. And they've certainly won the quarter, one would think, as the ball comes inboard now, goes away of Callum Marquis, but he loses possession. The ball spills free. Almost a great mark by the Goldfields custodian. Comes over the top of a Great Northern player, and he's caught his boot on his head as a Great Northern player has gone down. But the siren does sound, and alas, it is in favour of the Goldfield side, and it is the Goldfields who have taken out Division 2 in the Nutrien Ag Solutions Grand Final, and it is the Goldfields 9 goals 862 that defeated a gallant Great Northern 7-5-47, and you're listening to the home of GNFL football, Radio Mama.
You're listening to Radio
To the 2023 Nutrien Ag Solutions Division 2 Grand Final presentation ceremony. The West Australian Football Commission and the WA Country Football League acknowledges the Aboriginal people of Western Australia as the traditional custodians of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders and emerging. Firstly, I'd like everyone to put their hands together for today's two competing sides in the Division 2 Grand Final, Goldfields and Great Northern. What a great game of football. Over the last 3 days, we've witnessed some outstanding football, and we're very privileged to have 18 senior men's teams from around the state converge on Metropolitan Perth for this year's Country Football Championships. This wouldn't be possible without the support of some great partners. I'd firstly like everybody to put their hands together for Nutrien Ag Solutions, who are now into their 49th year of partnership with the Country Championships and the Country Football League. Thank you to South Fremantle, in particular Fremantle Community Bank Oval here for hosting today's Division 1, 2 and 3 finals, and to all the other Waffle and community clubs for hosting us across the championships. We really do appreciate your support. And finally, to the players, coaches, umpires and support staff for giving up your time to travel hundreds and in some cases thousands of kilometres to come to Perth for the championships to make it what it is. Can everyone put their hands together for all the players, umpires and support staff? 2023 marks the 57th year of the Country Football Championships, and as I alluded to before, the 49th consecutive year of partnership with Nutrien Ag Solutions. Over that journey, they've contributed more than $2.6 million to country football, and the championships would not be possible without their support. I'd like to call forward Nutrien Ag Solutions' Andrew Duperuzal to say a few words on behalf of the company.
Thanks, Brent. Firstly, congratulations to both the teams competing today, and congratulations, Goldfields, for taking the title. So well done on that front. To all the volunteers, the Country Football League, congratulations. From what I hear, another absolutely great carnival. And from Nutrien Ag Solutions, we're really proud to be into our 49th year and looking forward to celebrating our 50th. So congratulations to all the teams competing today.
Thanks, Andrew. Over the duration of the Country Football Championships, there will be 55 games of football played across both our Colts and Seniors divisions, which includes more than 60 regional umpires that have also made the trip to Perth. The standard of umpiring has been fantastic throughout the whole carnival, and I'd like everyone to put their hands together for those that have officiated. I'd like to call forward field umpire Travis Norton on behalf of all of the grand final umpires in Division 2 to accept their medallions in recognition of their selection and performance. The Bud Byfield Medal is presented at every championships to the overall fairest and best player in Division 2. This year's Bud Byfield Medal goes to, from the Central Midlands Coastal Football League, Reece Waters. Every year we also announce the Nutrien Ag Solutions All-Stars team of the championships. We won't be presented the jumpers today, they'll be presented instead at a league medal night at the end of the year in each respective league. But I will run through the Division 2 All-Stars selected. From Eastern Districts, Cody Duncan. From Central Midlands Coastal, Reece Waters. From Mortlock, Sam Ferguson. From Great Northern, Kim Schofield and Jaden Schofield. And from Goldfields, Alex Stewart, Jordan Delbridge, Jake Newich, Bailey Taylor and Tom Gillett. Congratulations to those selected. I'd like to call Andrew back to assist with the presentation of the Nutrien Ag Solutions Medal for Best on Ground in the Division 2 Grand Final. And the winner goes to number 13 from Great Northern, Jaden Schofield.
Firstly, congrats Goldfields, unbelievable team. Really taught us a lesson there. And then first 3 quarters, we fought back in the last quarter, but just to our boys, we've had an amazing weekend. Let's all stick together and hit the carnival hard next year. And cheers to Nutrien Ag for sponsoring. Cheers.
Congratulations, Jaden. I'd now like to call for Great Northern coach Leith Teakle to say a few words on behalf of his team and the league.
Thank you. Goldfields, well done, boys. I'm sure, you had a bit to play for, dropping out of A grade last year, and I know that you guys would want to have got back into A grade just like us. So you did it, well done, and have a good day today, have a good night. Our boys, you know, we didn't come down last year, and I asked you guys in the GNFL to get behind us all and send a team, and we've put together these boys who never say die and had a crack in that last quarter. Couldn't have been prouder of you all. So thank you to you boys and all the support staff, Nutrien Ag and the West Australian Footy Commission for a good carnival. Thank you.
Thanks, Leith. And now call forward Victoria's coach Rob Hanson to say a few words on behalf of his side.
Thanks. Thanks to the WA Country Footy League, also to Nutrien Ag Solutions for your support. I want to shout out to Great Northern for a cracking game in the end. You boys fought it out. You had a few obviously injuries, but certainly have you guys back in the country championships. So our boys. Fantastic effort. First of all, I'd like to thank the local leagues back home for the buy-in to allow us to bring our best side down, and to you boys for the buy-in as well for making it a successful carnival. And obviously we achieved our goal, and that was to win. So thank you.
Thanks, Rob. I'd now like to call forward WA Country Football League Executive Member to join Andrew with the assistance in the presentation of the championship medallions and the caps. I'd like to read them in alphabetical order. Number 1, from Goldfield, Sam Burge. Andrew, in the middle. Sam, let's go around the back. Number 2, Dylan Clark. Number 3, Cubic Arlett. Number 4, Alex Stewart. Number 5, Dylan Parker. Number 6, Ryan Fisher. Number 8, Nick Regazzini. Number 9, Cale Delbridge. Number 10, Joey Ugle. Number 11, Jacob Oakes. Number 12, Judd Kelman. Number 13, Gerald Ugle. Number 14, Jake Newich. Number 16, Tyrese Clark. Number 17, Maxwell Sambo. Number 18, McRae Ackroyd. Number 19, Jordan Hooks. Number 20, Adrian Bell. Number 21, Andrew Fife. Number 22, Jack Varian. Number 23, Tom Gillett. Number 24, Braden Sprigg dos Santos. Number 25, Jordan Reid.
Thanks,
Matt. Number 26, Rory Harris-Gurr. Number 28, Tim Sutherland. Number 33, Bailey Taylor. And the captain, number 7, Jordan Delbridge. And the coach, Rob Hanson. And while Rob and Jordan are here, I'll ask Ian Stanley and Andrew to hand over the championship plaque, pennant and also the shield. Yep. Bring it in, guys. Congratulations once again to the Goldfields Football League, Division 2 champions in 2023. We'll be back shortly with the pre-match presentations for the Division 1 Grand Final.
Well, folks, we're dancing in the rain out here. Look at Big Bailey Taylor, centre half back. I love it. Look at that. The socks are up. I'll tell you what, we're up and about, aren't we, mate? Best on ground. You've got the dartfish beanie and the jumper, the commemorative jumper, mate, and you're smiling away there. Tell us your home club first of all.
I'm playing for the Boulder City Tigers. We're having a good year.
Yeah, fantastic. How'd you join out here with all your mates?
Yeah, had a good time. Moved out this year for the first year, and it was good to get on with all the boys and have a really good time this weekend, get some wins.
Beautiful. How good's that Rainfield stuff is? Let's get it going. Righto, Sam, come on. You were the play of the match. Do you remember what for?
Wasting the footy, but no, kicked a good goal out there. No, wasn't too bad a day.
Talk it up, champ. Fair income and fantastic award by Optima Ag. Tell us about the thongs. He's been waiting all weekend for these, haven't you?
I wear the thongs 24/7, so I'm pretty happy to get a pair.
I tell you what, we sleep in.
Can't wait to put them on. Yeah.
And great fun on the bus on the way home.
Yeah, it should be good. Hopefully, a few boys get on it, and we can have a bit of fun.
Fairly tipping. And Dylan Clark, our igniter mate from the Goldfields. What's going on with long sleeves, champ? Come on.
Can't play without them, but yeah. Even when it's 35 degrees, still got to play them, so mental. So
I reckon it's because I've heard that the dry cleaners didn't get a couple of jumpers back, and you guys have got 2 jumpers. So no, fantastic, mate. Great to play out there, and foes become friends. And how have you found the bonding? God help us on the way home.
No, it's been really good. Back home in Keller, everyone gets a bit argy-bargy during the week, so it's good to get along with all the other 4 clubs and build a good mateship.
All right, you're absolute champions. Let's get the coach in here. Come on, Robert. Look at that, the ink doesn't run, so we don't have to worry about that. How good's this? Just standing. Fair income, mate. Expectations, was it to come here and win, or did it just happen organically as the championships went on?
Oh, look, definitely the plan was to come and win. We obviously got relegated last year down from Division 1 down to Division 2, so the end goal was to get the win and get back up into Division 1.
Well, you had a huge percentage, but how do you settle the team? We talked about last night and today. What did they do last night, and how do you settle the team before the game today?
The team pretty much settled themselves. They knew the buy-in, and we had a lot of rotation, so the key was to look after ourselves over the last couple of nights. We had some recovery sessions, so the boys did the job, and I just wanted some hard work and effort out of them.
the whole 3 days, and they certainly produced that, and we got the win.
I came out and listened to you speak at 3/4 time because you've got a lot of players. I mean, you would know them, but you don't get to coach them every week. I was so impressed. Your support staff around you and yourself, everything was positive. Yes, you're looking on the scoreboard, but it still has to be positive reinforcement, doesn't it?
Oh, that's right, yeah. So the buy-in from obviously the coaching panel. As soon as I got the job, I reached out to those guys, and they're well-respected past footballers as well. So they all bought into it, and it starts from Clubland. Clubland allowed their best players to come down for the carnival, and I knew all along if we get the best players, we're going to get the result.
Well, I can tell you, mate, you're an absolute, all of your credit to your families, your local region and the Goldfields. I'll tell you what, fair dinkum, you've come down here, pouring rain, slippery, hard physical game, and we've come out winners. See, I've jumped on board. We've come out winners, so get on there and enjoy it. And, oh, geez, I'll tell you what, look out for the trip home. Thanks so much for joining us, gents.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tony Neal, who's down on the boundary with some very happy and jubilant Great Southern boys. And it is fantastic bringing you, well, post-game coverage of D2 and pre-game coverage of the Division 1 Grand Final here at Fremantle Oval. My name is Mark and fantastic to be bringing you the ultimate and the ultimate prize of country footy, I guess you can say. I'm joined alongside Cam Robbins. Cam, I'm very, very excited.
100%. And also, Mark, it's a replay for last year's grand final. Saw these sides, Southwest versus Avon, and Southwest absolutely poleaxed Avon last year. And I know a good colleague of mine and a mate, number 29 for the Avon side, and Marshall Jones, formerly for Perth, played state 18 as well, and he's coach of the York Footy Club, and he just thought yesterday they were going to actually have a win because they lost the game. He said, can't believe we're here playing in a grand final again. So you should be a couple of huge names in both sides. Do there, Mark?
Oh, there certainly is. And look, they sneaked across the line over. Here they are now. Perfect timing. This is actually Southwest Footy League's road to the final, and have been pretty dominant too. So you can see that the closest they came was actually the closest team to them was Avon in the very first game. So it's been a really strong championship from the Southwest.
Absolutely, and a lot of players are out course today. You know, I do be calling for SDN and Southwest, Spirit of Southwest. I'll give them a plug, but yeah, they've got a very good side, Southwest, and the competition is probably one of the full level at that moment. Very, very strong, and a very, very balanced team. They've got a lot of players throughout the region. You've got Crew Park, you've got Barnby, you've got South Bar, you've got Augusta Margaret. So yeah, very strong.
And here is the Avon screen. So as we mentioned, that's lost to the Southwest, but then through, and I said they won the next three. So they're on a bit of a trot.
Avon, 3-1, 3-1. Great. We thought going to win. Hey, just Sander Miller saw him play yesterday, Mark, at the Resources Park. He was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I know that'd be in the all-class team, but I thought they would win.
Yeah, and it was the Upper Great Southern. That was the game in the end. It was Avon versus Upper Great Southern. Would decide who played in the grand final, and a 2-point result.
Yep.
So Avon scraping home, and as you can see on your screens there, they've scraped into second on the table. Here is the Southwest boys warming up, and you'll notice it is a bit muddy underfoot now, and you can actually kind of see on your screen there that the rain has started to become a bit of a nuisance over the last half hour.
And there's the Avon there, dressed in the similar Port Adelaide colours, but the Southwest, these conditions down here at Fremantle over Mutt will actually suit them, because they've played in some muddy dog poles down there in Augusta Margaret River and down at Donnybrook, mate. They've got some Harvey Longston. They've got a lot of hard, heavy grounds down in the Southwest. It's a bit more dry in the Avon League, in the York type area, but, you know, probably Avon go in the underdogs. Southwest are the favourites. Like I said, they won last year and won in convincing matters, but it's always hard to go back-to-back. In any formal competition, be it Colts, be it Reserves or League, to go back-to-back, and it's something the Southwest Footy Club are aiming for. And I know the captain, Sean Crane, and the old man, Alan Crane, as well, they're pumped right up to try to win this afternoon.
Well, they've always been a powerhouse of these championships. You, as you mentioned there and alluded to, you're far more familiar with a few of the players. Who will sort of lead the charge for the Southwest today?
Hi, mate. They've got players all over the ground. Probably could start in the midfield with the captain, Sean Crane. I think he had 45 possessions in the grand final last year. Very head over the footy. Johnny Meadmore as well. He's good down there. Zachy Trigwell. Watch out him for number 8 for Donnybrook. He took the mark of the year last year. He's a very good player. Had a bit of a year or two at East Perth and decided to head back home, but he's a very, very good player. James Chegwick, John Fenwick's a very good player. Also Humphreys, watch out for him, number 24, Greg Humphreys, and Paul Rinder. He's a man-mount on the ruckman, the left footer, number 26. They've got good spread of players all over the ground there, the Southwest, and it's going to be a good Avon side to even push them, to be honest.
Yeah, and look, that's they're going to hopefully be able to hold them off at the start. We spoke with these sort of shortened games throughout the carnivals, the importance of starting early, because if you fall behind, particularly in those 2 20-minute half formats, it's hard to get back. 20-minute quarters, so we're back to full games, but in a grand final, falling behind early sort of spells danger.
100%. And Avon, I think I'll go through their players too. Now, probably the key for them too is probably had might have chance for an outside medal to number 9, Caden Fulgrave in the midfield, a marker former league player for the Subiaco Footy Club. Coming off an knee reconstruction a couple of years ago, he's fantastic. But also got the dual key forwards, Tommy Lee on the Adelaide Crows list and St Kilda, and also he played for the Claremont Footy Club as well. Both him and also the player I mentioned earlier, Marshall Jones, number 29. So they've got also good key targets up forward as well, and the start in the middle, and it'll be through Caden Fulgrave.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing how Avon goes. I've got a close little affinity to the Avon Cam. My auntie and uncle, farmers in Beverley. Well,
fantastic.
Well, Uncle Louis at least. Oh no, Sandy's a good farmer as well, farm woman.
What kind of farm? What do they do out there?
Sheep and wheat out at Beverley. So it's a beautiful part of the world, the Avon Valley. I was down there last year, did the old hot air ballooning.
Beautiful. Came out alive too, mate. That's good.
Yeah, exactly right. And always enjoy getting out to Beverley. But looking forward to seeing how the Avon goes. And I think we're going to head down to the middle for some pre-match proceedings.
Welcome everybody to the 2023 Nutrien Ag Solutions Division 1 Grand Final. The West Australian Country Football League acknowledges the Aboriginal people of Western Australia as the traditional custodians of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders both past, present and also emerging. I'd now like to ask everyone to be upstanding if you're able for the National Anthem.
No, sorry.
I'd now like to call for the two captains for the coin toss with Nutrien Ag's Andrew de Perusal. Good luck to both sides and may the best team win.
So Southwest have won the toss, and Young Crane is kicking to the right of the screen. What end do we call that? What do you reckon?
Well, I'm not as familiar with Fremantle Oval, but I do notice the two gigantic signs behind the goals at each end. The Vigona
end, yeah, Benny Vigona. Champion player Benny Vigona for the South Fremantle Footy Club, number 8. And you walk in, you've got a big picture of him, Maurice Rollo, and a relation to Stephen Michael too, playing for the Southwest, number 5, Talon Michael.
There you go.
From Collie too. So his old man was at the game yesterday at Mineral Resources Park. He's also at the game today. So we've got South Fremantle Rule to hear in Stephen Michael watching his young fella play here this afternoon.
Certainly do. And so Avon will be kicking to the Campbell end here at Fremantle Community Bank Oval. Where players are, as you can see, making their way out to their positions. It is the grand final of Division 1 of the 2023 Nutrien Ag Solutions WA Country Football League Championships. This is the poster game. It's what we've been waiting for, and probably as expected, the Southwest at least, certainly as expected to make it to the grand final. The Avon, perhaps the surprise packet, knocking off the Upper Great Southern in the second last game yesterday to reach the final game. Tips, please, Cam?
No, I think Southwest too strong, mate. I reckon by 15 points.
Yep. Look, I'm going to go Southwest as well, but to be honest, all I want is a close contest here. It was a 33-point margin to the North Pilbara in the Division 3 Grand Final to kick us off. It was a 15-point margin to the Goldfields in Division 2. Division 1, it is the Southwest against the Avon. Cam Robbins to get us started.
So it's Dowding versus Rinder. Dowding wins the contest. Crane hearted the footy. Numbers are though with the Avon. Handball was quick over the top. That was Sharp. Sharp on the left and found Marshall Jones, the centre half forward, the former player from the Perth Footy Club. Jones goes straight down the high diddle. Going back in the contest there is Tommy Gorder for the Southwest. Gorder has it. No, it's roped off the time. There's Foregrave, the player we mentioned. He overran it. Humphries didn't though. Slams on his boot. Kicks the ball to the forward of the wing. Numbers here are with the Southwest. Over the footy was good. The pressure was okay. And flicked out the handball here. Marshall Jones all by himself. He's screamed with the footy. Now it's going to potentially get to him. And Marshall Jones started the game very lively, mate.
He has. He's leading from the front as Avon go inside forward 50. No mark taken. The ball hits the deck. Doing well to pick it up there. Taken in a strong tackle. Now Humphries was the tackler for Southwest, trying to hold up the footy. It's a tough one to win. Putting his head over it was Dowding. And the umpire circles, and now he sprints in, gives himself a hug. We're going to have a ball up. It's on the 50-metre arc, directly in front of the Avon goal. They've controlled the running of play in this first part. Early opening stages of the grand final, 2023 Nutrien Ag Solutions. There's a chance now for the Avon. They go forward through the boot of Ugle. It's going all the way to the goal square. I don't think it'll have enough. Well, it does in the end to get there, but it's just missed to the right-hand side. So Avon draw first blood by way of a minor score through the boot of Jamison Ugle. They are one behind, leading the Southwest yet to score.
So Ethan Bowman, the boy who usually plays for the Boston Footy Club for the Southwest, has the footy now. Usually you're reliable designated kicker down back. So Bowman goes on that left half-back flank, trying to find the big fella Rinder. He bring the ball to the ground. Crane, overran it. Goes forward here. Lee under the contest. Might have got a free kick. The umpire said no, it wasn't. You're both into the contest. So Lee's dives back on the footy. Ball's going nowhere. Now he's in a bit of trouble. And the umpire says, it might have been an arm chop there, mate.
I thought I saw a tug of the jumper as well. And I think the players probably saw it too as they sort of stopped for a moment.
So it's Jones versus Rinder. Jones, big thump, tries to find his teammate under the knees. Good hip and shoulder done by the power there in Bowman. Dives on the footy here. No easy kick in there at all. The umpire's trying to wedge something out here. Kick off the ground there. Gained about 2 or 3 metres. Still pulls on the contest there. Somehow player kept in the contest and a shot at goals was a former player from the Perth Footy Club in Matty Rogers. So 2 points are the Avon. Southwest are yet to score. Blow the siren and Avon win.
Yeah, certainly it's been a strong start from Avon. They've controlled the footy and have it locked in their front half through the opening 3 minutes of this game. But we know the danger that Southwest possess. I have no doubt that they'll steady as they're going to bring it out from full back. They're going to go to the far wing here at Fremantle Oval. And they do go to left half back. Ball's off hands. It's picked up well. So Avon with a chance to come back. This is Ugle again. He's been lively early. He sees a player at half forward. That's a good kick. He's found him as well. So Avon with a chance to go deep inside forward 50. There's the entry. It gets over the head. Bounces off the chest of Andrews. And they can repel again. Can the Southwest. The ball's about 70 metres from the Avon goal. Picking it up, doing pretty well, I thought was Sharp, but eventually tackled. Unable to get a clear disposal away. So it's the Southwest ball. They've got it 70 metres out from their defensive goal. Risky kick, made him stretch.
But it's good play, this fella, Greggy Humphreys. Humphreys goes up the corridor, turns the footy over, well read in the end by Mao for the Avon. He goes down the half-forward flank, trying to find the hard leading player there in Tommy Lee. He got ragdoll off the footy. Umpire said play on to advantage. They go to the forward pocket here. Numbers are those here with the southwest. The Shepherd was good. Below his knee was everything by Petherbridge. Petherbridge on the right finds his teammate, goes Mitch Tenardi. So the boy from Busselton, Tenardi, goes down the line. This is better by the southwest. Finds his partner in crime, Johnny Meadmore, who's outstanding yesterday. One of the best on the ground. Meadmore goes down the line and good strong hands. There's this player mentioned before, Zachy Trigwell. Trigwell on the right, goes to the half-forward flank, but good grab behind by the player there, Kane Lafonte from Avon, and he can relieve the pressure for the Avon.
So the Lafonte will have it at half-back, and he'll go down the line. There's a big pack of players. Fist over the top came from Dowding. The ball hits the deck. Avon's going to be first there. Trying to keep it in front of him was Hadlow. Southwest have the footy now on the wing. Coming through and sort of taking some territory was Bauman. They've got it now, Avon. That was Holdman who had his kick smothered for the Avon. They get this one around the corner. It's all Southwest there. Ball beats Baker, but they can mop up. It's scrappy. That rain really taking effect, although that was clean from Humphreys. He dodged one, couldn't dodge Holdman. He goes back and gets it, Humphreys, so they're in the middle of the ground, sharing it by hand pass. Not sure Homsani's hand pass there was the smartest option, and they've turned it over, Avon. Oh, not sure what to do with it. Was Fulgrave. His kick goes
the wrong
up
way.
and under. It's gone the wrong way, and now Southwest have the footy.
Zachy Trigwell again.
Yeah, Trigwell's got the ball. It's about 55 from home. He is straight in front, but I tell you what.
He's got a kick too, Mark. This is not beyond him. It's a thumping kick, the boy from Donnybrook, mate. They brewed him hard down there in the southwest in Donnybrook, and here he is a chance. Zachy Trigwell leans back on this. Just hasn't got enough curry. Goes to the point of the square. Just about taking good mark over the top. Then was Horsman. Ball comes to the ground. Well done. Lawrence Quinn, cool, calm, collective, and flicks a handball out. And the Evan out on the defensive side of the ground. They've got two players running. Running hard is Andrew Fisher. Fisher can draw the play over the top. Got the 1-2 back from Andrews. Back to Fisher. Fisher lowers his eyes and he turned the ball straight back over. And Williams mopped up down half-back flank there for the Southwest.
So, moment of respite for the Southwest. It's been a pretty back and forth sort of start to this game as they loop it over the top. This is Tenardi, and now he gets it to a teammate in Crane. And captain, they won the toss, the Southwest, kicking to the right-hand side of your screen. They've lost the footy now, though, and Avon can share it around. They chip it around the outer side of Fremantle Oval. So a little bit of control, hopefully. Well, is what the Avon are going for. This is Holdman. A good North Beach boy. I've mentioned a couple of them today. His kick finds Fulgrave, and they go further down the wing. So they're at right half forward, Avon. They're working it well, although we've got a whistle behind the play. I don't think that one stayed in bounds.
No, you think might have kicked out of bounds on the full.
So
well,
Southwest will take the free kick. We've played 5 minutes through this first quarter. It's two behinds. The Avon, they lead this one over the Southwest, yet to score.
And famous name, as I said, number 5 for the Southwest from the Collie Footy Club, Taylor Michael, with young old man here watching his young fella play on there. There's interchange bench for the Evans. Shout out to all the volunteers. Shout out the sponsors too. Build Up Insurance Commissioner Western Australia, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, and the WA Footy Commission. Umpire throws the ball up. Rinder gets to the front. Tries to phone the handball. Well done by the Avon. They rode the ball on the far half forward flank. Kick the ball forward, and good strong mark's been taken there by Matty Rogers, the former player from Perth. He's got a beautiful thumping left foot kick. This is inside 50. Running onto the contest. Might be a Shepherd. Might have gone through. I think it has gone through.
What a goal.
Matty Rogers has kicked the first one out of his, backside, but I tell you what, a very, very good goal, and well done, Matty Rogers.
He's a big boy too, and a penetrating left foot kick. Fantastic work in the goal square as well.
Shepherd,
from his teammate to shepherd it through. So they strike first, Avon, and if that doesn't tell the Southwest that they're up for a game, then nothing will. That's the start we wanted to see from the neutral perspective as well. To be honest, it's pretty much been all the Avon through this first 5 or 6 minutes as the ball's back in the middle.
Yeah, Marshall Jones comes off for a rest. He's replaced by Zach Case. It's a good start from Marshall Jones. A bit down on himself before the game he was, mate. He hasn't been playing well. He's taken 3 marks so far, and he's been a very good player there so far for the Avon.
Umpire gets us back underway. Ball in the middle of the ground. Read very well by Fisher off hand. So Avon go forward once again. Under it and was the target, Henry. He couldn't take the mark. and there's a big pack of players emerge on it, but they come out with it again, Avon. Eagles been busy early, and Avon go inside forward 50. It's going to land 40 metres out. Well done to bring the ball to ground, although infringing was Ryan Mower, and it will be a free kick to the southwest. They waste no time. This is Crane with the footy. He's been busy early as they go down the line. Oh, dropped what he should have taken, did his teammate. That lets Avon in, and they're going to come back the other way. Entry kick inside 50. It's shallow and going up, taking an uncontested mark in the end. The southwest, they can repel off half back, although it's dropped, and now they find themselves in a bit of bother. Applying good pressure was Fulgrave, but I think the southwest will be able to work it out here. A grubbering ball out towards the broadcast wing. It bounces in front
Certainly
of Verhaaf.
under the pump, mate, aren't they, at the moment?
Yep, in front of Verhaaf, unable to keep it in. He'll do the rucking for Southwest, right on the paint of that Indigenous flag, celebrating NAIDOC Week. And it's brilliant to be bringing you the coverage of this Division 1 Grand Final between Avon and Southwest.
So Verhaar wins a concept row, this time by Fulgrave. This guy's been lovely already. Ugle goes down the line over the top, trying to find Rogers again. This will use his trusting left foot. Tucked deep in a pocket. Oh. Rogers has nailed another one.
Oh, what a goal.
What a start here for Avon. Matty Rogers, come on down. He's nailed 2 beautiful goals. They are red hot.
That is an outstanding finish. And like we mentioned in the first grand final, Cam, I haven't, this is what I love about the country footy championships, because obviously with so much country footy going on around our great state, you can't get and see it all. And seeing players like Matty Rogers, this is the first for me, that is brilliant. What a finish from the boundary. The first left foot kick was penetrative.
Yep.
The second one, he's pierced it from the boundary, and all of a sudden Avon skip out to a 14-point lead.
Yeah, Ethan Bauman's going to have his work cut out here this afternoon. 2 goals, both of those to Avon, and that is the score. 2 straight they are. Avon, Southwest, Mark yet to score.
So the ball's back in the middle of the ground. Ugle's busy again, and it's Avon who are going to win the clearance. Fulgrave gets a free kick for being held onto, so he'll send a long raking right-footed kick right to the paint of 50, but unfortunately for Avon it's intercepted. Xavier Williams for Southwest can try and hold the footy, and they need to take a breath because they have been under siege to start this game. The ball goes out to the far wing under the scoreboard, the Sportle scoreboard. Thank you to Sportle. And of course, if you wanted to get a Sportle scoreboard for yourself today, you can get in contact with John Noonan. And the scoreboard at the moment is not looking great for Southwest. They're down by 14 points. It's the Avon who'll go inside forward 50. Spoiled away well from Partmore. But there's still a chance here, Avon. Although, collecting the footy at half back, they're going to try and run it out. Oh, a bit of a fumble. That lets the Avon in. There is a turnover inside forward 50. Here is that man in Rogers. He kicks around the corner, wanting a free kick in the goal square, and he's got it.
Tommy Lee.
Tom Lee, who plied his trade at waffle level for so long and was so good, even making his way, as we alluded to, onto an AFL list, has a free kick in the goal square for an absolute dream start for the Avon.
100%. He was on the list at Adelaide originally, and then went back to Claremont, then got redrafted back to St Kilda, found his way back to Claremont, and he's been up the Avon region for about 2 or 3 years and making a lot of inroads up there and kicking a lot of goals in the Avon League.
And making inroads in this grand final as well, as he belts the ball out of Fremantle Community Bank Oval for the 3rd goal for the Avon. They have had a fast start, 3-2-20. They lead the Southwest yet to score, and to be honest, barely yet to get it inside forward 50.
Absolutely not. It's been one-way traffic to the underdogs in the Avon. Starting once again in the midfield through Caden Fulgrave. He's had a ton of the footy. Matt Rogers is lively down there. You got him, you got Lee, you got Marshall Jones, and also in the midfield cutting through ribbons, Jamison Ugle, number 2. He's been sensational as well. So they've got a lot of midfield run, and at the moment, Southwest have to do something. Otherwise, this game could be falling apart right in front of their eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Zach Petherbridge down there as well for the Southwest, a young footballer from Narrogin. Had the pleasure of playing a couple of games alongside Zach a few years ago, but they're under siege, the Southwest, down in defence. They're looking to try and win it out of the middle, something that they haven't been able to do, and they're not going to be able to do it again, as holding the ball is Zane Verhaaf. So it's going to be the Avon to go forward once again as they kick into the centre of the ground. Dangerous kick from Cam Sharp, but fortunately his teammate was up to the task. It's Penny who takes it, and they go further wide underneath the scoreboard here at Fremantle Oval, and they work it down that far flank. So the target is Holdman. he gets underneath it, or goes in and wins a hard footy as well, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of there. We'll have a ball up just on the paint of 50 or in the junction where the 50 meets the boundary line. It's the Avon 3-2-20 leading the Southwest yet to score.
So, the field umpire's going to throw the footy up. Marshall Jones doing the ruckman from the Avon, tried to find his teammate. That was Ugle. Below his knees was okay. That was Anthony Henry. And the umpire says, give the ball to me for another ball up. And they have gone off to a lightning start, have the Avon. Southwest going to do something here. Verhoef has a ruck. Now try to find his teammate was Humphrey. Socket off the ground though by the player there in Mitch Donati. And I think he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. He certainly has. So Braden Andrews for the Avon has the opportunity now to pump the Avon forward once again. So Andrew has it here. He kicks the ball down the line to a one-on-one. And Lee, too big, too strong, too clever. Great mark, Tommy Lee.
Wow. This is one heck of a start from the Avon. I don't think too many... In fact, to be honest, I don't think too many would have had them playing in this grand final.
No.
They're now staring down the barrel of going 4 goals clear of the Southwest.
So Tommy Lee... Not the Tommy Lee who was married to Pamela Anderson. It's the Tommy Lee who plays.
He wishes,
He wishes. We all do wish. Shout out to you, Pamela. No doubt you listen to this call this afternoon. So here he is.
I've heard she loves
Tommy
her country footy.
She does, and Lee's pushed it to the side. Says, but what a lively start here for Avon. They're doing all the attacking there. Mark, you said it very well. Hasn't been inside the 50 for Southwest at all this quarter.
No, I think they got it near that 50-metre line, but they've been locked in their defensive half as they try and escape it now. The target underneath the footy. That's a good mark from Mitch Donati. Stands strong underneath it. That's what the Southwest needs at the moment. So they get at least in their front half. The ball doesn't quite get to the target in Shishka, but picked up out the back of the pack. Well done, Horsman. He scrambles a kick forward. It goes into the right forward pocket for the Southwest. So it's up the right end of the ground for them for the first time. And the umpire's picked out a free kick too.
Yep.
A great tackle. And it will go the way of Tane Williams.
That's correct.
Yep, it will. Tane Williams, pardon me. So Tane Williams will take the free kick for the Southwest. He's tucked in the pocket. It's not an easy opportunity by any means, but
they just need this one to settle, Mark, don't they, at the moment, because they're under siege, like a big tsunami.
Well, they need something. He'll kick from about 45 metres out. He'll probably need to punch this at that sort of right-hand goal post to the Vigona end. As he approaches now, he sets the kick on its way. It won't score. It's going to fall short as well. Players go up. Oh, almost a fantastic mark. But they're able to work it out. Ugle's at the fall of the ball for Avon. He gets it to Melancelli, and they go
Good
clear.
mark.
What a fantastic grab. Just on the edge of the centre square, and I think that's Marshall Jones, the ruckman, and the captain.
Good form, isn't he?
Yeah, he's playing some good footy. He sends them to the other edge of the centre square, so they're in the attacking half, leaves the target. He can't take the mark. They mop it up well at the ground level to Southwest, and they clear towards the wing. He's there again, Marshall Jones, trying to fist it down. Reading it off the pack was Crane. The umpire's picked out a free kick. So a bit of time to breathe. And it's Ethan Bowman with the footy for Southwest as they chip their way down the line. Mark taken by Tenardi.
Over to Crane. And Crane centre half forward. Ball comes to the contest. 1-on-1 here. Ball's out here. Howlett stand up. Oh, wedge between two. Good defensive pressure here by the Avon. Could be in trouble. Is in trouble. And that is holding the pill. They are defensive pressure machines at the moment. The Avon. Beautiful tackle. The 1% is exactly what you want. Might be attacking, but also they're defending very well. So the Avon have it and sporting a great mullet too. There's a lot of them out here this afternoon. They decide to switch a play on the far side of the ground, taking a good mark over the top. Good set of hands. And Avon, they are switched on at the moment. Midway through the first quarter, 3-3, the Avon 21 and Southwest yet to score.
So they'll work it from half back, long down the wing. A big pack of players and going up, fisting it out of bounds. I think that was Fenwick, and we'll have a boundary throw in. Right on halfway here at Fremantle Oval, underneath the scoreboard, the Sportal scoreboard, which reads 3-3-21 the Avon. Southwest yet to score, at least in the last sort of 90 seconds to a couple of minutes. They've had a little bit more of the footy as tapping it forward was Rinda for Southwest. They win it off hands, and it is that man Rinda who sweeps a hand pass forward. So they're just trying to get a bit of territory. Picking it up well was Chadwick. And they feed it back. Rinda again sends a floater of a kick towards half forward. They're inside forward 50. The ball gets to the back of the pack. Taken in a strong tackle. Well done, Trigwell was able to wrap up his opponent in Brown. And the umpire says, give it to me. There was no prior opportunity, but they are Inside forward 50.
Just settled a bit now, haven't they, the Southwest?
They have. They need a bit of scoreboard assistance to try and make the most of their territory battle as it beats Chadwick to the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw-in on the junction of the 50 and the boundary. We've played, probably, I think it's 11 minutes in this first quarter. And it is the Avon leading this one by 21 points.
So Dowding doing the ruck work this time against Benny Horsman for the Southwest. Well done on Horsman. Found Crane. Crane inside the 20-metre mark. How will it go? Oh, he just pushed it left. The gun little midfielder, Shawnee Crane's kicked a point. They needed a goal, the boy from South Bunbury. But at least they are on the scoreboard. In the last couple of minutes, Southwest have just settled, I think, their mark. They're just starting to get themselves back in their contest. Evan, they kick the ball down the line and finds William Hadlow. So Hadlow, left half back here for the Avon. He can chip the ball down the line. Running into a bit of space there is Ethan Brown. So Brown still on the half back flank here for the Avon. They lead by 20 points. He lows his eyes as well. They're using the ball very well in these conditions, are the Avon, and Reece Holman has it for them.
I'm glad you switched over to me just then, Cam, because Reece Holman, a good North Beach boy at heart. He goes long down the line. Probably not his best kick. And they weren't all that well represented at the fall of the ball. Big hit, I think, for that was Bowman going spinning out of there for the Southwest as they grubber it down the line and the ball beats players out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throwing between the two interchange benches in this first quarter. So a 20-point margin as it stands. Southwest have steadied somewhat, but if you happen to miss the start, it was a blistering start from the Avon. They've kicked the first three, and that is quarter time here at Fremantle Community Bank Oval. And the Avon 3-3-21 lead the Southwest one behind by 20 points in, to be honest, what would probably be a bit of a boil over if they can hang on.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of an interview here. We're going to take a short break here, but 3-3-21 Southwest. Avon 1 point, a margin of 20 points to Avon.
Your goal. With Nutrien Egg Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Welcome back to Fremantle Community Bank Oval for the grand final of the 2023 Country Footy Championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. And whilst we're doing it, thank you to Steve Wright from Nutrien Ag Solutions, who have had a fantastic 49-year partnership looking after our country footy. My name is Mark Foreman. It's a pleasure to be bringing you the call today for John Douglas and his team at Filming Footy and Dartfish Productions. I'm joined alongside by Cam Robbins. And Cam, we have seen one heck of an opening quarter.
Unbelievable start, wasn't it? Matty Rogers has kicked 2 and also Tommy Lee has kicked 1 for the Avon. Just a lightning start. Shout out to Jason Crow, to the GM of the South West Footy League. They are listening to the call, Mark. Don't you worry about that. All over the world, they're listening to the right-hand side of the screen. That is the hospital end of the ground, and to the left is the town hall end of the ground. So, Jason Crow, thank you very much. A hard-working GM for the South West Footy League.
Yeah, the old Fremantle Hospital does sit at the Vagona end, and it is an old building, isn't it? The old Fremantle Hospital.
Certainly is.
Perhaps that's where the Southwest might need to be if they keep going this way, because it hasn't been the best start from them, but we've spoken about it plenty on the coverage. They are a powerhouse of this competition, and they're certainly not going to go away. In fact, it would surprise me if we see a second quarter the same as the first. It's a 20-point margin to the way of the Avon. Cam Robbins, get us underway.
So Holborn versus Rinda. Rinda win this one, but Holborn and Fullgrave rode the footy. Fantastic tackle there by young Shawnee Crane. Held to him and held to the centre of the ground here. So we're starting once again. A bounce up here by the centre, throws it up, good reach over the top by Rinda, try to find Crane. Fullgrave socking the ball off the ground, try to find the teammate there. That player has the footy now, doesn't he? Uses the right. That's Cammy Sharp. Good first name, that young lad, Cam Sharp. Hit the ball hard then with Jackson Bell. Bell over the top. Beautiful fist over the top by Harry Ingram. And I tell you what, Avon, they are definitely determined and they are playing very good footy. So Barringer line thrown right in front of the Southwest bench, which sees them trail at the moment by 20 points, 3-3, 21 to 1 point.
So right in front and between the two interchanges. Boundary umpire takes a few steps in, hurls the ball over her head. We're back in Southwest, trying to take some territory here. They do well up in front, unable to take the mark was White. Oh, slipping almost like he was on an ice rink was Fullgrave. They go further forward, the Southwest tapping it in front of him. Well done, well played. It's Lawrence. He scrambles a kick forward for the Southwest. Picking it up. That was a good pick up. Lawrence follows up. He's still there. He tries to kick on goal, but it's partially smothered, and Melancelli can pick up the footy. He shares it with, I think that's Lafonte, and they go out the far side of D50. Well done to control it. Was Dowding and sliding in there for the Avon. Ugle is hanging around. He was very busy in the first quarter. But Southwest repel through Crane, and they go to the right, the left half forward flank, and it is a boundary throw-in. And we can go downstairs because we've got a little boundary side interview. Tony Neal.
Yeah, just quickly, Chris Kinnaman at the Southwest. The players were talking about keeping their heads up, defend first, no risk is a big one. Don't tackle because of the corral first. Forwards need to work together. They say they're up for the challenge, and they're after the long kick from fullback. Let's get back to the big game.
Well done there, Tony. Fantastic to have the opportunity to go down on the ground side. We might have big tails, BT for Channel 7. We've got a one and only Tony Neal from us in Dartfish here. But yeah, lively start here and we finally got the time clocks going there, Mark.
Good to see. But a really valid point, and I'm glad it was. I'm not surprised it was mentioned at the halftime break. Overcommitting is exactly what the Southwest was doing, and sort of being stepped, and it's very easy to slip in these sort of conditions. So, yeah, a more concerted tackling effort is sort of the message there, I guess.
So Fullgrave goes back rather than forward, but somehow they get the ball on the boot. They Crane into the hole, already accumulating a ton of the footy. Shawnee Crane.
He's been busy.
Like last year's grand final, he had over 40 touches. Surprisingly, didn't get the medal. So Crane just kicks the ball down to a line. Big pack of players. Ball comes to the ground. Fullgrave row, front and centre. Cop one high. The umpire said no, he didn't. So it's play on. Good defensive pressure and tackle on Kelvin Lawrence. And the umpire gives the ball to me. So just over 4 minutes are gone. Still no change to the scoreboard. 3-3-21 they are, and Southwest are 1 point.
Yeah, the first goal of this quarter will be important as the umpire throws the ball aloft. Trying to smash it forward was Dowding for the Avon, but it's Southwest to go inside forward 50, playing in front. Good mark. Good mark taken by the Avon, so they can repel and they'll come out to this broadcast wing. It's a one-on-one out there. Fantastic grab. Used the body well, did Andrews. He pushes back quickly, although he's a bit bereft of options. He looks into the centre of the ground. Dangerous kick. Fortunately, it gets to the target, and they work it by hand. Here is Fulgrave running through the centre of the ground. He sends a spiral inside 50. It clears all players. It's bouncing towards goal, and it trickles through for a minor score. Luck's a fortune almost for Fulgrave. It needed a bit more of an off break, but it's skidded on in the wet, and it is 3-4-22. The Avon, they lead this one by 21 points over the Southwest, who are one behind.
And Mark, one thing Felgrave was known about when he was playing league footy for Subiaco is a very good use of the footy, and obviously that was a long kick in the torpedo punt, but good there. So goes down the front, try to find Humphridge for the Southwest. He's overran it. The quick kick and quick thinking there taken by Braden Andrews, but good defensive marks been taken down back by the player there, Xavier Williams for Southwest. Williams has it and kicked it over. He's turned the footy straight back over. An opportunity once again for Avon to pump the ball forward. Just about to push in the back. The umpire said no, it wasn't. I saw it from up here. And lucky Xavier Williams did not get a free kick. The umpire was right on the spot, didn't award it. And the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me for a boundary line throw-in.
So it's deep inside the Avon forward line where the ball's lived for most of this game, albeit to the left-hand side of your screen after a dominant first quarter. But Avon kicking to the right in this second quarter. We've played just over 5 minutes as the Southwest try and belt it out of there, out of the ruck. But first on it is Holdman. He kicks around his body and he's found a target. Great goal. No, the umpire says play on. Hand pass quickly over to Andrews. They work it. They shoot on goal and they've got it. It's another to the Avon, and that's Andrew Fisher who's been able to convert that opportunity. And my goodness, they've got the first four. Have a look at the replay there with a fantastic snap around the body, and dealt with on the goal line was Tommy Lee, but it didn't matter because the ball sailed over his head, and the Avon has the first 4 goals of the 2023 Division 1 Grand Final here at the Nutrien Ag Country Championships. And my goodness, Cam Robbins, what a start to the Avon.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the other way, Mark, but obviously this game got 4 quarters, still probably 10 minutes to go in this first half, but Southwest want to get too far behind at the moment because they're second to the footy and not playing with much confidence in the middle. So in the ground once again, trying to find his contest. Fulgrave, well done by Crane, stole the ball out of the middle, kicks the ball to the half-forward flank, trying to take a one-hander as an Avon defender, still keeps his feet, good pressure, found Ugle on the right, can switch the play on this wing here, the ball's running on, how would it go? Run okay, beautiful tackle taken by Jackson Bell, the player's a lot bigger than him, and if that doesn't lift your side, I don't know what will. So Jackson Bell, very good player, this young lad from Kerry Park, he kicks the ball to centre half forward, try to find Horseman, he overran it. The player from Avon didn't. Switches the play again. This is what they've been doing a lot, haven't they? Switching the play, and a good mark's been taken by Braden Andrews.
Oh, fantastic grab from Braden Andrews. It's all the little things going the way of the Avon at the moment as they go to right half forward. The ball's off hands at the back of the pack. It's a foot race. Anthony Henry for the Avon is first there, but he runs out of space and he's pushed over the boundary line. A little bit of assistance to make sure he gets there by the Southwest. So we'll have a boundary throw in 40 metres around from the right-hand behind post, and once again, no surprise, we're locked in the Avon forward line. As we've mentioned, the ball has lived there for most of this game, and you just wonder how long they can stay on top, as the Southwest will no doubt come. They take it out of the ruck and bash it forward, but I think it's going to be coming straight back. Jake Dowding couldn't quite grab the footy for Avon, and it ends up being held to the chest of Hadlow, and we'll have a ball up.
Good tackle by Michi Tanade, the boy from Bustleton.
I think it was Henry that was the last off that pack. As the umpire gets us back underway, it's bobbling around a bit. Hand pass shot out by Verhaaf, but they go inside forward 50 does the Avon. First there, a Southwest, really good hand pass. Good pick up there as well, and so they can repel off half back. It's a big pack of players. Oh, underneath it, doing pretty well was White for Southwest. Here's Crane. He can't win it cleanly. Henry's there for Avon. There is a free kick held without the footy, and it will be Sean Crane, the captain, to relieve a bit of pressure at half back for Southwest.
So Sean Crane has it, decides to just pump the ball down to this half forward flank. Players stomp behind the ball. Once again, the Avon plays at Leslie Rossotti. So Rossotti has the footy, the left footer, chips the ball down the line and finds his teammate Jackie Dowding. Jack Dowding has it. Just stagnant they are. They can chip the ball on the far side. They're doing this very well. By hands was good by Corey Dixon. Over the top to Ugle. And Ugle followed the kick on to Andrews. There's no one manning up Andrews. He's been by himself for the last 2 or 3 minutes. He puts the ball in the hot spot. And beautiful kick falls in the hands of Matty Rogers. Just clinical performance by the Avon, Mark.
Well, they move that well.
Yep.
And look, they can't get it past halfway. The Southwest, is their captain Sean Crane comes off for a spell. He's been steadfast to try and stem the bleeding, but the bleeding looks like it's about to get worse because lining up for goal is Matt Rogers.
He's already kicked 2, mate.
He has, and he's 35 metres out directly in front to make it the absolute dream start for the Avon. Matt Rogers comes in. The goal umpire works a lot. Moved too far to the left. It is a minor score. Well, to Matt Rogers, right? The goal umpire's left. It's 4-5-29, the Avon. They lead this one by 28 points over the Southwest, who are 1 behind.
So Tommy Gorder has it, decides to chip the ball over the top, finds his teammate, lace out that Xavier Williams. Williams tucked deep in the half-back flank. He can also chip the ball down the line to Benny Horsman. So Horsman, a long way for goals. Usually plays centre-half forward. He's deep down in the back line trying to get a kick. So Horsman kicks the ball down the line. A good mark in front. This guy's a very clever play in Greggy Humphries. So Humphries marks on the wing. He decides to kick the ball down to a line. No one in particular. Player in the back, surely. There's a push in the back. And it's going to be a kick here to the Southwest. And Cade Siska has it, decides to play on with their helmet, goes down the line to a 2-on-1, roving front and centre, handball over the top, wedge between two, doesn't matter, good vision here. Fulgrove set the ball up, doing the defensive. Ugle has it, beautiful pick up below his knee, and he's out on the far side here. Can chip over to Fulgrove, and geez, Caden Fulgrove, he's had a ton of the footy, Mark. No one's paying any attention to him, and they've got to man that player up because you can actually tear to ribbons.
He has. Caden Fulgrove has the ball for the Avon on the defensive 50-metre line. So the Southwest with a little bit. Oh, that's a bad kick. He's missed Holdman. It's gone through them all. And they're coming through. Oh, almost having his head taken off. That'll be a free kick for a high tackle. Well done. I think that was Ben Casey. Short kick into Rossiter. He plays on by hand. They go back out wide. They've got a couple of players out there selling the dummy. Well done. Fulgrove again. He's been good. A good defensive spoil. Out of bounds was Gorta to prevent his opponent from taking the mark. So it's a boundary throw in. We're basically right on halfway under the Sportal scoreboard, which has Avon leading this one by 28 points in what is a pretty big surprise as the boundary umpire hurls it back in. Slapped towards the centre of the ground. Taken by Humphreys. He's been busy for Southwest. Spinning out of a tackle was Tenardi. But it's Avon who win it. They go forward off the boot of Ugle. Deep inside forward 50. Players go up. No mark taken. It falls to the back. Unable to pick it up was Tommy Lee. And Southwest can try and control the footy. This is Michael. He gets the hand pass out wide. And they go down the line. And a relieving mark taken by Jackson Bell at half-back.
So Jackson Bell pulls the trigger and finds Mitch Tenardi, centre half-back. He decides to play, and they'll switch to play this time, trying to find Johnny Meadmore. Very quiet by his standards, Meadmore. Good bounce by him. Corrals in the pocket. Now kicks the ball forward, and good mark then by Benny Horsam. So Horsam has the footy, plays on quick, kicks the ball down the line. That's better, and good mark been taken by Zachy Trigwell. So Trigwell right on the wing here. He decides to kick the ball to a bit of space. No one's running into it, apart finally hitting the ball hard there is Kelvin Lawrence. Lawrence met hard by Fulgrove. Fulgrove, very smart, very clever, gets the hands out somehow. I don't know how he did it, but he did that very well. Over to Holman, over to Ugle, and once again they are out on the far side by Jameson Ugle again. Good play here by the Avon. They are playing a very good brand of footy, haven't they, Mark? Just running and carry on that far side of the ground.
They are. Reece Holman provided the overlap run there, and he's certainly worked hard. I certainly can remember from my days playing with Reece that he's got a good tank, and I'm sure a lot of these Avon boys do as well, because we know that they can play footy, and they're certainly showing us that in the grand final. You can see there a couple of players on the interchange bench having a bit of a blow.
They're up and about, mate, aren't they?
They are. As the boundary umpire throws it in, we're right on the Avon 50-metre line. It's fisted back from where it came, and I think it'll beat all players across the boundary again. Going in hard again was Holdman picking up the footy ahead of Crane. And we'll have another boundary throw in. Again, right on the 50-metre line. So we're deep inside this second quarter, and we're deep inside the Avon half, and Southwest yet to trouble the scorers by way of a goal as Avon scramble for it at the bottom of the pack. Can't quite see who that is. Oh, who do you reckon? It's Fulgrave, who's dragged off it without the footy, and it is a free kick as well. So Caden Fulgrave has been absolutely everywhere, leading his team from the front. He has a shot at goal, which I think this one is probably more gettable. He'll kick from about 48, 49 metres out, slightly left of centre. And I bet you, even in their wildest dreams, if we said Avon, you'd be kicking for a 5-0 start, they'd say, no, you are dreaming.
Absolutely, and use your reliable kick. The Kingsway Junior found his way to Subiaco, played about 20-odd league games for Subiaco, and leans back on this one. Geez, it's a good kick. It is a good kick. A fantastic goal there to Caden Fulgrave. And I tell you what, as Mark said, if you're Avon and you thought you're going to be 5-5 to 1 point, you would have said, the old movie, you're dreaming. And I tell you what, they thought they were dreaming. They're not dreaming. They are playing a very, very good brand of footy. Here they are, 5-5, that's it. 37 to 1 point, and Southwest at the moment getting poleaxed.
Yeah, so 5-5. 35, I think. So a 34-point lead, and what a brilliant start from the Avon. And yeah, well, if we're talking about dreams, I think it's time for the Southwest to wake up, because this is starting to get out of hand, to be completely honest. A 5-goal deficit in any grand final is a hard one to overcome, as we're back in the middle of the ground. Winning the hit out was Rinder, but not really to advantage, and it'll be Avon that go forward. They scramble a kick towards the attacking side of their centre square. Doing really well there was Meadmore. He's tapped it to himself and controlled it. He goes back on the footy here, and he'll be winning a free kick for a push in the back. So an important ball to win, and he's done well as John Meadmore. They've got the footy at left half back. He shares it with a short kick out wide. Tom Gorder takes the mark, although there's not too many options as he looks down the field. He sends his left footer to centre wing. A big pack of players underneath it, going up uncontested. Taking the mark was Corey Dixon. So he looks to control the footy for Avon, and he does that well. Short kick down the line, taken by Dowding, who's put himself around a little bit in this grand final for Avon as well. He sends a high ball out to right half forward. Couple of players fist the ball sort of equally towards the boundary line for Avon. Marshall Jones was very busy in the first quarter. He looks to be trotting back towards centre half forward, as there's a bit of a tangle between players in the...
Yeah, one of those, no doubt, to be Matty Rogers for the Avon. He loves this hard stuff. Don't worry about that. Ball comes to the contest. Crane set upon by 2 or 3 players. One of those is the player there in Aidan Fisher, and the umpire said no prior opportunity. So throw up once again. Doing the ruck work, well done over the top, trying to find his teammate. Good tackle by Crane, falls in the hand of Rinder. Rinder on his right, tries to chisel the ball out, and 2 or 3 players are holding it into possession. One of those was Andrew Fisher again. He kicked a beautiful goal in this second quarter, and still no change in the scoreboard, which sees the Avon 5-5-35, Southwest a 1 point.
Back underway, and they sort of play a bit of volleyball. Tapping it forward for Avon was Fisher, and they win the ball now. They're going further forward. That was Andrews. His hand pass into a hot spot. Leading the race there, picked up really well, was Partmore. He couldn't quite get a clean kick away, and they'll relieve from half back. This is Williams running out for the Southwest. Kicks to centre wing, going up in front, taking a great mark.
That's a great mark.
Chris
Dead
White.
right.
He grabs it, and he's got the footy at half back for the Southwest. He goes down the line. It's a wide kick, and it's thumped out of bounds by Ethan Brown for Avon. So it'll be a neutral footy under that scoreboard, the Sportal scoreboard. You can see it there. Has the Southwest trailing by 34 points. Now, last time they played in a country championships grand final, they were on the other end of this, belting their opposition last year. This time, they're going to need everything they've got to try and pull this back as players scrap for the footy, and it's not coming out of there, so we'll have a ball up.
Mark, it just hasn't been getting to the forward 50, has it, for the Southwest? Off their midfield supremacy led by Fulgrave, that's why they haven't got the supply going forward.
They've been completely starved of opportunity, and Avon winning the midfield battle, which has obviously prevented that, as picking up the ball is Jackson Bell. He's taken immediately by a couple of players, one of them Chris White, who we saw take a strong mark before. And as you see on your screen, well, you can sort of see in the background there are a fair few people down here at Fremantle Oval watching the country champs. It's a little bit wet, which is why perhaps some fans have made their way into the grandstand. But Southwest with a chance to go at least into the forward half through White. He goes long down the line. His target, couldn't quite see who that was. They win it off hands here. This is Crane. He's got the ball and he's tackled immediately. Fortunately, he gets it out. So there's still a chance to Southwest. They've got the numbers around the ball, but it's proving to be a bit of a tough one to pick up. The left-footed high ball goes into half forward, centre half forward. No mark taken, comes off hands. They keep it moving forward. Southwest, big shove out the way. Picked up, ends in the hands of Shishka. He sends the ball to full forward. A big shove, and he's kicked a goal, but the umpire says bring it back because that was a shove in the back. So I think it was Ethan Bowman down there shoving his player underneath the ball.
Melancelli, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. And I think he almost knew. Probably shouldn't have kicked the ball away. Probably could have been 50 metres, but Avon can clear from full back.
So Melancelli goes down the line, trying to find his teammate. That was Ethan Brown. Well done by Ethan Brown. Controls the footy. Sells a bit of ice candy. Now he's in all kinds of trouble. Well done by the Southwest. Just trying to gain a bit of memento here. Diving on the footy is that play over there. Mitch Tenardi, the boy from Busselton, has the footy now below his knees. Gets gang tackled by 3 or 4 players. The pressure by Avon has been evident since the first bounce. Chain of handballs is very, very effective. Falls into the hand there as Zach Casey. And Casey lace out, finds his teammate with another mullet. Is Benny Casey. So Casey, he can switch the ball in the midfield. They do that very well. They run and spread it every opportunity. And Cam Sharp has the footy now. He can also chip down the line. That kick's not so good. And probably the only blemish in the game at the moment. So 20 minutes are gone in this first half. Avon, yes, Avon, not Southwest. Avon 5-5-35. The Southwest a mere 1 point mark.
A 34-point margin in the shadows of half time. In fact, I think there's only a matter of seconds left as the umpire hurls it back in. There are only seconds left. And that is half time here at Fremantle Oval. It is the showpiece of the 2023 WA Country Football Championships, and unbelievably, we are saying that Avon at 5-5-35 lead this grand final over the Southwest Football League, one solitary behind. It's a 34-point margin. We've got plenty to bring you throughout the rest of the day, and we're going to head down to the boundary with Tony Neal very shortly, but before that, we'll take a break and see you back here at Fremantle Oval.
Your goal. With Nutrien Egg Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Perusal, the region manager west at Nutrien Ag Solutions. First of all, welcome, Andrew.
Thanks, Tony. Great to be here.
And we can see the ball, of course, branded with Nutrien on one side and the Western Australian Country Football Championships on the other. Just a question off the cuff, mate. The turf, it seems to be holding up all right. Any suggestions for what we might need on the turf, or how do you think it would be going for the farmers up there?
Well, I tell you what, I think our farmers this year, it's quite mixed, pretty dry in some places and wet in others, but I reckon any farmer would kill for the moisture in their soil at the moment that this has got. It's a bit wet, but slippery, but, they're holding up all right out there.
Yeah, fantastic. Listen, very importantly now we get to the serious side, face-to-face visits to all the regional areas. How important?
Look, it's super important. We've got around 600 people across Western Australia, from Broome down to Esperance pretty much, and that's our customer base is in the bush, so that's critically part of what we do every day.
And of course support for agriculture. We talked about banana plantations, different agriculture. You've got the wheat belt, you've got in off the ocean, of course, you've got down south, different seasons and weather patterns. And how are Nutrien Ag supporting all the areas with the agriculture?
Look, we're invested. Bricks and mortar's our strategy, and that is basically shops in towns. And we're putting, obviously, resources in those towns. So employment's a big part in regional communities, and football is just one part of what we contribute. We're netball clubs, we're hockey clubs, we're football, you name it. We're invested right across, not only just WA, but right across Australia.
And of course, we're going to try and get you on board, mate, because a company like yourselves would be very well invested in, of course, the trailer, which we're all going to go out and see tomorrow, which is going to have the Sportal scoreboard on it. So imagine rolling into a country ground and it's got a scoreboard on there that's got replays, it's got scores, and also the sponsors on there, once again important for the regional areas.
100%. Look, and people will support it too. In the bush, football, any sporting game, it's the fabric of every town. So yeah, it's a great initiative and really proud to support it.
So Andrew, on one final question, mate, and I love this sort of stuff. The fusion between sport and business is huge, whether it be leadership, whether it be how we form together as a team, how we work individually, play to our strengths. But the future vision for your company, we know it's 49 years and it's a huge run, 50 years. But the future vision for, of course, Nutrien Ag Solutions and the Western Australian Country Football League together.
Yeah, well, look, we're 49 years, as you touched on, 50 next year. We're super proud of that. Everyone in our business is proud of that. Hopefully another 50 years ahead of us. Agriculture fundamentally is just so strong at the moment. Food production, everything like that in what we do, we're invested. So, the future's incredibly bright.
Andrew, we can't thank you enough for all of the work that Nutrien Ag Solutions are doing. It's not only just coming down here today and you've got a couple of reps here today, it's what you do out in those regional areas, because community is a huge aspect and bringing people together and the conduit. And I know myself from country football, people like to come in and talk about the crops and everything. From one sponsor to another, we would love you to have the magnificent Archie's thongs there, mate, and we'll get you a couple more pairs because I know your family's travelled with you. So we can't thank you enough, Andrew, and a great supporter, as we said, of the Western Australian Country Football League and the championships. Thanks for joining us.
Good on you, Tony. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it.
Of the 2023, pardon me, I think a couple of audio issues there. Welcome back to Fremantle Community Bank Oval for the grand final of Division 1 in the 2023 Country Football Championships. Thanks to Nutrien Ag, and thank you as well to Andrew Duperuzal for his time down there with Tony Neal. So Andrew from Nutrien Ag, of course, we've alluded to 49 years of sponsorship, so the big 5-0 next year. My name's Mark Foreman. It's lovely to be bringing you coverage of these country footy championships for John Douglas and the filming footy team at Dartfish Productions. I'm sitting alongside Cam Robbins, and he, along with myself, Can't quite believe what we've just seen, Cam.
Basically got an egg on our face, haven't you? Both tipped the Southwest to win, and Avon have come out this first half with all guns blazing. Major goal scores, Matty Rogers has kicked 2, Fisher 1, Fulgrave 1, and Tom Lee 1, and there's no goal scorers at all at the Southwest. So just hope they can regroup, Mark, because they are very much a pride-driven organisation, the Southwest Footy League, and run as a professional unit. Let's just wipe that half off. They're still in the huddle now of the Southwest. The Avon lads are already into their position, but they've got to pay more attention. As I keep mentioning all the time, number 9, Caden Fulgrave, maybe someone's got to run with him to stop him getting his first hands on the footy.
I think the images on your screen there are pretty telling. With the team still in position, but we're going to go down. We're going to go ground side to Tony Neal, who is at the boundary, to tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Well, it was fantastic. Just quickly around the Avon huddle there, Tom Lee's talking about cutting them off. Keep the contest the same and the tackle pressure the same. And also, a couple of players broke away, and I think the backs are pretty up and about because the backs have been outstanding. That was the message from the players themselves. So they have belief. They are up and about, and I'll tell you what, this could be the big surprise for a lot of people. But Avon are really pushing hard, going well on the scoreboard, and just Southwest, can they manufacture a goal and get a start?
Thanks a lot, Tony, and that's the exact question that we're wondering up here between myself and Cam. And as we mentioned, the Southwest were a lot longer in their huddle, so the message there will be interesting to know, and I'm sure we're about to see a response, Cam Robbins.
Absolutely they are now. See how the first bounce here. Can Southwest get themselves back into the contest? Jack Downers do the ruck work against the Avon. Brings aboard the contest. Tries to find the play in the middle now for the Southwest. That's Bauman. They've thrown him in the forward the line area. The handball was okay. Ugle. Handball over the top. The running and the carry's good. Well chopped off. I'll cop the ball high. Surely was Cade Ziska. He decides to play on Ziska by hands. Scott Price has come on the ground now. Inject a bit of pace for the Southwest. Well known by Scotty Price. Trigwell dropped it. He has not been sighted so far in this grand final. Spall over the top's been taken by Tommy Gorter, and they're out again here. Tried to find Marshall Jones. Jones, very nimble, very quick. Kicks aboard a bit of space, and that is a difference so far. They hit target. Scott Chua over the top there, finds his teammate, lays out. That's Cam Sharp, and Sharp's found Tom Lee, and Tom Lee has taken a pearler
ahead of Zach Petherbridge, who certainly can reach with those arms as Lee goes long from outside 50. It doesn't have the legs, and it's marked in the goal square, the defensive goal square, by Chris White. He plays on very quickly. His kick misses the target. Picking up well was Fisher for Avon. So they've got the footy at right half forward. They're going to go inside forward 50. A couple of players on. Big pack of players. No mark taken. And the ball hits the deck. So they repel it. The Southwest shoved under the ball. Good body work was James Chadwick. And the ball ends up out of bounds. Oh, no. He was shoved under the ball illegally. So Southwest have the footy. Chadwick sends his kick down to centre wing. Ball lands at the bootlaces of the big fellow, and he's pretty clever there to soccer back. I think that's Chadwick again. Hand pass goes into midfield, kick forward by Homsani, and the ball trickles across the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in underneath the scoreboard. It's a 34-point margin to Avon.
Leafs has thrown inject a bit of pace. Scott Price has come the ground, number 21 for the Southwest Footy League. Plays for Carey Park, so maybe on the wing to inject a bit of pace, Mark. That might maybe change the context of this game, because at the moment they're well behind, down by 34 points. We've gone 2 minutes of this third quarter. Cam Robbins and Mark Foreman doing the calling for you. Rinda wins it for the Southwest. Tried to find Crane. Crane's tackled by Fulgrave. Fulgrave followed on the ball by, once again, Crane. He just tries week in, week out. There's a little fella, Shawnee Crane, and the captain is trying to lift his team. And in and out, another 21 teammates around him to lift their games as well, because at the moment, Avon have all the answers.
So the ball's thrown back in, 60 metres around, about 70 metres around from the Southwest goal, but they can't quite get it forward, as winning the hand pass was Andrews. They're going to go well forward. Leads the target. It bounces in front of him. It gets to the back. Southwest are first on the scene. They got the outnumber, although this one trickles out the way of the Avon. There's a kick around the corner. It was Zach Casey, and he's just missed to the right-hand side. It's a minor score, 5-6-36. The Avon to Southwest, one behind. They're under siege already in this second half of the Southwest, so they've got the footy at full back.
And the link up once again by Fulgrave was in the midfield, Mark.
It was, as Gorta plays on. He finds a teammate in Homsani. Hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly. My apologies if not.
Homsani, that's correct, mate.
Homsani, they work it well by hand. So they go to centre wing. The ball bounces in front of the leading forward. Picked up really well by Crane. And they go further forward. It's at right half forward for the Southwest. It bounces in front of Trigwell, who taps it on. And there's a player running out wide. He tries to tap it in front of himself. Improves the angle. Snaps around the corner. And they're on the board, the Southwest, by way of Cade Siska. He did incredibly well to win the footy at the back of the pack, and Siska grabbed it, put on the afterburners, improved his angle and snapped around the corner. So the Southwest is on the board, 1-1-7. They trail by 29 points to the Avon, who are 5-6-36 through 5 minutes in this third quarter.
Once again, that hard work by on the far side of the ground, young Sean Crane. He just works his backside off, just under the footy at all times. Got the quick handball out and a very clever goal by Cade Ziska. Is this the goal they needed, Mark, to get themselves back into the contest?
Well, you've got to start somewhere. Baby steps, isn't it, Cam?
Certainly is. So the middle of the ground once again. What can Southwest do? Here we are. Umpire throws a ball up. Try to find Mitch Tenardi. Tenardi on his non-preferred. That's his left. Goes to half-forward flank. Tries to find his teammate Horsman. Horsman's been well held so far this afternoon. Had hardly been sided down the back. Southwest have it by Crane. Handball over the top by Crane. Oh, to Homsney. Homsney should have used the play in the pocket but didn't. Or play all by himself with Scotty Price. But unfortunately his eyes lit up. Mark and try to ping a goal.
Now, I'm not sure, it's a pretty common name, Cam, but I used to play with and against a Scott Price, who I also know has some country roots, so perhaps that is, Scotty. What's his date of birth? I'm not sure. Anyway. As you said, it's an injection of pace for the Southwest, and he has looked reasonably lively as the Avon exits out from right half back, and the ball is on the wing. It's picked up well, though, and taken in a strong tackle, in fact, taken in a high tackle, is the captain, Sean Crane. He has led from the front. He's probably been Southwest's best. As they run themselves into a bit of a problem, Crane has it again. He received it from Rinda, and they're messing around with it, and in fact they've turned it over. The Avon now are streaming through the centre of the ground. There's only one target up forward. It is Tom Lee. The ball goes towards him. Petherbridge does well to fist it away from Lee. They pick it up at the fall, though, does the Avon. This is the goal kicker from the first half in Rogers. He snap around the body from the Avon player. It lands in the defensive goal square. They can relieve. That was Gorda. He finds a teammate now out this broadcast wing. Puts it ahead of a good mark as well.
Trigwell has been well held, though.
Good kick and a good mark taken by Trigwell. So controlling the footy at right half back. He's sort of actions for players to lead ahead of him. There's not much doing for the Southwest. Price is under the ball. It goes over his head. Avon are first there, and they win the footy, and a quick kick forward from Penny. It's a dangerous kick into the centre of the ground. It's going to work out well. Andrews picks it up, shares a hand pass. Look at them do that overlap run. They've worked the footy well to left half forward, keeping it in front of him. Oh!
Throw.
And then through the legs.
Thought he was playing tunnel ball.
Ryan Moore got it to Reece Holdman. It was not, the thinking was great. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a scooping action. And for the Southwest, Zach Dronell has it on centre wing.
So Dronell has the footy now. He can switch to play over the top. It has to be a risk. He get Fulgravers in the space. He did well, but so did the Southwest player. Can draw the play over the top, finds Humphries. Humphries has the footy. He kicks the ball to the half-forward flank, running in a bit of space. Really good weighted kick. Trying to find his teammate there was James Chadwick. Chadwick met very heavily by 2 or 3 players from the Avon. Still on the bottom of the ground here, Chadwick. Locked in here, in a bit of trouble. But how whole lot was that? The old tunnel ball coming back to footy, Mark. The old comedy company. Love it.
It was just a shame that he scooped it a little bit, because if it wasn't the scoop there, you're certainly allowed to tap the footy. As it's a ball up, deep in the Southwest forward line. As it's Crane who has the footy, left foot snap on goal. And that one is, well, it was either out on the full or a mark, take your pick. Either way, the Avon has the ball. They're in the right back pocket. So they've conceded the last, but probably, well, of course it's not enough for the Southwest. They need to build on that momentum. Avon has the ball at right half back on the defensive 50-metre line as they move it down to centre wing. There's a big pack of players under it going up. Oh, it was a high flyer from Henry. He couldn't bring it down for Avon. It got to the back. We're going to have a ball up underneath the Sportal scoreboard, which has the Avon 28 points ahead halfway through this third quarter in the 2023 Country Football Championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag.
So trying to burst his way through the pat, but a player from the south was held when he did have it. The umpire was right on it, and a free kick here goes to Mitch Tenardi. So Tenardi urging his players to run to a bit of space. Risky kick. Horseman hasn't hardly been sighted. Running front and centre, had it, lost it. Handball was okay, but once again the numbers. Well done by the player there for the Southwest. Xavier Williams punches the ball forward. Ordering bounce in the end. Nothing to kick to, so just throws a ball on his boot. That was Benny Horseman. Goes into a pocket. Running hard and pace in the carry, but well done by the player there. Marshall Jones kicks the ball to the forward pocket. Lack of talk by two Southwest players. Meadmore and Treadwell spoiled each other's mark. And absolutely comedy area. They're lucky to get a free kick out of this, and it's going to be 50.
No.
Absolute gimme 50 here.
Oh, boy.
And Kelvin Lawrence has the opportunity to convert an undisciplined play here by the Southwest. No use arguing each other, lad. It is a 50-metre penalty, and you're going to cost your side a goal. Not good.
And the ball not returned, how it's supposed to be. And, a 50-metre penalty is costly anywhere, but especially when it's in your forward half.
So the second goal on the board too, the Southwest, here they come. You can't write the Southwest off, so just keep coming back at you. So there they are, 2 goals to Charles, the Avon side, 5 goals 6, and we're gone probably 10 and a bit minutes, Mark.
We have, so 2 in a row to the Southwest. They've scored the only 2 goals of this second half. They've started the way they needed to. Fortunately for them, the deficit at half-time was manageable enough, and they have 2 quarters to do it. Well, now a little bit less than that, but they've chipped away at it. As the ball makes its way back into the middle, you can see on the screen there, thank you to all our sponsors who support country footy.
Maybe those young ladies have just gone from the markets here with a couple of nice donuts and a couple of coffees. Maybe they could be our sponsors, Mark, and bring some up to the commentators here.
Wouldn't mind a couple of donuts as Avon go forward. The ball pitches in front. Petherbridge does well to keep it in front of him. He knows Lee is dangerous. Lee's sort of escaped out the back. I don't think it's going to get to him in this instance. On the bottom of the pack is Henry for Avon. He does get it out. Picked up there for Southwest by Williams, and it's going to come out, although it's going to come straight back because Fulgrave grabs it, hugs it to his chest. He sees a player all on his own. I think it's Holdman. He's unable to take the mark. Ball fisted away from him, and the Southwest are up and running. Tenardi takes a bounce through the centre of Fremantle Oval. He goes long inside
Beautiful
forward
kick.
50. What a fantastic kick. He hits his teammate right on the chest. And Tane Williams takes the mark 45 metres out from goal, directly in front, and from a sweeping transition one end of the ground to the other, the Southwest have a chance to kick their 3rd on the bounce.
Yeah, very good use of the footy, isn't it? All class, wasn't it? Running through the midfield, Mitch Tenardi, the boy from Buston, took the game on, took one bounce, took a second bounce, kicked a bit of space, and can Tane Williams convert?
He approaches now. He'll kick from about 48 metres out. It's a huge opportunity for the Southwest. It's on its way. It's home. He's put the double fists up, and here come the Southwest. That is their 3rd goal in a row. It's their 3rd goal of this half. It's the only 3 goals they've scored this game, and they narrow down that margin, eating away into Avon's ascendancy, who have almost stalled to a grinding halt. The Avon 5-6-36 lead the Southwest 3-2-20 by just 16 points.
Was 34 points at half-time, Mark, and just about managed to halve that scoring deficiency, and they're finally running and carrying with the footy what Avon did in the first half.
They certainly are moving it brilliantly. So now the ball is back in the centre, and we have a game on our hands. Players go in. There was no clear ruck tap, and we're going to have a secondary stoppage right in the centre of Fremantle Community Bank Oval. This is the sort of grand final we wanted. A couple of one-sided ones to start the day. Well done to the North Pilbara, and well done to the Goldfields, who took out Division 3 and 2 respectively. As taken immediately in the tackle was Henry, and we're going to go again. Oh, a bit of aggression. That's not what you want to see from the Southwest. They've given away a free kick. Meanwhile, the Avon focus on playing footy, and they've got a mark at half forward. Wheeling around onto his right foot is Mauer. He goes inside forward 50. Lee the target, unable to take the mark. Petherbridge has been really good on Tommy Lee, who appeals for a free kick for his teammate. Nothing doing, and it's actually a judge holding the ball. I tend to agree. And now a 50-metre penalty. This is a critical point of the game for both teams. And what probably should have been a shot at goal for the Avon wasn't picked up by the umpires. It's now a southwest ball in the centre of Fremantle Oval.
And Anthony Henry's still trying to argue. No, he's arguing the umpire. Umpire makes a decision. That's it. That's final. So Greg Humphries has the footy now right in the centre of Fremantle Community Bank. Oh, fantastic quarter this by the Southwest. They've got themselves back in the contest. The margin's pegged back to 16 points. Goes down the line here. Tried the fast leading Benny Horsman. He's overran it. The numbers are those. Down back here, good effort by Ethan Brown over the top. The handball wasn't so good and blocked into the forward area for the Southwest. But undisciplined play is sweeping into the Avon side. We didn't see that in the first half, Mark.
Well, when you concede 3 goals in pretty quick time, I think the key is to lock it in your forward half. And giving away a 50-metre penalty, not the way to do it.
No. So boundary line through. Marshall Jones doing the ruck work. Rove in front and bursting through the pack, and this is another one here. Mark that down to a score assist to Cade Siska. Absolutely sensational roving front and centre. Watch this replay again. There it is, bursting through the pack. Chain of handballs out, and beautiful goal then to the Southwest. They are up for this challenge. Don't you worry about that.
Chris White, the goal kicker for the Southwest, and blink. And your lead is gone. Avon 36, Southwest 26. Is that right? Has that scoreboard been updated? Yes. 5-6-36 the Avon.
10 points.
To the Southwest 4-2-26. We've got a 10-point margin on the Sportal
34
scoreboard.
at half time, Mark.
Absolutely incredible. Goal to Chris White for the Southwest. And boy, do we have a game on our hands. It's a 4-0 third quarter in favour of the Southwest. And to be quite honest with you, I don't think the breeze is playing all that much of a factor as the ball's back in the middle and wrapped up immediately in a tackle, although doing well to get it out. I think the umpire was almost about to ping the Southwest there, so they've trying to control the footy. Well picked up and well done again. This is Anthony Henry for the Avon. He kicks to half forward and, not quite taking him up and letting him know about it too is Cam Baker, but the umpire has picked out a free kick for a high tackle. It'll go the way of the double goal kicker in Matt Rogers. He kicked 2 in the first quarter to set the Avon alight.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
He is a huge lad. He'll send that raking left foot kick to the hot spot. Well, it's probably more in the pocket, to be honest. They go up. Oh, and a mark taken at the back. No, umpire says play on.
And just touched.
It was Ryan Mauer who went up. I thought he might have grabbed it, but the umpire said it was touched and told him to play on. Ethan Bauman collects the footy from the kick in, and they're in the centre of the ground already. The Southwest. Trigwell shares a hand pass. They sweep the ball forward. The intended target was Horsman. It went over his head. Leading the race there is Siska. He's been lively for the Southwest. He goes back in, picks it up and wins it. Evades a tackle, does really well. He sends his kick into the forward pocket. They're under siege, the Avon. They're trying to hold steady. Shrugging one tackle, doing really well was Verhaaf. And the ball
where's this come from, Mark? Fair income, it's just the total game's been turned on its head.
Oh, they've exploded in this second half. Verhaaf doing well there to spin out of a tackle, but unable to escape the clutches. So we're right in the attacking goal square of the Southwest. The ball is bobbling around a little bit, going in there to try and win it. There he is again, is Verhaaf, taking in a strong tackle by Dixon, and we'll have another ball up. We're 25 metres out from the Southwest goal. We're in the dying stages of this third quarter, which has been dominated by the boys in green from the Southwest. As the umpire throws it aloft, tap one by Horseman, although it's one at the coalface by Avon, and we're going to have a repeat stoppage here, I think. Trigwell involved again, and Fulgrave in the thick of things for Avon, but his third quarter certainly not the same influence as he had in the first half. Is shoved out of the contest, and it's a pressure release for the Avon. Ben Horseman threw his opponent out of the contest.
It's Jack Downing. He decides to switch to play and finds his teammate there, Lafonte, in the back pocket. Lovely name, isn't it? Lafonte. Kind of rolls up first. Finds his teammate Lace out. That's Ethan Brown. Has done a fantastic job on Trigwell. Probably the best key forward going around. So he's done a good job on him. Don't worry about that. Ethan Brown kicks the ball down the line, but Meadmore by himself, but dropped an easy mark in the end. Below his knees was okay. Trying to get the ball onto his boot is well done. They manufacture something out of nothing, do the Southwest, and surely it's hell when he didn't have it. It's going to come back to Homsney, who's done okay since come on the ground. They move the forward again, and this guy's been a bit of spark too. Siska, front and centre, little Siska. He kicks the ball to a hot spot. Big Packer players here over the top. Big golden fish over the top. Good effort being done then by Kane LaFontaine, and the margins pegged back by another point. We have a game of footy here, 5-7-37 to 4-3. That's 4-6, 24-27.
It certainly is. It's a 10-point lead to the Avon, which was a 36-point lead at three-quarter time. So this game reaching its crescendo. And we've mentioned him a couple of times. Cade Siska has been absolutely brilliant in this third quarter for the Southwest. He's provided a spark, whether he's scoring goals or setting them up. He's probably been the one to set a fire in the bellies of the Southwest boys. They've got the footy in their forward half. It's a boundary throw-in, 55 metres around from the left-hand behind post for the Southwest. Avon under siege. They are goalless in this third quarter. The Southwest have scored 4 of their own, as tapping it forward for the Southwest was Bowman. They're going to go forward again, deep to full forward. No mark taken. The ball hits the deck. It's picked up by the Southwest. There's a snap on goal, and it's just missed to the left-hand side. Didn't quite catch who it was. There was
Humphreys, mate.
Humphreys in those
Greg Humphreys.
fluoro yellow boots. It's a minor score for the Southwest. They move to 4-4-28, so that margin now into single figures as the Avon bring it in. It's Hadlow who takes the mark, and he sends them to left half back. This is Rossiter. He stops and props and picks an option.
Good kick.
Oh, it's a good kick, but it falls off the chest of a teammate. I think that's Henry who's spilt it.
Can't afford to drop those.
No, it's not Henry. My apologies. It is Partmore. Jared Partmore's been the one to spill that. And so, well, it roles reversed. It was the Southwest who sort of needed a bit of control in the first half. It's the Avon who need it now, and a costly mistake from Partmore. The ball is now in dispute, 60 metres round from the Southwest goal.
So Verhaaf Hunter runs this contest, tried to find Crane. He's been absolutely everywhere. Crane on his non-preferred, that's left. Well trapped there by Horsman. Horsman on his hands and knees, flicks the ball out. Good passage of play here, found Jackson Bell. Jackson Bell's tackled by the player over there in Jared Patmore. And that is three-quarter time here. 5-7 they are, 37 to Southwest, and sorry, that's Avon, and the Southwest are 4-4-28 is a margin of only 9 points, Mark Foreman.
It is a 9-point lead, which was 36 points at half-time. So the Southwest eating into that. In fact, they've taken out a monster bite of that 36-point half-time margin. So three-quarter time at Fremantle Oval. It is the WA Country Football Championships thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. Mark Foreman is my name alongside Cam Robbins. We'll be back shortly for the final quarter.
You go. With Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Welcome back to Fremantle Community Bank Oval, where it is the grand final between the Avon and the Southwest in Division 1 of the Country Football Championships for 2023. Thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. My name's Mark Foreman, and alongside with me in commentary is Cam Robbins. Cam, we have seen the game absolutely turned on its head in that third quarter.
100%, mate. 5-5 to a point it was at half time, and in that third quarter, Southwest have kicked 4 goals, 1 to Seska. He's provided that spark, what you said. Lawrence has kicked 1. Williams, White have also kicked 1. And look at the huddle there of the Avon, the captain coach. They're trying to urge his players on. Well, wouldn't you? That's Tommy Lee. And there's the Southwest huddle there, just trying to refocus and say, look, we've got the memento with us at the moment. Let's try to push forward and try to turn this game around, and if I'm a betting man, I reckon the run is with the Southwest.
Well, undeniably, the run is with the Southwest. Now, you can sort of see in your, well, perhaps not so much in this shot, but in that shot before, you could see the wind is now starting to play a factor. We mentioned in that third quarter, it wasn't all that strong. It is now quite blustery, and it seems to me to be going towards that Freo Hospital end. Which is the end that the Avon will be kicking towards. So you can sort of see there a few flutters on shirts right, and jumpers, but perhaps that will play a factor, but it remains to be seen. It's a 9-point advantage by way of the Avon, 5-7-37 to 4-4-28. And we are set for a thrilling finish. In the closing stages of this 2023 championships, they've been brilliant already. Oh, Cam, I'm looking forward to this.
Should be a ripper. There's Tony trying to gather his thoughts. I reckon probably going to one last cross to him before this last quarter starts. But a ripping game of footy this. Memento is with the Southwest, but good point by Mark Foreman. The wind is with the Avon. Could that be the deciding factor?
It does seem to be, and you can see in the foreground there a few spectators making their way off the ground, but I can tell you that there are a fair amount of people down here at Fremantle Community Bank Oval to watch these champs, and it's been really good to see, people getting along to support country footy, Cam.
100%. So the last call is about to start. Both of us tipped Southwest, but I think Avon with the breeze, they might come home with the bacon. Take us away there, Marky Foreman.
Looking forward to it. We're away in the final quarter of the Division 1 Grand Final in the 2023 Country Championship, and it's the Southwest who scrubber a kick forward. They're on the edge of the centre square. Shoving his player out, doing really well was Henry for the Avon. He's able to hold the footy up.
And definitely was a good win. He's out number 2-on-1, so good win by him.
He was. Did fantastically well for the Avon. So it's a ball up, just on the tip of the centre square as it's thumped forward towards the Southwest goal. Here he is again, Siska. He set them alight in the second quarter.
Great kick.
And he's put it out in front of a teammate. Ben Horseman takes the mark. It was the third quarter, pardon me, that Siska absolutely set the Southwest alight. He's got his hands on the footy early, and he's hit Horseman right on the chest.
And we're both out of our seat calling this game because it's excellent. A very, very exciting game of footy, isn't it?
It almost happened subconsciously, to be completely honest, Cam, but it's been very exciting. I think it was somewhat, take nothing away from North Pilbara and the Goldfields, but they controlled their games and won their grand finals. But here is Ben Horseman with the chance to strike first in the final quarter for the Southwest. He sends it on its way. It fades. It doesn't actually get to the goal line. So it's repelled by the Avon, but it falls onto the chest of Trigwell. And he tells them, no, hold up, I'm going to have a shot at goal. He's kicking towards the Campbell end here at Fremantle Oval, and this is a really strong chance for the Southwest to strike first.
There's a well-known goal kicker down for his club in Donnybrook there, Mark, and a very, very reliable kick for goal and can kick the ball a long distance.
He's going to need every bit of that long-distance kick. He sends it on its way. That never looked good off the boot.
Got the distance right, but the accuracy wasn't quite there.
He did. He's pulled it badly to the left. So the Southwest, they do get the first score of this final quarter. It's a minor, 4-5-29 to the Avon, 5-7-37. And we're actually going to go downstairs. Tony Neal is boundary side for us. Tony, what have you got for us?
And from the huddle while all the action's on, the Southwest, they thought they were back in it and they wanted to surge football, and they think the opposition's going to slow down for Avon. They want it in their forward half, well, they can't get it there just yet. They want added pressure and hardness at the ball.
And added pressure, hardness at the ball. It's certainly still tucked away deep in the pocket in the southwest forward 50 region. The margin, would you believe, is only 8 points. A fantastic comeback by Southwest, who are held goalless up to half-time. Memento shift by them in the third quarter. A ripping game of footy, this one, Mark.
Oh, it is. It's the ball's thrown back in. So we're locked deep in the southwest forward line where the ball lived basically the whole third quarter. But the Avon with the numbers at the ground here. So they send a snap kick out of... Oh, coming in strongly over the top. That was Andrews. He did well to bring the ball to the ground. Taken in a strong tackle was Mauer. And you can see that the pressure from the southwest is certainly lifted. And it is a free kick. It's going to go the way of Xavier Williams for the southwest. He's got the ball on centre wing. They've got all the play at the moment. He sends them to half
Great
forward.
mark.
Good mark taken overhead by Trigwell. He got up nice and high. He's going to go into full forward. The target is Horseman again. Can he grab it? He claims that he's held onto it. The ball's hit the deck.
Good decision by the umpire. Definitely, he tried to bring the Academy Ward into vogue there, but the ball definitely did touch the ground, Mark. So good call by the umpire.
To be honest, I think he fooled me, but nothing gets past you, Cam, as the umpire gets us back underway. We're 35 metres out from the southwest goal. There is not been a goal in this fourth quarter yet, but southwest are pushing. It's thrown up again. It's Horsman doing the ruck work for southwest, but Avon repel. Good mark. Oh, no, mark dropped in the end in the centre of the ground by Rinder, so it gives Avon a chance, although the numbers favour Avon. Here's Rinder again. They work it by hand. They're coming out towards this broadcast wing. The ball bumbles its way and well picked up by Horseman. He's been influential already. Meadmore fumbles, and that sort of cost him, although the umpire's found a free kick. So he's let off there, Meadmore. It was a bit of a fumble, but...
Very quiet by his nature too, Meadmore. Sensational last week. The boy from Buston's being very well held this afternoon here, Mark.
Yeah, clumsy work from Henry it was. Oh, and Henry's collected Meadmore after he's kicked it, and that is costly. It was Ugle, pardon me, not Henry. Meadmore's sent it to the hot spot. It's landed 30 metres out. It would have been a ball in dispute, but Jamison Ugle from the Avon has collected Meadmore after the case. He actually comes across and apologises. So
undisciplined though, you don't do that.
And how costly could that be? They're currently clinging to an 8-point advantage, and the ball is in the hands of Zach Trigwell to try and make it 2. He'll kick from around about 35 metres out, directly in front of goal, to draw first blood in the final quarter. Trigwell hits the post. He's hit the left-hand goal post. It's a minor score. They move to 4-6-30. The Southwest, it's a 7-point margin. Avon 5-7-37 through 5 minutes in this final quarter.
They're just going to convert, don't they, the Southwest. They kick the ball down the half-back flank to the Avon. Comes to the wing. Fulgrave is Hullaby side of this quarter. Well done once again. They kick the ball forward. That's by Siska again. Tries to find Trigwell. The shocking bounce by him. The numbers are here with Avon through the pack. Was Marshall Jones. Bursts his way through. Good tackle. Defensive pressure by the Southwest was absolutely sensational. And that play, once again, Cade Siska. He's been the igniter here this afternoon. He's had the flint to the light. He's been very, very good.
He's been brilliant.
Balls in the contest once again. Crane at the bottom of the pack where he is each and every contest. Dives on the footy once again. And the umpire says, give the ball to me 20 metres out. Can the Southwest Mark manufacture a goal out of this forward thrust?
They are pressing, and the pressure is relentless. As the umpire throws it up, it's grabbed immediately by Humphreys for the Southwest. He's been dangerous today as well, but he's unable to escape the clutches. Umpire throws it back up. Tap one down by the Avon ruckman in Dowding, so they can clear Avon out to this broadcast wing. No mark taken. Oh, contact below the knees, I think you'll find. It's Ryan Mauer who will have the free kick for Avon. And you've got to excuse the constant excitement in our voices, but this game is really reaching a crescendo. That's a shocking kick. Handball received by Jackson Bell. They go forward to the southwest. Ben Horsman's been busy in this final quarter.
100%.
He takes the mark, 60 metres out. He sends it to the hot spot, into the pocket. No mark taken, fisted away well. Ethan Brown has the footy for Avon, and he finds a teammate in Penny, so they can settle it right half back. Avon, Penny spins the footy in his hands. He's called to play on, not quite sure why. The ball goes long down the wing, and a strong mark taken. An important mark taken for Avon by Casey. He sends the ball into the middle of the ground.
So they're chipping their way up the wing, and the mark is taken by Dowding.
Dowding goes through in the middle of the corridor, bumped off his chest in the middle of the stampede here. Marshall Jones comes on to relieve the pressure, but costly dropped there. The kick wasn't so. Put his player under all kinds of pressure. That player was Mitch Henry. Umpire throws a footy up. Good socket off the ground. Burgeon through the pack once again. Is that player there? And Mitchie Tenardi held to him. Umpire says, no way you're going to get out of that, so I'm going to throw the ball up. No easy contest out there.
No.
Every forward kick has got to be to the advantage. Well done. They pumped the ball forward. Southwest pick up below the now was good. Tried to find Meadmore. Meadmore did well. Can use Crane, but didn't. Have the footy now is Drono. Drono has it. Takes the time. Now kicks the ball on the far side. Risky kicker. 2-on-1. Thump on the ball, well done by the Southwest player, and 2-on-1 here, jumping over the top. There was Siska, that old show there. Alan Marshall, I can jump puddles, is exactly what he did there. He punches ball to the four-line, and here he is. Horsman had a thumping last quarter, goes in the contest, but Avon, under extreme pressure here at the moment, has not got forward to the centre so far, and they are under the pump. The margin, 7 points, Mark Foreman.
Oh, the pressure is relentless in this final quarter. We've played 8 minutes, and we are set for a belter of a finish for the 2023 Nutrien Ag Country Footy Championships as they go deep forward. The Southwest ball fisted away. It's picked up by Avon, so they repel once again. The ball's in the centre of the ground, but guess what? It's coming straight back. So Southwest have the footy just inside the centre square. They look as though they're going to go long. They wind up. There's a big pack of players underneath it. Going up, rising high, uncontested. It is a great mark to Zach Trigwell. And he has been so busy in this final quarter. He's been a standout player for the Southwest. And Trigwell is somehow allowed to go up and take an uncontested mark 25 metres out, directly in front of goal. They've been leading all day, Avon. Their margin is currently 7 points. Trigwell has the opportunity to make it one from 35 metres out. He's hit the other post. My goodness. Death by 1,000 cuts. They are edging their way closer, the Southwest. They've hit one post by way of Ben Horsman. Zach Trigwell's hit the other. They are just 6 points behind. We've played 10 minutes. It's the Avon 5-7-37 to the Southwest. I think that's 4-7-31. It is just a solitary kick in it in the 2023 Country Footy Championships, brought to you, and we're really grateful to be bringing you this coverage. Thanks to John Douglas and the team at Filming Footy and Dartfish Productions. As the ball finally makes its way into the Avon half, Tom Lee was the target, and it trickles out in front of him and his opponent all day, Zach Petherbridge, who's been pretty darn good, to be completely honest, for the Southwest. He's got a tall order in trying to keep Tom Lee quiet.
Absolutely. He's done a good job in it itself, haven't they? So, and also Matt Roberts start off the game very lively, kicking too. He's been well held since quarter time. So half forward flank here, Avon. All the play so far has been the Southwest, but have not been able to convert. They trail by 6 points, about 10 minutes to go in this grand final. It's been an absolute corker. Handball the top, try to find Fulgrave again. He's been thumped into the turf. Umpire said, fair enough. Well, I thought it was in championship wrestling there. Jumped on the top of him, but umpire said, nothing to see here.
So we're halfway through this final quarter, and this is exactly the game we hoped for. Both grand finals previous to this, well done to the North Pilbara, well done to the Goldfields, but they both won convincingly. Not so much here. It's a 6 point lead to the Avon, but the Southwest are pushing. Camped under the footy, taking a good relieving mark is Dowding. At halfback, his kick's not so good. It falls short of Hadlow. So the ball's in dispute now. Southwest pick it up. They've got players surging forward. They're a chance, although, the bounce of our footy. Can't it be fickle? It's sat for Rossiter, although they've turned it over again. Southwest go forward. Well done. Controlling the ball well. That didn't go 15, pardon me. It's not 1992. Play on. The Southwest have turned it over. Going in hard with Rossiter again. He's lost the ball. Southwest, they've got a player on at centre half forward. It goes over his head, and a relieving mark taken for the Avon by Ugle. He plays on quickly, bowled over, and into was Dowding. Southwest win the footy. This is Drono. His kick smothered. Well, he's sort of run down. Now, they're running through the middle. This is Holdman. He's only got one option. Leading his way to the ball is our goal kicker, Matt Rogers. He's been busy today for Avon. Sees a leading target. It's Lee. Slides in. He can't take the mark. Well done, Petherbridge. from the southwest.
Good
He's been
contest,
on
wasn't
his
it?
hammer all day. Zach Petherbridge is playing out of his skin to try and keep Tommy Lee quiet, and he has done on that occasion. It's a ball up 35 metres out from the Avon goal.
So Marshall Jones doing the ruck work. He's bullocked off the footy here. Have the footy now below his knees. Meadwell was good. Tackled very heavily by the Avon players. No easy kick there. The umpire says, give the ball to me. It's hot in the kitchen there. This game is going to go down to the wire. 5-7 to 4-7. The Avon have not scored a goal since midway through the second quarter. Mark, very quiet. So the Southwest, they burst out of the pack. They kick the ball down the line. There's a 2-on-1 here. Well done by the Ziska. Gained a few metres. Giving him a hand, though, is Horsman. Horsman and Siska give each other the high fives and the head rub. Southwest, can they do something here? Or can Avon hang on? All will be revealed in about 9 minutes' time. Interchange bench goes on as the player for the Southwest comes on, and that's Chris White. So umpire's going to throw the ball in. Doing the ruck work this time, Williams wins the contest over the top. Well done once again by that little dynamic play there, and Sean Crane throws the ball on his boot. There's a 2-on-1 here, Southwest way. Howlett stands up. It stands up well. Handball over the top. They're running the carry here through Williams. Williams throws the ball on his boot. Goes a half forward. Dropped an easy mark. The tackle was even better. Umpire said held to him. And oh my God, the one-on-one presses all over the ground. So critical, Mark Foreman.
Avon clinging to a 6-point lead. I can tell you that we've played nearly 14 minutes in this final quarter. What a brilliant grand final we are able to bring you. It is Division 1 of the 2023 Country Footy Championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. Brought to you by Filming Footy as well, John Douglas and the team at Dartfish Productions. Haven't we got a belter of a grand final? Avon 6 points ahead. The Southwest are 65 metres from home. It's a boundary throw-in. There's a bit of a stoppage here. I'm not sure what is actually going on. There's a bit of a conference. And I tell you, each one of these seconds incredibly valuable. Well, I was going to say to the Avon, but incredibly valuable to both teams. It is a boundary throw-in. Fisted forward. It's in the Southwest forward line. Oh, I thought that could have been a throw. They're going to go further forward. The kick off the outside of the boot. Looking for Horseman. He's got it.
Must have been touched off the boot.
The umpire said, he said play on. Unbelievable. There doesn't look to be too much remonstrating from Ben Horseman. So perhaps it was a touch off the boot we couldn't hear.
He's been the igniter this half, hasn't he? Horseman runs in the contest again. Tries to ragdoll his way through the footy here. Ball's going now where umpire says, give the ball to me. Time is critical now. 5 minutes to go. The margin is 6 points. Will it be a draw? Will they play extra time? I don't know.
Oh, imagine. The umpire throws the footy aloft. Rucks go at it. No clear kick forward. This one scrubbed by Lawrence. It makes its way to about 15 metres out from the defensive goal. Good pick up there by Homsani, although it's coming back the other way. Avon can relieve. I don't think for long, though. Picked up at the back of the pack. Taken in a strong tackle was Michael. Nothing, no free kick doing. Avon win the footy anyway. They're working it well down this outer wing. This is Henry. He takes a bounce. He takes another one. There's not all that much ahead of him. It's just Tommy Lee. And the kick is a disappointing one. It's Tom Gorder who takes the relieving mark for Southwest. Time becoming a factor. We've played 16 minutes in this final quarter. They work it towards the outer wing. They're at right half back. This is the captain, Sean Crane. He's got a player in Baker, who takes the mark and uses Crane again by a hand pass out wide. So they're going to go inside forward 50. It's a shallow entry and a really good mark.
He's been good, Brown, hasn't he?
He has been good, Brown, and he can relieve the footy for Avon at left half back.
So Ethan Brown has it, kicks the ball on the defensive wing. Ball over the top. Ball comes again. Might be a mark there to the Avon player. Certainly his umpire's paid it. Good set of mitts on here, and they'll take the mark. And why wouldn't you? Good effort then by, I think that player's there, Jake Dowding. So have the footy now, Dowding on that far wing. Time critical now, 5 minutes to go. He just kicks the ball down the line, a 2-on-1. One of those is Tommy Gorder down back. The boundary umpire's going to beat him and gained a few metres to the Avon, and that's all they need. I reckon about 4 minutes to go. The margin is still 6 points. Just repeating, Avon have not kicked a goal since the 10-minute mark of the second quarter.
Avon have not. They are really struggling to get the footy out of their defensive half, but fortunately, they've got an opportunity to try and take some territory here. As winning the footy at the front is Andrews. He snaps on goal. It's bobbling around at the tip of the goal square, trying to soccer off the deck. Nothing doing. Oh, it's hot and hard to get a footy in there. Well done. Emerging from there for the Southwest is Meadmore, but his kick is smothered.
They did well, because if that had been a point, Mark, the old saying handy point, well, it's not. It's in the boundary line throw-in right here.
Oh, absolutely. So it's one straight kick, the lead to the Avon. They've got the footy 25 metres around from their left-hand behind post. Boundary throw-in. Tap one out well by Jones. He's been a little quieter this half. This is Malinowski, who sends the ball to the hot spot. Lee was the target. He does well to keep it in front of him. Well done, Petherbridge. Been on his hammer all day. And Southwest, run-down tackle holding the ball. What a fantastic effort from Ryan Mauer. And once again, apologies if that pronunciation is incorrect, but Ryan Mauer with the run-down tackle. Oh, the urgency to get the ball out of there just wasn't enough for the Southwest. And this is a massive kick. We've played 18 minutes and 12 seconds in this second half. So any score will be handy, but a goal will all but see the Avon not be able to lose this match at the very least. Mauer approaches. His kick's on its way. He loves it. He looks to the crowd. He G's them up. It is a goal to the Avon. Their first of the second half, but my God, it's important. And that may just about seal the 2023 Country Footy Championship for the Avon in what will be a boil-over. They go ahead by 12 points. They are 6-7, 43 to the Southwest, 4-7, 31 by 12 points on the Sportal scoreboard. Cam Robbins, my goodness.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go, Mark. Time is the essence here. Off to a good start. They were the Avon, and the Southwest in that third quarter got themselves back into the contest here. But the run-down tackle by number 4, Ryan Maui from the Railways Footy Club, absolutely sensational. Through the middle of down, womboed by that play over there, Tanati. Tanati over the top there found Tommy Gorder. Gorder kicked the ball to centre half forward, but 2 players for the Avon are there, and one has to take a mark, and they do take a mark, and it's big Marshall Jones. So Marshall Jones, very good, consistent game by him. He kicks the ball down the side of the ground, the commentator side, push out the back surely to the player there from the Southwest, is Verhaaf. So he's going to take the footy here. Verhaaf right in front of us. So it's not Verhaaf, it's Paulie Rinder. Rinder loads his eyes, tried to find Meadmore. Meadmore, cool, calm, collective, draws a handball over the top. They go forward again, the Southwest. There's that play, it's lifted. Benny Horsman, Howlett Stanley thumps the ball forward, can't pick it up. And under all kinds of pressure from the defender there. And there it is, the siren! Avon have won this 2023 grand final. On the clock, I thought it was only 15 minutes. They must have fast forward another 5. It's all over Red Rover. Avon have won this game of footy.
What a game of footy we've seen. Congratulations to the Avon Football Association, who have caused an absolute boil-over in the 2023 Nutrien Ag WA Country Footy Championships. They've beaten the Southwest by 12 points, courtesy of a dominant first half. It was a 34-point lead at the half-time break. It was whittled away to just 10 at three-quarter time, and it got down to, I think it got down to as low as 6. It was one straight kick in it, but they were able to hold their nerve, Avon, and they kicked their first goal with 2 minutes to go. Sorry, they kicked their first goal of the second half with 2 minutes to go in the second half to seal it, courtesy off the boot of Ryan Mauer. Or it's either Mauer or Moore. I haven't decided.
Whatever, mate, he's a superstar.
We'll go with Mauer, who absolutely drilled it from about 45 metres out and sealed it for the Avon. What a brilliant display of country footy, and there is no better way to finish these championships than what we've just seen in Division 1.
100%, and well done. Shout out to the Avon Footy League. Last year, they were at the Wacker, and they got their pants pulled down by the Southwest. Mark, I'll be blunt. They got actually blown off the park. And both you and me tipped the Southwest here today, but the Avon, they just snuck in there, probably without their best player, Kane Mitchell, who couldn't play due to a illness and death in their family. So shout out to the Mitchell family. Condolences to you, but not condolences to this side. Avon Footy Club, well done. Captain coach there, they did a very, very good job there, and Tommy Lee just routed his troops, done very, very well, and led by number 7, Caden Fulgrave. He was absolutely essential. Might have been quiet in the third quarter, Mark, but he did do the damage in the first half, and to me, he was probably our player of the day.
I reckon you bang on there, Cam. Fulgrave, when the game was there to be, well, I was going to say when the game was there to be won. I mean, we obviously had a tight contest, but his first half was brilliant.
Yep.
It really was, Caden Fulgrave. Perhaps, I would love to be a fly on the wall in the huddle, but perhaps there was some work put into him because his second half was a little quieter, but he was brilliant. And look, we will say that, as you'd expect, Tommy Lee was a good player today, but you've got to pay due respect to Zach Petherbridge. So, young fella from Narrogin who is obviously playing his footy in the southwest now, was given the task on Tommy Lee, who has been a fantastic player for years at waffle level.
Yep.
And I think Zach Petherbridge did a pretty good job on him, to be honest.
The unsung hero down back for mine was number 27 for Avon, Ethan Brown. Like playing probably the best key forward there in Zach Trigwell. Fair enough, Jackie Trigwell could have kicked a couple in the last quarter, took some good clunking marks, but he actually wore him like a chapter War and Peace. Just did not let him. Just the old-fashioned smothers, the one-percenters, and those kinds of unheralded hardness at the footy. Ethan Brown, shout out to you, mate. You did a fantastic job for the Avon.
Yeah, for sure. And now we will be bringing you the post-match ceremonies, but obviously the Avon boys will be going through their celebrations. Just a quick look at the Southwest team, and having already mentioned Zach Petherbridge, he was very good down back to try and curb the influence of Tommy Lee, but I wanted to make a mention as well, Cam, of Ben Horseman. I haven't, like I said at the start of the call, I haven't seen as much Southwest footy as I'd like, so this has been a good opportunity to do that, and he set them alight in that, 100%, particularly in that last quarter. And we've also got to mention Cade Siska, who was absolutely brilliant in trying to bring the Southwest back into the game. But I believe we are going to head downstairs for the post-match ceremony and the post-match presentations. We'll come in and out as these presentations go on, but we'll get down there now for the presentations of the 2023 Country Championships.
Welcome everybody to the 2023 Nutrien Ag Solutions Division 1 Grand Final presentation ceremony. On behalf of the WA Country Football League, I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal people of Western Australia as the traditional custodians of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Firstly, I'd like everyone to congratulate today's two Division 1 competing teams, Southwest and Avon. Over the last 3 days, we've witnessed some outstanding football, and this wouldn't have been possible without the help of so many great partners to the Country Football League. First of all, to Nutrien Ag Solutions, who are now into their 49th year of supporting the championships. Thank you very much. To South Fremantle and the Fremantle Community Bank Oval for hosting today's Division 1, 2 and 3 Grand Finals, and to all the other waffle and community football grounds that have supported and hosted games across the championships, we thank you greatly. And finally, I'd like everyone to put their hands together for all the players, umpires, coaches and support staff who have come together for such a great conclusion to today's championships. 2023 marks the 57th year of the Country Football Championships, and as I alluded to before, the 49th year of our partnership with Nutrien Ag Solutions. Over that journey, they've contributed over $2.6 million to country football in WA, and the championship simply wouldn't be possible without their support. I'd like to call for Nutrien Ag Solutions' Andrew Duperuzal to say a few words.
Thanks. On a congratulations to the country, West Australian country football, a great effort, and all the volunteers, well done on the great carnival. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew. Over the course of the championships, we've seen 55 games of football played, and we've had over 60 umpires from regional WA converge on Perth for the championships. The standard of umpiring has been brilliant, and I'd like everyone to put their hands together for all those who have officiated across the weekend. I'd like to call forward field umpire Cameron Valenti on behalf of today's grand final umpires to accept their grand final medallions. Every year, the JJ Lussick Award is presented to the umpire of the country championships. The 2023 JJ Lussick Award goes to Cameron Valenti.
Firstly, congratulations to both teams for making it here today. It was a really hard-fought game. It was really enjoyable to umpire, so thank you both. Avon, congratulations on taking out the major prize. You guys really deserved it. I guess for us, there's a lot of work behind the scenes that probably goes unnoticed from time to time. The efforts of Jack Crawshaw and the head coaches throughout the weekend, just making sure that everything's been really well communicated and really well run. It's been a really enjoyable experience, so thank you to all the coaches and especially to you, Jack. It's been awesome. Definitely we'll be back next year. To my group, I'm part of the Southwest Footy League, and we had about 14 umpires come this year, and each and every one of them put their best foot forward. I'm extremely proud of the group that we brought. So to you guys, well done, and I hope you guys learned a lot this tournament. And then I guess for us, we've got support crew and family and friends and relatives that have all come from Perth or from down Busso-Bunbury way. Thank you to all of you for coming out each and every day and supporting us and being at footy for 3 days non-stop. Without you guys, we definitely wouldn't be putting on the performances that we are as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Cameron. Each championships, the Waffle Past Players and Officials Association Award is presented to the best performed player under the age of 21 across the duration of the championships. I'd like to call forward John Komorowski on behalf of the Past Players and Officials Association to make this year's presentation. And the 2023 Rising Star Award goes to Zach Tridwell from the Southwest. Thanks, John. The Jock Coleman Medal is presented at every championships to the overall best and fairest player in Division 1. In this year, the Jock Coleman Medal goes to from Avon, Caden Fulgrave.
To the Country Commission for putting on a good carnival. To our boys far out, we come together Thursday night at the pub and here we are winning the flag. So yeah, well done to Southwest. You guys are the benchmark and everyone wants to be like you. So yeah, cheers.
Congratulations, Caden. Every year we announce the Nutrien Ag All-Stars based upon performances across the duration of the championships. We won't present the jumpers today, they'll instead be presented at League Medal Nights at the end of the year, but I will name those players selected from the Division 1. From Peel, Lloyd Padwick. From Upper Great Southern, James Lorino and Hayden Sloyth. From the Southwest, Sean Crane, Zach Trigwell, Mitch Tenardi and Tom Gorder. And from Avon, Caden Fulgrab, Andrew Fisher, Corey Dixon and Coach Tom Lee. Congratulations to all of those players and coaches. The Nutrien Ag Solutions Medal is presented to the best on ground in the Division 1 Grand Final. The winner of the 2023 Division 1 Nutrien Ag Medal is Caden Fulgrab from Avon. Nah, you're all right. I'd now like to call forward Southwest coach Chris Kittamont to say a few words on behalf of his team.
Thanks, Joe. Firstly, thank you to Nutrien Ag Solutions again, major sponsor of this fantastic carnival. To the Southwest Football League for having faith in me again to bringing the boys to Perth. Thank you to them. Our players, mighty effort. Obviously, we can't just give quality sides head starts. So it's been a great week, great bunch of fellas. Just got pipped at the post. To Tom and Avon, pardon the pun, Tom. To Avon and Tom and the boys, congratulations. It was a mighty effort last year from yous, and it was fantastic to front up against us again this year. So enjoy the trip home. To all the crowd and supporters and other sponsors, thank you very much. It's a fantastic carnival, and look forward to coming back next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'd now like to call forward the Victorious coach Tom Lee to say a couple of short words on behalf of his side.
Bloody Thursday at the pub, and then we're into it, And I think we just gelled together really well, and yeah, geez, we had a crack. We love each other, and this will solidify us for life. So thanks very much.
I now call for the Avon players in jumper number to accept their championship medallion from Nutrien Ag's Andrew Duperuzal and the championship hat from Steve Wright. Number 2, Jamison Ugal. Just walk around back to the group, mate. Number 3, William Hadlow. Number 4, Ryan Mora. Number 5, Cameron Sharp.
So we're back, Cam.
Number 6, Michael Whitney.
Have a look at these jumper presentations and these players getting the glory.
Number 7, Anthony.
Number 4 was Ryan Moorha.
Moorha.
So sorry, apologies there, but we called him and he actually got an award for us. That
Number 8, Zach Beloncelli.
Mark was very instrumental in why Avon with the winners here this afternoon.
Moorha.
Number 9, Caden Fulgrave.
Was very good today, Caden Fulgrave.
Sensational.
And as we heard, been good the whole tournament.
He won the medal for the best player in the overall
Number
Division
10,
one.
Thomas Malinowski.
Quite and unassuming down back.
Number 11, Andrew Fisher.
He was good in the midfield, wasn't when they needed someone to stand up and be consistent.
He was
I think
good.
Fisher was that player.
Number 13, Reece Holman.
Good North Beach
Yeah,
fella.
good lad. Shout out to the lads for North Beach.
And there
Number 14, Ben Casey.
There was another one earlier in the day in Ben Walton who won for the North Pilbara.
Number 15, Mitch Henry.
Well done, Reece. Ben
Brought him luck,
Casey.
no doubt. The North Beach flavour there, Mark.
Exactly right. Well, no luck. We breed them well up there.
Number 16, Jared Patmore.
Again, not one of the most prominent players, but playing his part. Jared Patmore. And
Zach Casey.
Zach Casey as well had his moments where certainly had an influence on the game.
Number 18, Matt Rogers.
Those 2 goals early in the first quarter made the presence, and that's why the Avon got off to a lightning start. He's an
Number
absolute
21,
bull,
Leslie
isn't the size
Rossiter.
of it? Size of his legs, mate. He should be a punter in the NFL.
He is huge. Rossiter was really good across half back, I thought. He
Number 22, Braden Andrews.
He was good.
Yep. Just did what needed to be done. Braden Andrews.
Number 23, Jack Dowding.
Now, he was one that we caught a few times.
He rucked all day by himself.
Did he really?
Pitching Marshall
Corey
Jones came in,
Dixon.
but to do all that, he did very well. And this guy was sensational. Had a good
Number
job
26,
on
Kane
Zachy
Lafontaine.
Trigwell and did a good job on him. Sporting the good mullet too.
7, Ethan Brown.
He was good.
Yeah, one of the ones you picked out.
Yep, 1%, wasn't he?
Yeah, no.
And number 29, Marshall Jones.
And the captain, who started really, really strongly.
did.
Perhaps didn't have as influential
And the
a
coach,
second
number
half.
25, Tom Lee.
And Tom Lee, who was an ever-present danger up forward.
And now I'd like to
As
ask
we
both
mentioned.
captains to come forward and join Coach Tom Lee in accepting the 2023 Championship banner and also the shield.
As we mentioned, pretty well held, or at least, Zach Petherbridge did a good job on him, but Tommy Lee was always dangerous. So here we are on your screen. are the champions of Division 1, the Nutrien Ag Country
Congratulations to the
champions.
Football Association, 2023 Nutrien Ag Solution Division 1 champions.
And if you wait shortly, you'll see the rest of them.
Yeah, there you go.
As the Avon team celebrate, I'd like to call for WA Country Football League President John Shadbolt to say a few words.
Poor old Johnny. Johnny's finding his way through there. The boy, the president for Muckabudden, mate. He's going to have a bit of battle getting through there, Johnny.
Congratulations to Avon and commiserations to Southwest. What a great 4 days of football, country football we've had, with nearly the most number of teams we've had, and a great grand final. So I'd like to thank our staff, the country footy staff, for the work that they've done to put this day on. It's just been, or this carnival on, has been fantastic. I'd also like to acknowledge Andrew Duper-Ezel and Steve Wright of Nutrien Ag Solutions for their fantastic sponsorship. But once again, thanks to our staff and everybody for coming along. It's one of the biggest crowds we've had, I reckon, at a final. And all I can say now is go and enjoy yourselves. On your way home, please belt up. Thank you.
Johnny Shadbolt, he's an absolute veteran of the Country Footy League and a very famous name throughout the Midwest is Johnny Shadbolt. Well done, and well done to everyone, Mark, involved with the Country Footy League. Shout out to their major sponsor once again, the Build Up Insurance Commission of Western Australia, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, Western Australia Footy Commission for all the kind sponsorship, Filming Footy, Dartfish. I know John, you keep mentioning John's name, but the production he gets, seen people he gets behind the scene, the cameramen, our producers, our people on the ground like Tony Neal, that just doesn't happen overnight, Mark. Months and months of planning to make sure the product we offer our listeners and the viewers are a good one.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant, and we're seeing firsthand, sort of right here next to us in the production booth. There's a million dials, and I think there's 4 different cameras going on that they're picking them to bring you on your screens at home. So it has been a pleasure to bring it to you, and it was a real pleasure to be involved in that final game in particular, because we were hoping and wishing for a close grand final after Division 3 was taken out by the North Pilbara in a bit of a runaway. Their first involvement in this tournament, by the way, in any division, the North Pilbara, in 33 years.
Yep.
So well done to the North Pilbara, who won by 33 points to take out Div 3. The Goldfields sort of ran away with it, and then there were a couple of goals late to Great Southern to make it a little more respectable. So Goldfields won Div 2 by 15 points. And at half-time, Cam, I think we were sort of thinking, oh, here we go. It's a clean sweep of all 3. And then the Southwest actually really turned it up in that second half to give us one heck of a grand final.
Certainly was, wasn't it? Half-time, mate, wasn't it? 5-5 to 1. Paul would think, geez, what's Southwest going to do? Well, Southwest pulled their finger out of their backside, and they just produced a very consistent third quarter. They kicked 4 goals, 1, held Avon to only 2 points, but got down to the wire. Maybe a couple of goals, if they converted, would have been a lot better through Trigwell, but missed the post twice, and then that rundown checker by Ryan Mauha to get that goal, and that was the reasons why they have got the they've got the chocolates.
Yeah, and I'm pretty happy to say that very, very shortly we'll be going downstairs to have a chat to Tony Neal, who I think is at the moment trying to gather a couple of players, and we'll hear from some of those Avon boys, including Ryan Moher, who kicked the winner, and hopefully I'm trying to look down there to see if we have got him, to see if Caden Fulgrave is down there. He is down there, so very shortly we'll be able to go to Tony, who has a couple of jubilant Avon players. They've won this grand final by 12 points, have the Avon, in an absolute boil over the Southwest, who sort of saved their run a little too late. They surged home in that second half, but it was not enough, and pretty much one goal actually saw them end up falling short, and it was just too much of a tall order to try and get back that margin that was 34 points at half time. But I am thrilled to say that we can go down groundside with Tony Neal.
Well, here we are with the Division 1 smiling premiers, Avon, however you like to say it. And, mate, first of all, Caden Fulgrave, number 9, the 25-year commemorative jumper and the Dartfish beanie, so congratulations. How'd you find it out there in the big, there we go, with the big grand final?
It was pretty tough, actually. that's probably our third game in a row. Everyone was tired, legs were sore, and towards the end of that quarter, you could probably tell that we were bloody running out of legs, and we just held on, which was good.
Yeah, good game. And, of course, Ethan Brown, who was a great defender in the backline, mate. So, fantastic. How much craft do you put into your backline work?
Yeah, a little bit. I was forward originally and got thrown down back as I usually do. But it was good grind down there. It'd be tough in the wet weather at the start, but cleared up and it was it was a good game.
All right, congratulations. We'll bring in Ben Horsman from the Southwest, mate, the Igniter. So tough against these guys. You had a great carnival. You played in the grand final, mate. How did you find it? They probably their start out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely their start. They really jumped us there and really hard at footy and, hard contest all the way. Couldn't get back into it, but gave it a crack and fell just short. Yeah.
Jeez, I'll tell you what, we're cranking up the music. Thank you all for joining us. And our last one, Ryan, we had a bit of a chat on the sideline, mate. You come in and booted that chair. You weren't happy with yourself, but you got your head right, mate, and you've ended up kicking pretty much the winning goal. So just take it through it. What was going through your head as you were wandering in for that shot on goal?
It's just the standards. Take your time, do the right things, head over to footy. I'm very nervous, 6 points in the game, and just seized, settled, and you just got to do it for the boys, I guess. Everyone did their bit today. So
all right, so there we are from the premiers, all of our award winners. Fantastic to get both teams together. So we'd like to thank everyone for watching the game today, and also our award winners, and head off. Should be a fair trip home tonight, so thank you all for viewing.
Thank you very much, Tony Neal, down on the boundary, and thank you, Tony, for your work all day.
Done a good job, did he? The boundary rider, the BT, a WA for Country Footy League's Tony Neal.
Yeah, the new BT.
The new BT.
Imagine getting him into the change rooms of the Avon boys in about 5 minutes' time. I don't think...
I think he did well to get any words out of Caden Fulgren. I know Caden for these times at Subiaco and doesn't really like talking much in the public eye. He's just a quiet, unassuming lad he is, but he did well to get a couple of words out of Caden. So as we said, congratulations to the Avon. Sensational, the underdogs. They have a win.
They were good. Some of your better players for the Avon, Cam?
Probably for mine, they had a lot, nothing better than the player we talked about, Caden Fulgrove. You needed that ignite in the midfield, and his first half was sensational. Got tagged a bit, I think, in the last quarter. But the class by him, by hand and by foot, was on show here, and just cool, calm, collective under pressure. And he was a very consistent player. I thought Ethan Brown down back, number 27, did a good job on Zach Trigwell. He needed those unassuming key backmen, and that's what he was. He did well. I thought Marshall Jones early might have got a lot of possessions, but he just gave that physical presence in the middle of the ground when he was ruck, also playing down forward. And also, obviously, Matty Rogers, when he kicked those 2 goals, he did very well. And also very impressive, number 11 for the Avon, and Andrew Fisher. He was another player in and under for the Avon, and they were very, very good. I thought they might have stopped because third quarter, I thought, where's the goal going to come from? I think they kicked their fifth goal, the 12-minute mark for the second quarter. They then kicked their next goal, and it wasn't until mid stages of the last quarter. Better players for the Southwest there, Mark.
Yeah, well, and look, you alluded to it earlier. You've been familiar with a lot of these players, but Sean Crane was super impressive to me.
Good player,
he stood out, and we saw him sort of all over the ground, running up and back and working really hard in the midfield, but wasn't... they needed something in that third quarter. To start that second half, they needed something, and my goodness, Cade Siska, didn't he provide it?
Sensational, wasn't it? Very quick.
Yeah, he was electric, and so his speed, in the forward line, he set up a couple. I think he kicked one himself, so he was really good. Zach Trigwell obviously provided a real presence. I didn't realise how young he was.
Yeah,
I'd assumed, and the size of his body as well, I'd assumed he was somewhat of a veteran almost. So he was super for the Southwest. Ben Horsman, we've alluded to. Zach Petherbridge played his role on Tom Lee to keep him quiet. So unfortunately, it was all a little bit too much for the Southwest. We heard them there say that, the start you gave them, when you give quality sides a start like that, it's pretty hard to come back from. So
pretty interesting. All this wraps up, doesn't it? And now they go back to play against each other, and they throw themselves at each other like they're so it's interesting. They get themselves together as a unit. Well, and but interesting what Avon, and unbelievable, and it backed up by the captain coach in Tom Lee, but Caden Fulgrove said, we all went on the pub on a Thursday night. We met threw a team together. They've won out and won. Where Southwest, I know they've been training for about 3 or 4 weeks, so well done to the Avalon.
Isn't it brilliant? And isn't it brilliant to be able to bring you these country championships? Once again, thank you to John Douglas and the team at Dartfish and Filming Footy. It's been an absolute privilege to bring you these country championships over the past 4 days, including the Colts Carnival, and to have all these country teams come together and put on a really good show has been fantastic. Cam, thank you very much for your company. Been a pleasure to call next to you.
Same with you, mate. You're on the upcoming. Keeping an eye on this lad, Mark Foreman. He's going places. Don't you worry about that.
Cam Robbins is his name. Mark Foreman is my name. It has been a pleasure. Thank you to John Douglas and the team at Filming Footy. Until next time, we'll bid you farewell from Fremantle Oval.